warriors of legend. Hallowed and venerated among the stars themselves. For those bold enough to join this gladiator's pantheon, this gallery of champions, there is only one rule that matters. Winner stays on.
Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 19. It is the final day. 52 teams started back at the start of the feeders. 4 remain. 4 teams left in Alliance Tournament 19. We have Barcode and Fraternity in our upper bracket, the teams that have not lost a match yet. And in the lower bracket, we have the Tuskers Co. and last year's champion, Truth.Honor.Light. And those 2 teams will be facing off in a best-of-1 elimination match in just a few minutes. I'm joined on the desk by Mystical Might and CSP Swift. CSP Swift, how are you today?
I am doing great. I am so excited. You cannot believe it. These matches have been incredible. Yesterday I was kind of off camera but in the studio all day, and we were just standing. Every single match, it felt like, was just like a stand, scream at the TV, oh my god, electronic sports are the best kind of moments. These matches were just so good. I think my favorite was Virion Stone Shard, like just winning with 22 seconds to go, 1 ship to kill, ice water through the veins, killed it easy. Baza went crazy. It was a fun moment.
It was. And Misty, any big highlights from you yesterday?
I think it's probably the same match. I think I'm not usually emotive when it comes to like behind the scenes watching the matches, but for that one, it was me throwing my hands up in the air because both teams were trying their best to throw, and it was very frustrating to watch. So it was a lot of games yesterday were like games of inches. So it was really fun to watch.
Yeah, one team in particular that just squeaked through so many times. Truth.Honor.Light, last year's defending champions, knocked down into the elimination bracket last weekend in a bit of a shock upset to Barcode, also losing their flagship Barguest in the process. They then had to go through a gauntlet yesterday, like the who's who of Alliance Tournament teams of current and yesteryear. They had to go through Exodus, they went through Darkside, they went through Odin's Call, a repeat of last year's grand final. They went through Tempest Calciv, they went through White Flag, their practice partners, and now they have to go through Tuskers. All of those matches are like, they could have gone either way. Like, some of them almost did go either way, and Truth.Honor.Light just managed to pull each one out. That's got to be absolutely grueling, CSB Swift.
Yeah, I've played on a team that's gone through the elimination bracket, and it is, as you say, grueling. Like halfway through, you don't even have that much time to think about what you're going to do. You just react, and you just like kind of throw darts at a wall and be like, okay, that's what we're going to fly. Can't second guess it. Can't like really have a long discussion about it. Let's just go out and win. And really, they did. And all of those matches that you mentioned, they could have been semifinals or even finals matches in other Alliance tournaments. Like, they're competing up against teams that have won or gotten very close to winning each and every time. That is incredible to go through. I think during the Darkness match, I was kind of predicting if Truth.Honor.Light kind of can win here, I think they're going to go all the way through to the finals, because if anyone stands a chance at beating them, it would be Darkness in that run. And they just handled it like it was nothing. Just ice water in the veins again. Just like, cool, we'll just get some more skins, win. Why not?
Well, this is the last time they'll have to win a best-of-1 to avoid elimination. If they get through this, it is just 3 teams remaining, and they are best-ofs. We'll have the best-of-3 winners bracket final between Barcode and Fraternity, and then we'll have the best-of-3 losers bracket final between the winner of our next match and the loser of that winners bracket final, and then finally the best-of-5 grand final to see who takes home the ultimate prize of winning Alliance Tournament 19. Let's take a look at the bans for this next matchup, our first match of the day and our final best-of-1 elimination match in the tournament, the Tuskers versus Truth.Honor.Light. Tuskers banning out Widow, Hyena, Sentinel, Zarmazd. Truth.Honor.Light going for Hugin, Rapier, Hyena, and Zarmazd. Both teams saying don't like Zarmazd, don't like long-range webs. The trickle bands then giving us Armageddon Navy issue from the Tuskers, and Truth.Honor.Light with the Cruer and the Curse. Mystical Mike, what do you think about these bans here? Very interesting.
Yeah, now we're beginning to see some more targeted bans because both of these teams have had to play through the losers bracket for a fair stretch now, I think. So they've had to show quite a few different comps and ways of approaching different matches. The Widow we saw work especially well for Truth.Honor.Light yesterday, along with the Zarm. So it makes sense that you'd want to ban these out. Hyena and Sentinel, semi-standard bans, as we're used to most years. I do like the fact that Tuskers have banned out the Geddon Navy. They, I believe, have a flagship Geddon Navy, which means that they can still bring theirs to evade that ban. But it means that Truth.Honor.Light can't make use of a fairly strong ship in this tournament.
Yeah, just speaking of flagships, as I mentioned, Truth.Honor.Light lost their flagship on weekend one, approximately a $250 billion-esque Barghest that went down. The other three teams still remaining in the tournament have their flagships. Fraternity have a Vindicator, Tuskers have an Armageddon Navy issue, and Barcode have that Barghest. So only Truth.Honor.Light without it. And as you rightly point out, Tuskers banning that Armageddon Navy issue means that if they want to, they can bring that flag. And I mean, the Tuskers are a team that will put top-end money into it, so this could make a big difference. CCP Swift, how do you think Truth.Honor.Light are going to feel knowing they don't have that flagship in their back pocket?
They've been there before. They've gone to kind of a semi-final match or like a make-it-or-break-it match without their flagship, and not having the flagship actually has cost them in previous Alliance tournaments. So I think they're going to be a little bit scared. They know the Tuskers really love control teams. Obviously, the Navy Geddon offers a ton of control. But if any team has like some trick in the playbook that they haven't really wanted to show yet, I think it's Truth.Honor.Light. This might be one of their like final weekends, like win it all, never seen it before type of comps. And so I think they're just going to kind of pull one out of the pocket and just stun everyone with it.
It'll be very interesting to see what the Tuskers bring. They have been known to bring a few off-the-wall comps. We saw one the other day when they got knocked down into the elimination bracket, when they brought their top end was Guardian, Double Pilgrim, Hugin. A lot of points, a lot of control, very little in the way of DPS, and it cost them. It meant that they got knocked down. Misty, do you think maybe there's a chance they out-meta themselves in something like this?
I think both of the teams that we're about to watch have, at certain points in the tournament, felt like they're maybe out-metering themselves a little bit or making things too difficult for them to achieve. Because what you really want to be doing is aiming for simple to execute, hard to screw up comps. And these teams are not bringing those in their standard matches. So I can't even imagine what kind of theory crafting nightmare is going on in the background for both sides, trying to out-meta each other, playing like 6D chess, mostly against themselves. But, with the image of the other team in their mind, I'm sure.
All right, well, it is time to head over to the arena with Jintan and Mizir for the Tuskers Co versus Truth.Honor.Light.
Hello everyone and welcome to the arena. I am here to bring you an incredibly spicy match between two teams that are more often seen in the finals than they are in these quarterfinal deciders matches. Tuskers Co here in red have brought a drone setup. They're going to be trying to utilize the 20 heavy drones that their Ishtar, Proteus and Double EOS can put out. Meanwhile, what have Truth.Honor.Light brought here, Miz?
Well, Truth.Honor.Light brought something that not many people would expect. Brought an all-in rush comp with rapid heavy missile Barghest, and then a set of ham ships. There's like two Nighthawks, an Osprey Navy issue, a Caracal Navy issue, Caracal, Jackdaw, Flycatcher, and then supported by two Kirin. So all Kildare ships. They've been expecting some ECM and trying to keep it all Kildare to offset racial jammers, but looks like Tuskers didn't bring in support, and the match has begun. So let's see how brutal this match is going to be.
Yeah, you can see there the Truth.Honor.Light pilots headed up by Kadesh Priestess, who is burning as fast as they can into the Tuskers Co blob. They need to lock down as many ships as possible because once they spread out, it's going to be so difficult for these hams to apply. You can see the incredible girth of that Truth.Honor.Light potential attack bar there, but it's not just lit up yet. Whilst Tuskers Co, they're going to be able to apply their damage no matter where they are on grid. They need to spread out and they need to distribute this ham rush as fast as possible.
In the meantime, the Barghest of the Truth.Honor.Light actually burned back, maybe waiting for some micro jump drive play, but at the same time, the Lucky Fix went with him, so Kadesh Priestess in the Jackdaw went down without any reps.
Oh yeah, that's unsurprising though. Look at all of the drones that have now poured out, all of these lights and mediums from the Ishka, from these double Vex and Avi issues. They're so effective at shredding tackle. But Truth.Honor.Light there firing back, killing off Wex SM in the Ishka really quickly as well. All those light missiles from the Jackdaws and Flycatchers applying so well. But it looks like Drontes is not long for this world and gone. That leaves so little tackle left on the board here for Truth.Honor.Light.
Yeah, they're losing both the destroyers without having the Kivins in close. I'm not really sure what kind of play they're trying for when they're holding a Kivins back for so long. But at this time, they're really not trading that well, losing 2 ships already, and like Cowgirl going down really fast, and still only taking out the Ishka.
Yeah, they do seem to have tackle on VLD in this Proteus. That he's going to die here very quickly once all of these Nighthawks get on top of him. But after that, it's going to be a question of what else can they catch, especially with that Caracal here now in very low shields. That's one of their last few ships that can reach out and grab things for the Truth.Honor.Light composition here. It looks like they're moving on to Skylar Hawk in the Thalia, though. Maybe trying to take off the long-term survivability here for the Tuskers team.
Yeah, different times to take out the Lodges so they can easily break through things, but at the same time, these ships are small signatures. It's going to be hard for their hams to apply. They need to like pin them down before they can apply anything.
Yeah, they're just gonna. Truth.Honor.Light are just swapping control all over the place here now. Finally, moving over to an Ishtar, seeing if they can break that one down. He must be in range of all of their Nighthawks. Possibly a mispositioning from Katarina there, but the Osprey Navy issue of Ferox 2070 is down, and that leaves only 6 ships left on the grid here for Truth.Honor.Light with which to craft their victory. Do you see any route back into this match?
The Heretic of Flag Inquisitor did a really clever move. Like, we are not really seeing wobbles being used that often in tournament settings, but that Heretic went in and wobbled both the Kirins, making it hard for them to catch up with the fight. And as we're seeing, like the Truth.Honor.Light team is being punished for it, but they do seem to be taking out that Ishtar with them.
Yeah, Nick DeMar here now really in really low shields. He is going to get traded away for Katarina. The first sign of life here really from Truth.Honor.Light as they actually do implement that ham rush. They are going to get some DPS downrange now. It's just a question of can anything break through and can they hold on to anything?
Yeah, this fight is going to be extremely hard for them. They're having the Bargus and 2 Nighthawks remaining, and these are like the slow ships on the grid. At this point, like even if they do take out the Tuskers Lodges, the Tusker ships can just starburst and make it hard for them to burn and catch anything.
Wow, that Kirin there just getting slapped. All these light drones are so effective at killing it, and with no rep drones left on the field, there's nothing left to keep these alive. It's now just Barguest, double Nighthawk left on the grid here for Truth.Honor.Light. You got to say, magnificent execution from Tuskers Co. Just choking this rush out, putting their ships in, spreading it all out, and locking them in place there in such a position that they were only just, 4 minutes into the match able to lock down on one target. And by that point, the game was almost over for them.
Yeah, we're seeing GGs in local, and I believe this game was actually a game of bamboozles. Like, Truth.Honor.Light wanted to bamboozle Tuskers by bringing something they thought would be resistant against control setups, and then Tuskers in return bamboozled them by not bringing any control at all, doing all-in drone setup instead. And with a valid effort, Truth.Honor.Light did what they could to see if they could take them out, but just this drone setup just proved to be stronger of the two in this matchup.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see them finally come out. The drone setup obviously very weak versus the Octodad max threat setups that we've seen coming through so far, and that's probably why we haven't seen much of them. But now that things are getting a bit more into the weeds, now we're facing people who are trying to bring counters to that max threat, which is sort of our level 1 setup. It's causing these teams so many problems, and it's opening up really interesting avenues for teams like Tuskers, which are notoriously have interesting takes on theory crafting, isn't that right, Miss?
Yeah, so actually getting the report that the Tuskers team used oversized prop mods, so like oversized afterburners, which means they can't be scrammed, so they are extremely slippery, these ships. Even long-range scrams on the Bargus and things like that couldn't stop them, as they could just keep burning away, and it's just something that really hard counters a rush setup like this if you can't really pin anything down. Like, they needed webifiers, and they they didn't have enough webifiers to slow these ships down, so they were just toast out of the ham lanes.
Yeah, do you think there was maybe if Truth.Honor.Light had brought a flagship fit Barghest, that could have been something that would have tipped the match in their favor?
I mean, it would do a little bit extra damage, but the scram is still not going to be useless against these afterburner ships. So this is really a Mirror Chief move, like completely out maneuvering Soft 1 in the theory crafting, and really showing that Tuskers team there's nothing you should fear when it comes to like drafting.
Absolutely, absolutely, and not just theory crafting, also execution. You've got to say that these type of compositions are not easy to pull off. They might look like, you know, just double click away from the opponents, but there's a hell of a lot more that goes into it than just that, with drones dropping off and all that. That said, Nith now entering low armor, the Barghest probably not long for this world, and with that, Truth.Honor.Light, last year's winners, eliminated before even the semi-finals can kick in. I cannot believe this, Miz.
Yeah, I don't think many people expected this. Looking at the points being bet, like 3 quarters of people have bet on the Truth.Honor.Light. So that's going to be like a bunch of people with a lot of channel points after this Barghest goes down. As Truth.Honor.Light are going to take the 4th place, while the Tuskers team are going to make it into top 3 and maybe even be able to grab the big prize. And with that, we'll send it back to the studio.
We're gonna
Exactly,
warp through the planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way. What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
they
Just
get
the
like
sneezing.
like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like
Yeah.
the sneezing more. Alright?
Yeah. If we
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh no!
Guys, what the f?
Hey,
Whoosh.
you started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
Who's our secondary target?
the simi broadcasted.
If they're jumping now, then we kill them.
I want bubbles all over this fleet, guys.
On dock now. Do it now.
It is Truth Honor. Good night for Truth.Honor.Light. Last year's defending champions are eliminated from Alliance Tournament 19. They take the 4th position this year, which is still pretty damn respectable, getting top 4 of all the teams. I mean, the gauntlet they ran through to get to this stage alone was just immense. So that team should be incredibly proud of getting as far as they did after that upset in weekend 1. So, you know, well done, but that was a heck of a performance from the Tuskers co. They're bringing pretty much an off-the-wall comp, not something we would have really expected. Almost fully Galente comp, minus that heretic, of course, meaning that, you know, jams, if you bring any sort of like racial jams, are probably going to really struggle. Misty, talk me through it.
Yeah, we saw a similar Ul-Qadari comp coming in from Truth.Honor.Light as well. Essentially, teams, when they're unable to fully ban out ECM, may decide to bring ships of the same ECCM type or like signature strength type. So you have got 4 different types in the game. They relate to each of the different factions. So if you bring an all Galente setup, it means that if you're going up against ECM, they're probably only going to have a few ECM jammers that block, I guess, the Galente signal, which means that fewer of your ships are going to be able to get jammed consistently across the course of the match, which makes it easier for you to play against ECM setups. And we saw the same from Truth.Honor.Light, bringing the Ul-Qadari. So if they're going up against ECM, probably only got a few Qadari jammers. It essentially has the same effect.
Yeah, let's also talk about the elephant in the room, or the Proteus in the comp. We saw Proteus fielded there by the Tuskers. Not a very common ship in Alliance Tournament. In fact, we can see here, the last time one was fielded was Alliance Tournament 16, when a single one was fielded. Before that, we have to go back to Alliance Tournament 13 before we see even a smattering of Protei, 5 of them back then. Really a ship we have not seen for a decade in Alliance Tournament competition. I mean, teams like the Ronin, Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork, and Dead Terrorists using them back in the day, sort of Alliance Tournament 8 and things like that. CCP Swift, Proteus in Alliance Tournament 19. What's going on here?
Why not? It wins. 100% win rate in Alliance Tournament 19. Everyone is foolish for not picking it. But no, it's, you know, in previous Alliance tournaments when we've seen it, it's sometimes been used as a logistics ship for like Tinker type setups, whenever like a Tengu or a Loki were banned back in the day. It does have some drone capabilities. It's also, as Misty was pointing out, very, very heavy tackle, which is what he suspects this Proteus was meant to do here. But really, if you're in a drone comp and you want something that's kind of more like an EOS, Proteus kind of makes sense. It does get those 4 heavy drones, so it can contribute a lot. You've got a lot of mid slots to do some tackle, and as we saw, it was impossible to kill. Truth.Honor.Light went up against it. They unfortunately tackled the Proteus, and they're like, well, better kill this Proteus. They tried, and then we saw them lose most of their back end, and then they had to go swap to another target.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of those comps that you know, a bunch of the Tuskers theory crafters all went into a tent together with the theory crafting pipe, and then came out a little while later with this thing. But it's got the dub, so I guess that's all that really matters. Misty, do you think a regular Tech 2 Barghest there fielded by Truth.Honor.Light because their flagship is dead, do you think if they have that flagship Barghest that there's a material difference in how that match went?
Yeah, we were discussing that during the course of the match. I think the fact that they don't have the flagship Barghest means that they don't have access to long-range tackle. So one of the benefits of having a flagship Barghest, which has a bonus to tackle range on things like scrams and disruptors, less useful in a tournament, but the scram especially so, very useful. It means that it can reach out and pin down these ships like the Eoses, like the Ishtars, before they're able to get too far away. And it should potentially outrange Proteus scram as well, meaning that the Truth.Honor.Light team would have an easier time moving around the Proteus, which was acting like a wall of sorts, scramming down the Nighthawks and preventing them from moving away. And by nature of being heavy tackle, it means that it's really difficult to remove, especially if you're using heavy assault missiles.
Yeah, speaking of missiles, CCP Swift, the other thing that we were talking about during that match was the Truth.Honor.Light team bringing basically kinetic bonus ships against Gallente Tech 2 resists. Explain this a little bit for us.
Yeah, so the Gallente Tech 2 resist type really hardens up for kinetic and thermal damage. That's where they get most of their buffs. A lot of effective hit points there, so they've got very high resists, means that incoming damage gets mitigated quite a lot. Truth.Honor.Light, they had ships that get bonus to kinetic damage. If they want to fire kinetic damage, they are not, as long as even the little frigate Logi, able to rep a ton of effective incoming damage there. And we saw it when they were shooting that Proteus. Proteus didn't really go down too much. Even the Ishkur took a long time to go down. The Ishtar as well. Swapping over to the Vexor Navy issue, it melted because it didn't have those Tech 2 bonuses. But just really well flown by the Tuskers as well. And really, I think they got away with one in terms of a comp. I think they kind of tricked Truth.Honor.Light a little bit into bringing that Kinlocked Kaldari team.
Yeah, it certainly was an excellent performance by the Tuskers, and they will move on to the best of 3 for the lower bracket final later on today. Before that, though, we have to go back to the winners bracket for our winners bracket final. All the matches now are best of 3s, so best of 5s to the grand final. But these have conquest bans. This is where stuff starts to get extra spicy. What this means is if you win match 1 of 3, great, you're 1-0 up, but you can't bring any of the ships that you brought in that comp. None of them. They are now banned for you. And then there's still the regular banning phase for match 2 as well. The other team can bring the stuff that you're banned out, conquest banned, the other team can bring those. That's fine. They're unaffected by those conquest bans. If they win the second match to take it to 1-1, both teams now would have stuff banned out. But for match 3, it all resets and they can bring anything again. And of course, the teams remaining all have their flagships as well. So this is so much potential for some great matches coming up in the very near future. I mean, let's start talking about them. We have about 5 minutes to go. So let's look at the bans for the first match of Fraternity versus Barcode in our Alliance Tournament 19 winners bracket final. Fraternity banning out the Orthrus, the Osprey, the Sleipnir, the Executor Navy issue. Barcode going for the Curse, the infamous Pilgrim, the Pontifex, and the Magoose. Mystical Knight, what do you think here?
I like to see a respect ban coming out this late into the tournament from Barcode, banning out that Pilgrim. Yeah, I think, again, these are fairly standard bans. Barcode not making the mistake of just banning the Curse, but also banning the replacement ship that we've seen Fraternity bring a couple times now, I think. Pontifex and Magus bans, I think, are extremely interesting. We haven't seen too many of those over the course of the last 4 days, but what it essentially means is that you don't have the Armor Command Destroyers available to you, so if you do want to bring links, you need to be bringing battle cruisers, which does limit the ship selection that you can choose from, because battle cruisers will cost more points, meaning that your upper end will be skewed probably towards the railgun spam that we've been seeing previously, and less so towards multiple battleships.
CCP Swift, as Misty points out here, with these Armor Command Destroyers banned out, it is going to force these teams to bring different ships. Draugr is a possibility, technically. It's also a Command Destroyer. And then you get the Navy Battle Cruiser, which also have links as well. What's really the difference in the power of the links here?
So obviously, when you're doing an Alliance Tournament comp, you're really focusing on how many points can I spend for a mid slot, how many points can I spend for effective hit points, and how many points can I spend for damage. So when you're banning out these slots for the Magus and the Pontifex, those are really point efficient for links. So now you're going to have to devote a lot more, as you guys are saying, for some sort of battle cruiser hull. The Draugr is still actually quite expensive too for what you get out of it. So this could really throw a wrench into a setup, more so than banning like a logistics ship, because teams kind of have figured this one out. If you ban like an Oneris or Guardian, maybe we'll just take the Tech 1 version, or I'll use Frigate Logi and I'll up some other of my damage. But I think this one is one that kind of catches teams by surprise, especially in a best of match where they're like, oh shit, we need a replacement for this, and you absolutely need links in your comp. For a 10v10 format, incredibly useful.
Yeah, this is likely to be the first time that either of these teams have flown in a best-of format in a tournament like this. There's plenty of experienced pilots in these teams, and I'm sure some of them have experienced it. But as a team overall, teams like Truth.Honor.Light, the Tuskers, Volta, Odin's Call, all hitting those best-offs the last couple of years, you get that practice, you get that experience. But what's it like, Misty, going into a best-of? You have to think quite differently.
It is... I think Swift has alluded to it a little bit earlier. It's similar to playing through the losers bracket, where you're basically just turning your brain off and you're just like, I'm just taking this, or you're trying to plan ahead or like draw out the matches that you're playing in so that you have more time to think before the match actually ends. We've seen a couple teams say, I would have liked those 2 minutes yesterday when the match ended slightly earlier because the other team decided to die or boundary. You make use of all of the time that you have available to you. Because it is just overwhelmingly stressful. You have to make snap decisions. You have to think about the comps that you have available, and then you can't make the decision on what you want to bring until you see the bans. And then from the bans being told to when you're actually going to be on grid, it's not actually that much time. So I usually just sit in a corner and spiral whenever I'm not the one that makes those decisions. I just kind of sit in the channel and go, I hate this.
All right, well, I guess it's time to see if any of these teams are spiraling or if they are full cam collected as we head over to the arena with Mark Resurrectus and Chad Flame.
Welcome back, everybody, to the first match in the best of 3 winners bracket finals here between Fraternity and Barcode. I'm Mark Resurrectus. With me is the shining Chad Flame. Chad, an interesting setup here. Fraternity has brought an Armageddon Navy, an Armageddon, an EOS, and then looked at those bans of the Curse and Pilgrim and said, okay, well, we'll just bring Double Arbitrator as well. Double Deacon, Stork, Vexor Navy, and Vexor. Chad, what do we have for the team from Barcode?
Barcode has looked to have brought an Absolution, EOS, Prof Navy, Rodiva for Logi with an Oracle, Og Navy, Vexor Navy pairing, Confessor, and a Mauler as time goes to the match begins.
Yes, we now see both teams starting to meander across the middle. The Frat team looking to try and, I think, probably close that space, but not nearly as quickly as the team from Barcode. That team from Barcode has a lot of top-end damage. They do have sort of a pseudo-dad setup with an Oracle. We've seen a lot of comps like that before where they bring those tier 3 battle cruisers in that 4th slot. They have a lot of available DPS, but let's not sleep on this team from Fraternity. They have played extremely well to get to this point, and I'm not expecting anything less right now.
Yeah, both teams have faced off against some what used to be considered old guard hard teams and have proven themselves to get to this winners bracket final. As we see the brawls start to begin as both Vexor Navies have been tackled, neuted, scrammed, and webbed.
Yeah, there's this is interesting. They've all kind of spread out. Everybody's gone for their own individual targets. You got to think this maybe favors the Barcode team a little bit better than the Fraternity team, because the Barcode team has so much DPS that can apply at range. Now that being said, we're seeing right now Pasty White Devil in the Vexor Navy issue taking quite a bit of armor damage immediately out the gate from the team from Fraternity, while the Fraternity Deacon also taking quite a bit of damage. He's going to, I think he is just hard locked down right now by the Confessor of Jing Ziwin and may go down here.
It looks like the Deacon is not going to be holding, slowly bleeding every shot. Same with the Vexor, but don't forget, there's a Rediva on grid, so that Vexor might start stabilizing before you know it. But it does not look like it actually is, as it's about to go into structure, but the Deacon going down.
Yeah, trading the Deacon for a Vexor Navy is a pretty good trade. Those Deacons offer a lot of utility, a lot of versatility. Obviously, it's their primary form of Logi. But the Vexor Navy itself is a decent target. But again, every time that they get, once this Vexor Navy catches these full spooled Rediva reps, it's going to be, there's just spending time, a lot of time trying to get it down. And they're really going to have to find some creative ways to put pressure on that Rediva in order to get him to make mistakes in the future.
Exactly. That Vexor Navy did go down, but it took a very long time as the other Deacon on that team is already in low armor and just barely tugging along. And also they're putting some damage on the Vexor Navy, it looks like, as well. And the Stork, it looks like damage is getting split a little bit by both teams trying to either force the Rediva to wrap other targets and the Deacon to put a lot of pressure on him to position maybe a little improperly as that is about to go down.
Yeah, you can see right now, just looking at our screen, the control bar from Fraternity is so immense right now. Those arbitrators doing so much work now to try and break up some of this, the tracking of these guns from the Absolution, from the Oracle, from the Og Navy. Definitely putting in work. Now we see Dr. Dumbass in the Rediva taking a lot of damage. There are a lot of drones around the Rediva. They've decided to forget the fact that this Rediva can spool up to huge amounts on his teammates and just go for the Rediva right away. If they knock down this Rediva, and they do, that's quite a bit it's huge. It's a huge shift. All of these battle cruisers now are at risk, Chad Flame.
Oh, 100% agree. And that Logi trade happening right there. They realized both their Deacons were down, and they did not want to be on a grid where the other team had a cruiser Logi, but they didn't have any Logi on grid at all, and got that done very quickly, as the entire Barcode team, by the way, is being held down by the Fraternity team.
Yeah, now we're seeing the play come into full scope here. This Fraternity team immediately went out and tried to grab as many things as possible. All they have to do now is wait for these Berserkers and all these heavy drones to get back across the grid. You can see now the next target is lined up. Coconut Water in the Oracle, down into half armor already, as Casimir Exusiel in the Vexor goes down for Fraternity, but it won't matter because this Oracle is paper thin and has no logic, and he will drop. Every time one of these battle cruisers drops, it's just that much more DPS off the field.
Exactly. And it seems like the team of Barcode is going for potentially a headshot on the Armageddon Navy of Fubuki Waifu, the captain for the Fraternity team, and really just trying to get rid of that top end while they still have the damage on grid. But that Confessor is bleeding pretty low into armor, into structure, and he is down. More damage off the grid for the Barcode team.
Yeah, you really have to wonder if the Armageddon Navy is the smart decision here. I don't know if they have any better options, but the Armageddon Navy is going to take so long to go through. At the same time, you can see this huge swarm of drones, all these heavy drones now going down. You can see towards the Absolution of Sid the Kid. that's being held down by the Vexer Navy, and that Absolution will be the next target. I don't actually know if this is the best new target for this, because the Absolution has itself a lot of EHP, but it doesn't seem to matter. It is dropping fast.
Yeah, the amount of actual damage being applied by this Fraternity team, it looks like they got, not as much damage as you'd assume. That bar is still pretty big for what they have on grid, as we see that Absolution getting destroyed in a very fast pace. And once that goes down, I wonder if they're actually going to have the DPS to break this Geddon Navy.
I don't think they will, Chad Flame. You can see just once again that green control bar from Fraternity has not wavered once the entire match. These arbitrators of Chess Player and FRU have been doing the God's work in this match for Fraternity, even if they lose the Armageddon Navy issue, which they still have quite a bit of damage left between the EOS, the Prophecy Navy, and the AUG Navy. They're doing so much damage on the back end here, now up into the mid-range, that they're going to be able to take out the Vexer Navy, probably the Mauler, and maybe even the AUG Navy as well, in quick succession without losing too much damage.
You would look at that, if you're looking at the future in this match, though, you're looking at an EOS and Prophecy Navy from Barcode versus potentially a battleship in the Armageddon EOS plus those arbiters. It's not looking good for Barcode, but I will say it does not look like it is impossible to crawl back from, as it looks like they are losing that Vexer Navy, but might get a trade-off for this Armageddon Navy as that enters structure.
Yeah, if they can get the Armageddon Navy, it'll go a long way towards bringing this back towards something decent. They still have to get through the Armageddon. They still have to get through the EOS. But after that point, they don't have a. You're right, Chad Flynn. They don't really have a ton of DPS left. They really need to capitalize on the damage they have available while they still have it. Get rid of this EOS of Vordak Caligar. Otherwise, once they're done, all you have left is drone damage really from the EOS and the Armageddon and the Vexer Navy. And it's not going to be a lot. And the Geddon Navy of Fubuki Waifu does go down.
But it looks like they're going to be trading an EOS for it, as that EOS is breaking extremely fast.
Yeah, you can see all they have left now are rep drones trying desperately to keep the EOS of Vordak Caligar up, and it's not going to be enough. The EOS does go down. All that's left for the team from Barcode, the Prophecy Navy of Necrox, the AUG Navy of Wild Things, and the Mauler of Still Reddick. And the next target is going to be that AUG Navy, the obvious next choice. Those Prophecy Navies are pretty thick. And you can see that cloud of drones does not seem to have diminished in any clearly has diminished, but not in the way I think that the team from Barcode would have preferred. And the AUG Navy now slipping into half armor. I would say this one is probably well in hand, Chad Flame.
Oh, I would 100% agree with that. Fraternity at this point is just picking whatever target they want, locking it up, pressing F, and having those drones go right over to it. And once that drone swarm arrives on that target goes down extremely fast for the amount of HP you'd expect them to have.
Let's talk for a second, Chad Flame, about this Fraternity team coming out of nowhere, now ending up here in the driver's seat in the first match of this upper bracket finals. They have proven themselves time and time again that they can win in the clutch, and against teams that are no slouch. This team from Barcode has had a wild run to get to this point. They beat THL early on. They beat Dracarys, which was itself a bit of an upstart. They beat White Flag in the match before this. They have proven themselves to be a great contender. And my goodness, this Fraternity team has absolutely dismantled the team from Barcode.
Oh, I would 100% agree with that. Barcode going down in this first match. This is a best of three, though. Some teams have prepared for this better than others and know this position and have confidence in this position. Also note, both teams did not bring their flagships. So this is a potential flagship second match for Fraternity to guarantee their spot in the finals, and Barcode hanging on to their last life. If they lose this next match, they go down to the lower bracket against Tuskers, which is not a team you really want to face. You want to stamp your way into the finals right now, and they need to pick up a win in this next game to have a chance at a immediate ride to the finals. But with that, the Muller goes down, and we'll be sending it back to the desk.
Kasich, you are one of two people that couldn't listen and couldn't check bookmarks and find your own way out. The route, the entire route was literally bookmarked out to Losec. I bookmarked it 10 minutes in advance!
Fraternity now up 1-0 in the series against Barcode. These teams now have to go away and play again in just 20 minutes, 18 minutes and 54 seconds to be exactly specific. So yeah, the grind that we talked about earlier on with CCP Swift and Misty here, it's fully on now. You've just finished a match, you've gone down 1-0 in a best of 3. You kind of have to start pulling it out now, but thankfully, your opponents now can no longer bring any of the ships they just fielded. They are now banned out just for that team. So Fraternity's Conquest bans for the next match will be EOS, Vexor, Arbitrator, Deacon, Armageddon Navy Issue, Stork, and Vexor Navy Issue. There you can see it on the screen. These are the ships that were brought. That means that they cannot be brought again. Mystical Might. What do you think about these Conquest bans here?
Well, they can't be brought again by the Fraternity team.
Correct.
Right? So for teams winning, it means that, like was mentioned, that they're banned out. I think it adds an extra level of complexity to 3v3, or the best of 3 stories. It's very much a case of you can't just bring the same comp multiple times and hope that they haven't figured it out by the second match, right? It's a case of you need to have multiple different comps up your sleeve, ready for a best of 3 scenario, where things are going to get very tricky. It means that Barcode can just ban out a few more ships. They don't have to actually ban any of these now. They can stick with the Magus ban, the Pontifex ban, maybe even ban the Bifrost, and it bans out all of the Command Destroyers apart from the Draugr, which limits their options even more. It's going to get very crazy, I think.
Yeah, speaking of Command Destroyers, I'm joined by CCBB once again. CCBB, we saw in that comp by Fraternity a Stork, an armor Stork.
Yes, sure.
Can you maybe explain the thinking here?
I mean, they banned both the other Command Destroyers, which would have been able to bring armor links, well, to be armor setup, tankier Command Destroyers. The Stork does bring a bunch of mid slots, which you can do for all, use for all kinds of E-War.
Yeah, and we were talking as well during that match. We saw Fraternity bringing double Deacon. Now, with point inflation, the way it works is if you bring duplicates of the same ship, they cost more. So Deacon normally 5 points. If you bring 2, each Deacon costs 6 points, so 12 points total. Misty, we were talking perhaps that's a specific thinking when it comes to Conquest bans, because if you brought that Talia Deacon, although it's more point efficient, you get 2 ships banned out.
Yes, it's more point efficient for that particular match, but it's not series efficient, because if you win with the Thalia Deacon, it means that you don't have any Logi frigates available to you of the Tech 2 type. You still have the Navitas and the Inquisitor, but they're not as tanky and they don't put out as much reps as their T2 variants. So bringing the double Deacon means that now that they've won, they still have the double Thalia to lean back on if needs be, which again opens it up to potentially being a ban, which is like the theory crafting that Barcode now needs to go through to figure out, okay, how do we respond to what Frat has brought the first time?
Yeah, it feels like that's a move of a team that's really sort of been thinking about these Conquest bans in this best of 3 format. They're not just taking perhaps, as Misty says, the best points optimal setup for one match. They're thinking in terms of the whole series. CCBB, like, you've been doing all the camera work and stuff like that. What kind of stuff are you seeing in these matches so far?
With this match, I was kind of surprised how long it took them to actually put drones out in this one. I was zooming around going, they're just repositioning at the start, but they were so confident at it. They suddenly just went all in their right directions, caught the people they wanted to catch, drones out, and just started murdering. It was beautiful.
Yeah, we saw a heavy reliance on energy neutralization in that match as well by Fraternity. Both Geddons, the Navy Geddon and the regular one, full neut, so no weapon systems in the high slots at all, as well as the Vexor Navy issue and the Vexor all being fit with maximum energy neutralization. Mystical Might, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you bring any more guns?
I mean, there is the trade-off between you bring more damage, you do more damage. Fairly simple equation there. But by bringing the newts and having a heavy reliance on newts in this particular matchup, especially with so many cap-dependent ships on the enemy team, it means that they're able to minimize the damage coming in on their side by sitting the Vex Navy issue, for example, on the Absolution, cycling medium and small newts. The Absolution isn't going to be able to output much damage consistently over the course of the match. It might be able to do a burst here and a burst there every single time that the cap booster cycles, but it won't be able to consistently shoot into that Navy Gen, which we saw slowly dropping, not quickly dropping. So by managing the nukes properly, by making sure that cap-reliant guns are capped out fairly consistently over the course of the match, you're not actually taking that much damage. You lose 2 deacons at the very beginning, and you're kind of just like, what are you going to do now? You're going to kill me? No. You can't shoot.
Also, your hardeners are off.
And also your hardeners are off.
Yeah, so you can be shot easier.
True. Yes, my little damage does big damage now.
Science. Science, it does in fact work. We also saw CCPB, the choice on one team to bring a Rediva for 10 points versus the 12 points in the dual Deacon. What do you think about bringing this Rediva? It's Tech 1. It does have the spooling
we have been seeing lots of like Zarmasts. Rediva is not nearly as tanky. It still can spool up rep, I think to like 72 or something. So he can sit out there like it did, but it didn't really do him any good when that big just cloud of drones slowly made his way over. He was done for.
Yeah, I feel like it probably was the right choice still to bring the Rediva, especially against this lower DPS comp, because a lower DPS comp, which will still eventually kill you, is more easily countered by the slow ramp up of something like the Zarmaz and the Rediva. Probably why we saw the teams banning them out earlier on as well. Misty, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. With the drone comps, they don't do a lot of burst damage. They do consistent damage over time. So the issue with that when you're going up against a Rediva is that you can't shoot 2 different targets at once and force him to split reps. With the Rediva and the Zarm, typically you need to decide who you're going to let die, like who's least important for the comp to continue winning in the match. Because you can only rep 1 target at a time with your big rep, your trig rep. You can fit like medium or small reps to your ship, but they don't get the range bonus, which means that anything else that's being shot needs to be orbiting the logistics ship, which then pins it in place. It can't go out and go catch things. So it's very much a case of, against a drone setup, it's actually fairly ideal, because they're just going to put all their drones on the same thing, and you start spalling, and either it lives or it dies.
The other thing I wanted to talk about was the Barcode team didn't bring multiple of the same ship. They brought, for example, for Lynx, they brought an Absolution and an EOS. CCPB, do you think maybe in this Conquest Band setup, it would be more wise, just in case they had one, to bring, say, 2 EOSs instead?
If they're going on the same logic as with the Deacons that we were talking about before, sure. But there are other command ships that can bring armor links. I mean, the Astarte, you could... very different type of ship, of course. I'm not obviously sure what they're thinking about when they're going for the bans and the picks. They thought their comp would work, and it sadly didn't.
I think every team probably comes in thinking that their comp will work. Unfortunately, a lot of you aren't actually so great at the game EVE Online and do get dunked upon, but not these teams. These teams are the top 3 teams now, actually, remaining in Alliance Tournament 19. So we're up to the cream of the crop at this point. So I'm pretty sure everyone here does, in fact, know what they're doing. And they're all way smarter than I am. Now, Mystical Might, are you hungry?
I am.
Excellent. Let us go watch you eat chicken.
So my name is Mystical Might. I'm currently in Fraternity. I do have some affiliation with the Truth.Honor.Light team as well, so I've played with them for the last couple of years of the Alliance tournament. Kind of tasty.
Yeah.
On to the next. That is a great question. Back in the day, when you didn't have the months-long training queue, you could only train for 24-hour periods, have 1 skill in the queue. My dad had me log into his account whenever he was away and update his skill queue. At the age of 12, I made my first account, and yeah, I grew up with EVE, which was, some people might say, a mistake for child's development, but now this is the red one. Okay. I feel like I'm just smearing hot sauce on my face. But I think in general, greatest accomplishments would just be trying to get people more involved with PvP and like training people, which is something I try and do a lot in Frat. It's just giving people more experience with EVE Online and better understanding about game mechanics. So, yeah. Oh, this one was sneaky. This one just hit the back of the throat. I can feel that one, yeah. Well, currently it's my right eye, but I'm thinking, Scott came in from this challenge and said that he was lightheaded. So I think he might be one of the people that moderator. I think is going to have a great time. Although he is Texan, so he's probably a bit used to like hot sauce. But yeah. Or me.
The steamed up glasses.
Yeah, it's honestly just my body is like radiating heat, and my glasses are like, oh, I think it's time we just shut this shit down. Yeah.
Fraternity, Truth, Honor, Mystical Might.
Yeah.
How many alliances are you currently colluding with?
All of them. So you might not know this, but what I do is I screen share everything that happens behind the desk to all of the good teams. So if you ever think you have a chance, you don't. But if you want to pay me in 80 shits and skins, I'd be willing to slip you a few comps. It's all good? Yeah. I would like to clarify, I'm not actually on any teams this year. But if I was, they would be Fraternity and Truth.Honor.Light. I'm having a great time. Did I get all the hottest ones? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Nice. Good ship. Should I leave? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Misty there, struggling with the heat. How was that for you, Misty?
I feel warm just watching it back, yeah. It looks like I'm suffering. I was slightly suffering, but my body is just naturally warm. So, like, as tiniest bit of heat, melt.
Oh, we couldn't tell. It didn't look hot.
I think I looked cool, calm, and collected.
Yes. Cool, calm, and collected at all times.
I'm glad that I was sick on that day.
Yeah, God. We watched CCP Swift's one yesterday, and the man was just finishing off everything. Didn't break a sweat. Just, guy's a monster. We've got a few more of those, which we can check out later on today as well. Pretty sure most of the crew did it. Some of them are pretty funny. I quite enjoyed it, even though I did not enjoy it at the same time. CCPB, how have you enjoyed Alliance Tournament 19?
I've really enjoyed it. It's been super fun. This is my first time on the camera. Like I said last time I was on here, that this is the first time that I get to zoom around the matches, and it's very different to get to experience them when you have the freedom of just looking at anything you care about, which happens to be just all of the action. It's been honestly great. And obviously the people here, this is like 50 people that come together to make this thing work. This is like, it's amazing.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in the back that make this all happen. From little things like, you know, the camera operators and things like that, from people who are just updating spreadsheets that run the graphics sort of right there, like that thing. People are doing that. There's the referees, some back in Iceland, CCP GMs, some people here. We have CCP Zealous, the replay tool. Yeah, look, someone just updated the text
someone just
live.
popped up, exactly.
Yeah, that's someone doing that. Like someone is sitting there somewhere. Oh, it's gone. Okay, we're back again to a new one. See, look, they're just working,
Yeah.
and someone's cutting cameras. Like there's so many people doing things. That's it. Cut all the cameras all the time. So a huge amount of people to make this happen. I think last year you came across for the final weekend. This year you were here for the whole thing. How's it been sort of being over, you know, hanging out with like the crew and other CCPers?
Well,
and
I was here actually last time for both weekends as well.
Okay, well, I just don't know anything.
I was just lying on stream, but
yes.
Okay. It's been honestly great. We've had a player meetup when we were here,
yes,
but it's been very different because now we had all of the CCPers over, 6 of us all in like a gamer house together. It was super fun.
Yeah, we had a foosball table.
We never used it.
Well, I tried it once and it was catastrophically loud.
Oh.
And I felt like everyone in like the postcode would be annoyed, so I stopped it pretty quickly.
I put the ball in and it rolled to one side. I was like, yeah, nah.
That's a very colluding table right there. All right, we have our best of threes. We're coming up to our second match. This is now potential for Fraternity to win this and go straight into the grand final, the best of 5, or Barcode can pull it back, take the series to 1-1, and then we'll go to the tiebreaker. Let's have a look at the bans for this upcoming match. Okay, Fraternity banning out the EOS, the Osprey, the Orthrus, and the Armageddon Navy issue. Barcode banning out Curse, Pilgrim, Pontifex, and that Magus Mystical Might. We see Barcode banning out Tracking Disruption, Guidance Disruption again, as well as those bonus units from the Curse, a super powerful boat. It's been a very popular ban throughout Alliance Tournament 19. Also, the Arbitrator is still banned from the Conquest bans from the last match. Fraternity hitting directly onto one of the unbanned the ships that Barcode brought last time, the EOS. What do you think about these bans here?
Yeah, I think that Barcode are running with the same game plan probably that they had last match, which is just to ban out the command destroyers that they know are kind of the linchpin ships for some of Fraternity's comps that we've seen previously, like the Vindicator and Redeemer comps, and banning out the Curse and Pilgrim just because they are super strong ships that are annoying to play against, which is fantastic. The Orthrus ban, I think, is fairly interesting. Of the the four bans, sorry, almost turned into Volta for a second there, can't count. Of the four bans that we see under the Fraternity side, I think the Orthrus is probably the strangest. I don't think it's really going to make a massive difference when it comes to kiting comps, because there's so many other ships that you can replace an Orthrus with. So I'm wondering why they've decided to ban the Orthrus. I think the rest of their bans are fairly straightforward. We've seen Osprey quite a bit in shield setups this year, just because it's a lower point cost than the Basilisk and the Scimitar, but it still does its job fairly effectively, and it's still annoying to try and hunt down and kill, because it can go like 2k a second, 2.5k a second.
Yeah, again, these are two teams that have their flagships remaining. Fraternity with the Vindicator, Barcode with that Barghest, and it's quite likely that that Barghest was significantly upgraded after they took down the very expensive flagship of Truth.Honor.Light. They probably were able to scoop a bunch of those modules and upgrade their own to increase its power, which is certainly going to help them if they choose to bring it. That being said, CSPB, this is a winner's bracket. So if they were to, say, bring their flagship, win the match, but lose the flagship, they're not going to have it for that grand final. So what do you think the thinking is going to be? Like, do you commit that flagship now to try and get straight through to the final, or do you maybe hold it in reserve in case you get bounced down?
I mean, you're fighting to get into the finals themselves, right? You've already won one of the matches. In my opinion, I would probably just go a little all out here and then hope you can win the best out of 5 later. Get yourself into that final for sure. There's just something about Fraternity right now. Like, they're so confident on this grid. I'm not sure if they even need it, though. But like it's said, like, their opposition is nothing to play with here.
Yeah, this has been a while since we've seen one of the larger blocks in EVE Online be successful in Alliance Tournament. Obviously, Pandemic Legion, an old block back in the day, who also were very successful in Alliance Tournament, winning 5 of them. Probably the most recent would be maybe NC Dot around Alliance Tournament 16. I can't remember if they competed in Alliance Tournament 17, but they were kind of a perennial top 4 team, and when I say top 4, I mean exactly 4th for I think like 3 or 4 years running. But since then, it's been kind of the domain of the small gang groups. You know, the Tuskers, who run out of a wormhole, Truth.Honor.Light, who of course they're just basically Goran Clade and running around shooting people with you know, Kitey Nano Gang annoying stuff. Out of a wormhole. Volta is kind of maybe a bit of a block at times. Yeah, but I mean, that's because Thera is in fact a wormhole.
True. So is Turner now.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. It has wormholes in it.
Good enough.
Yeah, that's all we can.
That being said, though, sorry, like FRT still, they are like very quick to react if you roam into their room, like into their area. They don't wait for some big fleet and like some FC to come and say, "Hey, we're gonna go and do this." They're just there, like, and the names you're seeing in these teams, these are people that I've myself fought a bunch of time. Like, they're out there every day. It's not just about practicing for the AT itself. They're in there like every day, out there just doing stuff. Like, they play the game every day seriously.
Yeah, exactly, and they've had a lot of success on Tranquility, both in small gang with some groups, and of course in the large scale meta as well. I'm being told there's a slight delay for our next match. It's currently sitting at about 5 minutes. This is kind of what we talked about earlier on, when the spaghetti is starting to come out. Like, someone's made a mistake somewhere, something's broken, some like crazy things are happening. Mister, you've been in like finals and best of situations. Like, tell me about like the mental state that some of these teams are going to be in.
So I kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier when we were talking about the turnaround times. My personal state in best ofs, in fact any Alliance tournament match, is prior to the match, spiral, get into the system, spiral further, warp to the arena, panic because I may have warped at the wrong range, and then see the ships on the other side, and then I'm okay. It's like you get to the point where you can actually see what you're fighting, and you stop running through a million scenarios in your head where you're like, what happens if they bring this? What happens if they bring that? What happens if they warp here? And you're just like, okay, this is the cards that have been dealt. Now I can manage with the information that I have. I think you need to be very, very relaxed and very confident in your ability with your theory crafting and with your banning strategy. Typically, you come up with a banning strategy so that you understand exactly what you're going to be trying to target. You have a few comps that you definitely want to bring. Typically, you'll have various versions of those comps. I know for certain that Truth.Honor.Light typically have like 17 versions of their favorite comp, so that if something gets banned out or if something was used and then they won, so they can't bring it due to conquest bans, they still have other options.
Either. Like I've seen these sheets, and it's just
it's literally, it's like we start and then it's like we'll tweak one thing. It's like, oh, version 2, tweak one thing. Oh, version 3.
18 times.
Yes, and it's like, oh, which one's our favorite version? It's like, actually, version 7's our favorite, but we can bring version 52 if it gets banned out. And it's like, that's, I think, where teams need to be, where they understand exactly how they're going to respond to different bans that may come out, because you can't really be confident that you'll be able to bring the exact setup that you want to bring, but you may be able to bring that setup with a minor change here that still allows it to run effectively to counter whatever your opponent might bring.
Yeah, this is two teams that we haven't really seen in the top 3 before, and certainly not in a winners bracket final. Let's take a look at some of the pilots maybe that are on these teams. Have a look at the summaries, if you will, Mr. Production Crew. Here we are. Okay, so Fraternity, 53 pilots have flown with the Fraternity team over the years. Some of them with a significant amount of experience. 22 rounds means 22 matches played. If you think that if a team goes, say, 0-2, then they're only going to play in 2 matches, that would be more than 10 alliance tournaments if you just went 0-2. So clearly, to get these kind of numbers, you have to be winning enough to keep making your way through and get into some of these like best ofs where you really start to see the numbers increase. That's why we see pilots like Casper24 from Truth.Honor.Light hitting something like 70 plus rounds played. He's been playing for a long time with a number of top teams, so constantly hitting those best ofs. So Frat here on the right, you can see who they've had to go through to get where they are today. Bright Side of Death, No Vacancies, Odin's Call, and Hidden Leaf Ninja Village. So pretty decent set of teams they had to go through. Previously, they've been knocked down by teams like The Network, Little Triggered, and Barcode, which I find somewhat ironic because Barcode haven't actually played since Alliance Tournament 16, and yet here they are again against Fraternity. Let's take a look at Barcode. So, as I mentioned, they haven't played since 2016. They took a bit of a sabbatical. Maybe not as directly experienced in terms of the number of rounds played for some of these pilots, but still by no means newbies. 15 rounds, 13 rounds, that's a pretty solid number of matches played. They've only competed in 2 Alliance tournaments. They competed in Alliance Tournament 16, where obviously they lost to go out, because that's what happens in a double elimination. And they've won 9 matches, so it's a really, really good performance from this team. And you can see on that right there, of their last set of matches, the only team they actually lost to was an elimination match to the Tuskers. Misty?
I was just going to say, I hope it's not a repeat of what we see on the right side there, where they beat Fraternity and then lose to Tuskers in the final, because that we might be reusing the script to
time was a flat circle.
Yeah.
I bet you've downloaded the wrong version of the script.
Yeah, we might need to get that checked.
Yeah. Any predictions going into this match then, Misty?
I mean, I'm going to have to support Frat, of course. I'm hoping that Frat are able to pull off a 2-0 here to get themselves into the finals, which I think would be incredibly exciting for the team. Yeah.
It really would be. I love to see fresh blood making it in terms of the teams. I just think personally it's good for the tournament. We have only one of last year's top 4 still remaining, that being the Tuskers, who came 4th last year. Truth.Honor.Light, of course, won last year, and now have gone out 4th. So you never really know. I'm being told we're pretty much ready to go to the arena, and Barcode are bringing their flagship bar guest, so they're listening to CCPB. They're going for the all-in. They're trying to make it through into the finals by taking this to the full 3rd match. So let's hand over to our casters, Jita and Mizir.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the arena. I'm Mist, and with me is Jita. This is like the 2nd match of the best of 3, so if Fraternity wins this one, they are moving on to the finals. But Barcode still have a chance to reach the finals if they take this one. So yeah, Jen, can you tell me about the Frat team?
Yeah, Fraternity here have just taken advantage of the fact that there weren't any bans placed towards this max threat style of composition, so we've got a huge amount of railgun and just general medium gun spam DPS getting ready to be laid out here on this control setup from their opposition in Barcode. The start of this match is going to be crucial here. We're going to try and see all of these medium guns apply to something. Do you think it's going to be the Confessor or the Crucifier?
Well, we're about to see really soon. As they're having the Confessor of Wild Things burning in the meantime. Both teams are like going a bit far away. So yeah, the Confessor is definitely getting primaried. But the Barcode team is like something we haven't really seen much, like an armor tanker with ECM and this armor Stormbringer as well. So they're going all in with the control.
Yeah, you can see there that tracking disruptors are now being spread across almost the entirety of the Fraternity team. All of those long-range weapon systems not being able to really apply, but they are now congregating here in the back corner of the arena, maybe potentially looking to use an MJD player, because they do seem like they are gathering around that beacon there, Miz.
Yeah, it could look like they're going for that micro jump drive play. We've actually seen a lot this year people going for it, so I'm really loving it. At the same time, it looks like the Barcode team are using the Stormbringer and the smart bombs from the Barcode to clear off these drones. But the drones are not going to be a vital thing of the Fraternity team this time.
There we go. There's the MJDs started. It looks like they're trying to go in behind and land on top of the Aneros. Oh, look at that. That's a beautiful play here for Fraternity. They're right on top of that Aneros. They should be able to land and scran him. And if they do, all of that E-War from the Barcode team is no longer going to be enough to protect them.
But they're going for the Blackbird of Pasty White Devil instead. So that Blackbird can jam things off the Aneros. So it's a good call to get rid of the Blackbird first. But at the same time, Second Navy ship of Scion is taking armor damage, so they might trade the ship for this move.
Yeah, but that DPS bar for Fraternity is only going to continue climbing up and up and up as they adjust burn in here. None of the Barcode tackle is in position to screen them off. It looks like it might be Neuromancer here in the Tengu as the second primary potentially for Fraternity.
Yeah, it's definitely good to get that Tengu off the field to give you the freedom so they can't like force you with rams. But it looks like they're actually going for the Oneos instead. Maybe being comfortable, they can take it out without having to get rid of the Tengu first.
Yeah, Barcode is firing back some DPS here, testing the tank of the Execra Navy issue of Siron, but clearly deciding that's not the right way to go, going for alternative Muv-Love now. That's going to be so much EHP for them to burn through. Barcode have a real uphill struggle here as Sid the Kid, it bounces around mid-armor here, just burning through all those Ansil charges. Do you think there's any way for Barcode to disengage from this, Miz?
It's going to be extremely hard. They usually have to kill something fast. Looks like the Oneos of Copper CN is like far away in Narnia, so it might be a little bit miscalculation of the micro jump drive move. But at the same time, taking out the Oneos of the Barcode team, so this is really looking bad for Barcode. And it looks like Fraternity is going to make it to the finals. Like, who would have expected this?
Yeah, nobody really. Fraternity obviously not. They've put in decent runs in previous tournaments, but this is going to be by far one of the highest placements they've ever had in the Alliance tournament history here, as it looks like there's a desperation play now from Barcode trying to kill Copper CN in that Aneros. They might be able to do it because that Barguest, it is a officer Barguest. It's going to be able to reach out for an incredibly long range with its scrams, and it's going to have a huge amount of DPS, but Neuromancer in the Tengu finally dropping here.
Yeah, so one thing in the Confessor did manage to catch the Oneos of Copper CN, and we had the Loki from Florida, Canada moving towards the Oneos, but looks like they're actually disengaging from the Oneos, going for another target. They've given up trying to take it out. Looks like they're going for the Chaos of Darkness Ever. One of the people that have joined the Fraternity team alongside with Fubuki Waifu, so these are like some of the really good people. I believe they actually got fourth in the Captain's Cup, so these are some of the pilots that have been joining the Fraternity team and really kicking up their play, and they've been paying off for them.
Absolutely, and you just have to take into account how difficult it is to pull off an MJD play like that. If you've never had the and
that flagship Bargus is getting shredded, absolutely shredded. This is amazing. I'm going to see this kill mail. Maybe they have taken some of the loot from the Truth.Honor.Light Bargus, so this could be extremely expensive. Remember to loot it, everyone.
There we go. That's it. That is game, set, and match pretty much for Fraternity. 2-0ing this series and just crushing Barcode incredibly authoritatively.
Yeah, I was actually not entirely sure if Fraternity could execute the match threat setup this well, since it's not really something they've been fielding that much, but they're absolutely shown that they know how to use this comp and executing an extremely good micro jump drive play, so they're definitely going to deserve that spot in the finals. They have earned it, and I love seeing this stuff, and I'm going to be rooting for Fraternity. I've never expected to say this out loud, but I'm going to do it because these people are amazing and been showing they deserve some prizes.
Yeah, it's a true underdog story here for Fraternity as they take it away. And from that, it's let's head back to the studio because Barcode have been scanned out.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Rain, are you in an armor vagabond or something?
No, I've got XLSP.
And polarized guns or what?
Fraternity, they're taking the series 2-0, knocking Barcode finally down into the lower bracket. Barcode are not out. We will see them again. They will go up against the Tuskers in another best of 3 to see if they can claw their way back to the finals. This is going to be a bit of a grueling run for them. They have lost their flagship as well now. That Barghest that was fielded did go down. Fraternity, though, still have their flagship, and they are now on into the grand final. So the worst they can do now is go second overall in Alliance Tournament 19. That's pretty spectacular. I think not many people would have predicted this going into Alliance Tournament, that we would see some of these teams in the top 4. Fraternity in a 2-0 sweep over Barcode. Excellent performance all around from them. I'm waiting to see that flagship come up. I'm assuming it's going to be kind of expensive. We talked about this earlier, CSPB, about how with flagships the teams can loot them. So quickly explain to me the concept of flagships.
So the flagship is the only ship that you can guaranteed bring even if it's banned out, and you're allowed to kind of pimp it, as we say, which means you can put, you know, strong long-range webs onto something that has an even better bonus to it, like a Vindicator. Or like there are ships that, as we say, pimp really well, which means that good modules, expensive modules, they will work extremely well on those ships. That's what a flagship is. And if you kill it, you can then loot these good modules, very often officer modules, and put them on your own flagship.
Yeah, this does take place on Tranquility. So, you know, sometimes we see a team kill a flagship and then they specifically hold damage on maybe the last ship in the enemy team, so they have longer to go loot the wreck, make sure they get everything. The other team might be trying to do things like denial. We saw teams shoot wrecks before. We've seen teams try and boundary violate their flagship. Yes.
Not the flagship, but as the flagship died, the other guy they were leaving alone just boundaried real quick.
Yes, like to trying to deny the ability to loot it, to reduce the power creep of the other team. So as soon as that flagship kill mail is available, we'll take a quick look at it. I'm also joined on the desk by a new phrase, Brett Thomas. How are you today?
I'm doing great, thank you.
So tell me about your role here at Alliance Tournament 19.
So far, I've been a behind-the-scenes role. I've been usually what we call in the industry an observer. So I've been doing the cameraman. You can see some of the explosions I've been doing behind me. So what my job specifically, because this year we have 3 cameramen, that's why we've seen 3 camera slots. We've saw the long-range far back shot, we've saw a medium kind of action shot, and then we have my job, which is getting a lot of the stripped of the UI explosions. These are all the fanciful stuff that really make for some good buzz reel, some really nice images that do really quite well when we show them off.
Yeah, I think it's really cool that as soon as a match ends, we can just have this little like highlight reel. It's like 20-30 seconds long, that you see you know, some really cool explosions. I mean, Eve, it's a 20-year-old game, but it just continues to just look phenomenal, and being able to show that off, not just generic clips, but clips from the match we just saw, I think is it just kind of elevates the production a little bit. I mean, some of these shots, Brett, are phenomenal. Like looking at this Guardian just spiraling off into an explosion. So fantastic job there. I've been told we can quickly look at the Bargas kill mail, and it looks like it's a bit of a doozy. Let's have a quick peeky. Okay, so 64 billion ISK, not Icelandic kroner. That would be a lot of money. This is in fact interstellar credits from the game EVE Online. So those Estimel's modified launchers that are in the high slots, 2 of those I am 100% sure came from the Truth.Honor.Light flagship, which was fit with them, because the other officer launchers are not the same. They are Vespas across the board. Oh, there's a third Estimel's there. My apologies. So 3 Estimel's launchers, 3 Vespas. So that added a huge chunk of value. Each of those launchers are worth approximately 8.5 billion ISK pair. Then we see a really nice modified damage control as well. So a very respectable flagship. But I mean, Brett, what do you think that these teams are thinking there? They're still in. They're into a loser bracket final against the Tuskers, who do have their flagship.
Well, I think throwing their flagship in that situation, in that match, they brought it out as an option to say, we need to pull back here. If we do go through and this flagship dies, but we win the match, we've got a bonus. We're through to the final of the best of 3 and can work our way into the best of 5. But with losing your flagship, you've really got to realise that now you've got to dig deep and focus on the fact that you've got a best of 3 followed by a best of 5. So worst case scenario, you have 8 matches coming up over the next couple of hours. You've really got to focus on not stressing out too much and getting all of your ships and comps pre-ready, so you don't have that scramble in the 15 minutes between when your match setups and your captain is suddenly contacted by the GMs.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be hard for them. They've gone undefeated throughout the tournament. They knocked down last year's defending champion Truth.Honor.Light in weekend 1 in a fantastic upset, which allowed them to get those extra modules. Now they've just lost 2 in a row for their first losses of the tournament, and they've lost their flagship. So they're really going to be at the back foot. And as you say, Brett, they're going to have this potentially big series of matches to go through. And that best of 3 went 2-0, which means obviously we don't play the last match. That would just be kind of pointless. But the rest of the schedule compresses down for the sake of viewership. So it's not as if they get to then have that break. They are going to be on it immediately. They have to just take those losses, throw them out of their mind and go, okay, now we're facing the Tuskers. You know, hopefully they've spent last night kind of doing research over all the different teams that they were going to be potentially flying against today, looking at what they like to bring, what they like to ban, and sort of starting to build their comps up around that. But I'm sure they would have much preferred to go straight into the finals. Fraternity, though, they get to sit back for a good hour or so, probably a little bit longer, and wait to see who they will face in the grand final. Is it going to be Barcode or is it going to be the Tuskers? We'll find that out. But we are going to go for a short break so we can get things set up for our next segment. So stick around and we'll see you then. Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 19. I am CCP Overload, joined again by moderator and CCP Kestrel as we head into our next best of three. 3 teams remain. We said goodbye to Truth.Honor.Light. They were at 4th place in Alliance Tournament 19 just earlier on today. Tuskers moving forward to see if they can defeat Barcode, who were knocked down to the elimination bracket by Fraternity, who took a 2-0 sweep in the winners bracket final. We can see here the 3 teams remaining, 2 flagships remaining as well. Barcode sadly perished in a tragic space accident. The Tuskers Co with their Armageddon Navy issue and Fraternity with their Vindicator, both still alive. So we'll see if those flagships being alive are going to help them, especially now Barcode going up against the Tuskers. Moderator, you got to think they might have preferred to maybe not feed their flagship last round.
Yeah, it felt like they might have definitely second or triple guessed themselves. Myself and some of the other analysts in the green room were kind of wondering what was going on. Barcode definitely brought a setup that was a little bit more out there, and sometimes you can go out so far outside the box that you are no longer within the boundary of what is a comp that really makes sense. There's some things that you can do uniquely with a flag bar guest that doesn't work with other setups, but when you kind of lose against a very common setup that Fraternity brought and they just out-comp you like that, you kind of have to wonder what's going on.
CCP Kestrel, what do you think about the matches we've seen today? Tuskers defeating Truth.Honor.Light and Fraternity defeating Barcode.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic that we're going to see like different teams in the finals this year. Like the Tuskers are a team that they won 80-14, and then they've always kind of just been like a great team. I think they've kind of had some of the harder like brackets in the other tournaments, but it's good to see them maybe make a comeback. Maybe this will be this year, the year where they'll get another name on the monument, as you can see.
Yeah, if we can cut to the wide shot, you can see this is the Alliance Tournament Monument in Monarch. This is on Tranquility. You can go visit this in the high-sec system of Monarch. There is the great, I guess, the goddess of Alliance Tournament. I'm not really sure. There's probably some lore that I'm not aware of in the center. And then all around, there are plinths for every winner of every tournament back to Alliance Tournament 1. We see Band of Brothers there. We see Pandemic Legion from back in the day. The Tuskers from Alliance Tournament 14, as mentioned. Vidra Reloaded, who won a couple. That is Tempest Calcif, who won the Alliance Open, and then, of course, Truth.Honor.Light from last year. So the winning team of Alliance Tournament 19 will get their logo emblazoned upon that monument. It could be a new team this year. It could be Fraternity. We could see a panda adorning the monument in Monarch. Tuskers could get a second one. Or it could be Barcode with their, I think, a curse in their one. So all to play for, really. I'm actually super excited about this set of 3. Mod, what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, this is just a great storyline. We have kind of Vordak, Halliger, Wild Things, basically a bunch of players who had historically had some association with kind of the Goran Clade, what is now kind of the holding corp with Truth.Honor.Light. A lot of those guys just didn't play the game for a few years. It's kind of been a running joke that people try to get Vordak Halliger to come back. He shows up for like 2 or 3 scrims, and then he quits because he's just not ready for the full dedication and everything you need. But talking to Sid the Kid, who I'd interviewed, it seemed like you had him back, you had Wild Things back, and I'm like, oh, they're actually serious about it. And I picked them actually in kind of a pre-show thing that we had going on as a team that I felt could be a dark horse and go deep. And I'm glad to be proven right, because they're going to be a top 3 team at the very least this year. And it's good to see them come back, 3 years later and come top 3.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the team compositions for these 2 teams that are about to go head-to-head in this best of 3 Barcode versus the Tuskers. So the Tuskers, 61 people have flown with them over the years, and you can see it's a lot of matches they've played in. 66 matches, 46 wins and 20 losses. Some very experienced pilots. Electronicus was their long-time logistics pilot. He's, I believe, retired as a Sully, although he still runs the Tuskers. Skylar, though, we do see on-field in the matches this year, so he's definitely still hanging around. And I mean, like I said, that's a pretty solid win-loss ratio. You mentioned, Mod, they won Alliance Tournament 14 against Pandemic Legion in a nail-biting final. And then look at the teams that they've lost against on the right. It is just good teams. White Flag are this year's practice partner with Truth.Honor.Light. They lost against Truth.Honor.Light last year, and Odin's Call as well. Those were the top 2 teams last year. So not a team that drops to weak teams. And we just saw them knock Truth.Honor.Light out of the tournament. So a super experienced team, definitely back on the rise. Let's take a quick look at Barcode now. So Barcode, you mentioned this. It's mainly built around Vordak, Sid the Kid, and a couple of the other wild things. Smaller number of people have flown for them, but 9 wins to 4 losses. 2 of those coming just moments ago in that best of 3 against Fraternity. Prior to that, they hadn't actually lost a match since the last tournament 16.
Yeah, they hadn't even played since Alliance Tournament 16, and this is almost a bit of a grudge match because we can see on the screen that they actually did knock down Fraternity, albeit that version of Fraternity is a completely different team than what we're seeing now. So Fubuki Waifu and Remeline have built an entirely kind of new core with some of some of this Chinese super team, and if you would have told me at the beginning of this tournament, hey, I think that they're going to come from winners final, and not only are they going to win, they're going to 2-0 their competition, and it's going to be Barcode, I'd have told you that you were absolutely insane. But here they are proving us wrong, showing that, these Chinese players, they belong on Tranquility. They're here to stay, and they're here to make a name not just for themselves, but for block alliances still being relevant in the tournament in 2023.
Yeah, it's awesome to see. Let's take a quick look at the bans now for this matchup, the first of this best of 3. So there are no Conquest bans at this point. Barcode banning out the Balgorn, the Barghest, the Zarmaz, and the Widow. Tuskers banning out Curse, Pilgrim, Arbitrator, and Sentinel. So CCP Kestrel, Tuskers really saying we don't want to see any form of weapon disruption here.
Yeah, it's really interesting, especially since the Tuskers have bought comps that either use weapon disruption, like we saw their double Pilgrim comp that lost to White Flag, but we've also seen them utilize like drones, so them banning out TDs is kind of interesting. A Barcode banning out the Zarmads, the Balgon, the Barghest, and Widows, taking away a lot of top heavy comps. So
I find it interesting, Mod, that they're banning out the Barghest, which was their flagship until just moments ago. It is now, resting in pepperoni. What do you think about this? Is this specifically because they've lost their flagship, you think?
Yeah, I think that's probably a good part of it, but also kind of note, we see a Balgorn ban. We saw that Mystical Might for all of this last forever. Now I finally get to say that we thought until very recently that Balgorn bans were bad, but if Barcode is banning it against Tuskers, they must have seen something, or they're very afraid of a specific comp. Widow makes sense to me as well as a ban against Tuskers, just because if there's a team out there that's going to have an absolutely kind of wild card curveball ECM setup that's going to take you out, it would be Tuskers. They're very much known for that. Interesting to see here, though, that we have a Pilgrim ban and not a Crucifier ban. That's the only TD bonus ship that's currently alive. Understandably, maybe they're saying, hey, if you bring, a Tech 1 frigate that's made out of paper, we're prepared for that, but we're not prepared to deal with a Pilgrim.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I'm very excited to see what these teams choose to bring. I'm just taking a quick look at Twitch chat to see what's going on with everyone's channel points. So Tuskers currently the odds-on favorite, 1.5 million channel points to 562,000. Remember, you can bet those channel points. You can redeem them for awesome Galnet skins. And if you are some of the members in this cast, you can lose them all spectacularly betting for the wrong team continuously. But also, there's Twitch drops. Make sure you get your accounts linked up, eveonline.com/Twitch, to get some pretty cool things. But I believe it's time for our first match of the Tuskers versus Barcode with the Basilisk and Fear Vina.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the arena. I am the Basilisk, joined by Fear Vina for this match between Barcode and the Tuskers, lower bracket final. So third place for the loser of this best-of-3 series, a step back into the final for the winner. Barcode obviously going to be hoping to extend their day to an exorbitant number of matches. That's not even a word. 10, 11 matches on the trot. Fear, what do you think about these two matchups? It looks pretty similar from what we're seeing on grid here.
Yeah, it's Pseudodad versus Pseudodad, but importantly, there's an EOS and or a Diva from the side of Barcode. This is very similar to what they've brought before. They prefer the Redivo and Pseudodad, and it's worked out very well for them. Meanwhile, Tusker is a more traditional one. Astartes, Absolution, so they've got links in two, or bonus links, I should say, in two of their battlecruiser-sized ships. And, of course, the Navy Executors and Navy Augurs from both these sides. Tusker's going for the double Deacons, so they're going to have a little bit less tank, but they have a bit more DPS, as you can see from the attack bar once the drones go out. But at the time, for the time being, it looks like both these teams are just going to run into each other. We've seen this a lot of times in Pseudodad v Pseudodad. Just run in and go for the throat, and the Rediva is the primary from the Tuskers, while the Navy Exec of VLD is the primary for the side of Barcode.
Yeah, and Dr. Liberal Dumbass is trying his best to run away, but he gets absolutely shot out of the sky there. He absolutely, from the start, just immediately burned away while the rest of the teams burned towards each other, but it didn't seem to help. He just got absolutely obliterated there. They are trading damage back onto VLD Rom, who I noticed did like a little bait maneuver at the start where he pushed forward and then quickly turned around to draw aggro, but he's actually kind of catching reps here, and unless they can make a Logi trade or make some other significant trade early stages in the match, it's going to quickly swing in Tusker's favor here. They are now making their way through this Navy Executor of Redek.
Yeah, I liked saying in Pseudodad v Pseudodad matchups that it basically always devolves into a brawl. You don't have better range control unless you have some sort of E-War. Both these teams are relatively E-War light, except for the Crewer, and from the side of the Tuskers that they brought with the long-range webs. Some damage going on in the Navy Brutix for both these teams, as the Navy Exec of Still Redek was able to get away from the Tuskers' guns. This Navy Brutix of JJ Yakin is probably going to be the first one to go down, but Sid the Kid is going to follow right after.
Yeah, both those teams sort of realizing similar things there. They both shot at the Navy XX and realized, well, they can just burn away. They're super fast, super agile. And they both did get away, but then they immediately both switched to the Navy Brutix. Now we see the Oracle of Coconut Water. That seems to be his favorite ship because he comes in it pretty much every time that Barcode field this gun spam. He's in the Oracle. He is going to go down here. And this is looking like it's swinging pretty heavily in favor of Tuskers here. That Oracle goes down. That's a lot of damage. They do have more damage in these cruiser-sized ships with the two Navy Augurs, but still Redek, without the Logi, he's, still in low armor. He's coming back in to try and do some damage, but immediately, as soon as he comes back in, they're putting damage on him again. And the two Deacons are untouched on the Tuskers side.
Yeah, and importantly, there are DPS bots out from the Tuskers, but Logi bots are out, actually from both these teams, but there are a lot of Logi bots coming in from Barcode, and they were trying to save the Navy Exec with that. I think a lot of teams have been preferring damage bots, but as we see, there are a lot of red damage bots out there from Barcode, a lot of blue damage bots out there from the side of the Tuskers, and really, when you see Logi bots being used, I feel like that's wasted DPS in these DPS race types matchups, which I always say is like Shield Rush. I mentioned it a couple times before as Wild Things goes down. Tuskers snowballing this in their favor, going straight for the Logi headshot, making that work for them, and they will go up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, I think this is a situation where having these Logi frigates is really powerful, because we've seen a bunch of teams don't really seem to like bringing any sort of ranged webs, except for Tuskers, who, again, I noted yesterday, they've done it again today. They've brought this Crew in their gun spam setup. So if they come up against Logi frigates, they have those webs to apply to frigates. Obviously, on the other side, the Rodiva not really going to be able to, well, I mean, as we saw, he tried burning away immediately, but he couldn't really tank this gun spam comp. There's just so much damage applied onto him. So, I mean, Tuskers with the Logi frig setup here, it seems to be the more powerful option in this setup. And I mean, thinking forward in the rest of this best of three, Tuskers, as we noted before the match, Tuskers still have their flagship and Barcode don't. So although Tuskers won't be able to use any of the ships in this setup for the next match of this best of three, with the Navy Geddon, you can expect them to bring something totally different for the next match. Maybe two Thalias, maybe an Oneros, a Guardian. These ships, while they are interchangeable mostly within this setup, for other setups, you maybe don't really want a Navy Prophecy, Navy Brutix, Astartes. So like I noticed, for example, they haven't used an EOS, which I mean has obviously been a very, very popular setup both in drone comps and indeed in Barcode's gun spam setup. But Tusker's saying, well, if we win this, we can still use the EOS in the second match with maybe a flagship drone setup or something like that.
Yeah, and the Navy Geddon, they're one of the teams I've been preferring a full Newt Geddon, so that would be a drone Navy Geddon. I wouldn't be surprised if they have the Officer Rapid Heavies and the Officer Pulses as well, just in their hangars if they need them. But much like, I think, Paper Numbers, which is a team that they faced earlier in a matchup that a lot of us were looking forward to earlier in the tournament, they do prefer the full Newt flagship Navy Geddon. So we'll see if they use that the next time. There's something to be said about potentially saving that because you're already up 1-0 in the series for either a game 3 or trying not to use it until you get to the grand finals, because Fraternity still has their flagship, and with only 2 teams remaining with flagships in the tournament, you want every little advantage or equalization factor as you can get in the grand finals, which of course is a best of 5 as opposed to the best of 3 that we are casting right now. Last one remaining from Barcode is this Punisher of Jiang's Wine. GFs have been called in local. We have about 5 minutes left as this Punisher is being chased down. Any further comments on this match?
Yeah, no, I think you might be right. The Tuskers, I mean, the ball's in their court, right? Like, they can choose to say, do you want to bring this flagship and secure this win, or do you want to bring this flagship and, you know, maybe you risk running into a meat grinder sort of setup that Barcode might bring that just devours a flagship. They might still lose, but obviously then you're in a worse position for the grand final. So, obviously 1-0 up, the advantage is obviously in Tuskers' favor here as the match goes their way. But we'll just have to wait and see what they do in the next match. Let's send it back to the desk and break that one down.
Do we ever use boosters in Doctrines?
Take boosters all the time, man. I'm high as a kite right now.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh yes. We're in a good headspace now.
Goons, like you say, there's such a huge group in the game that they can easily just do their own internal practices if they wanted to. They can easily get 20 pallets, I'm sure. The Tuskers now firmly in control of their route back to the winners bracket, sorry, the grand final with their win there over Barcode. They go up 1-0 on the series. They had that under control the whole time, moderator. It looked just super easy, super controlled. It looked like Barcode were just kind of on the back foot. What happened?
Yeah, so the VLD was the initial primary for Barcode. That was the Navy Executor on the Tuskers side. Meanwhile, Tuskers had Frigology, and they primaried the Rumor Diva on the side of Barcode. And one of the problems you can run into is that if you're VLD and you just burn away, he overheated. We saw him just go into near the arena, just off in Narnia. Barcode wasted so much time trying to kill him, and they didn't even get him. The Frigology just repped him up. And what that means is you've effectively wasted 30, 40 seconds if you're Barcode. You've already lost your logistics. Tusker still has theirs, and now the kind of the DPS race, the math just doesn't lean in your favor, and we saw that just kind of snowball throughout. Barcode was still able to kill a ship here and there on the side of Tuskers, but I mean, Tuskers took that very, very cleanly, just out-executing on the whole.
Yeah, they won, and the match was over almost 2-3 minutes in. Tuskers never really looked like they were concerned in that one. Of course, again, these are best of 3, so Tuskers now essentially with the match point, as it were. If they win the next match, they're into the grand final against Fraternity. Barcode now lost 3 on the bounce. I mean, CCP Kestrel, this is going to be pretty tough for them to come back from 3 in a row now.
Yeah, it must be rough trying to pick yourself up from having 3 losses in a row, potentially looking into like losing 4 games in a row. I know that's happened to Pandemic Legion before, going into the final bracket in the Alliance Tournament 13, where they lost to Camel, then they lost to Hydra. Well, they lost to Hydra, then they lost to Camel. So, but they're experienced pilots, so I'm sure they'll be able to bring themselves back up.
Yeah, this is the moment where they really have to just throw everything that's happened away and be like, okay, we lost. We need to just put it out of our minds, calm down, get ourselves composed, and they'll already be having conversations with the refs for the bans for the next match. That match is going to be in less than 20 minutes. So you have to go from losing, and likely what was happening a team like this, once it was very clear that they were going to lose this match, they will have probably been talking during that match about their strategies for the next one. They'll already be talking about bans. They'll just be flying around, not really caring at that point anymore what's happening. The match is over. Let's start using all the time we have available to think about our next one. Moderator, is that what's going on, or are they molding somewhere?
So there are a kind of couple different ways that this can go down. There are some people who they get to this kind of level, your emotions are riding high, and you see this in plenty of other games where people either they tilt hard and they say, oh, we're down, 3 games in a row. How are we going to bring, it back and win 2 straight? And from there on out, this is what separates basically, contenders from champions, is you have to have that mental fortitude to say, okay, that match before is behind us. We're done. We're going to go into the next match. We're going to prepare. We're going to put our best foot forward. We're not going to tilt. We're not going to get overly emotional. We're going to be prepared. We're going to be 100% mentally there for the next game. Frankly, some people are just not capable of doing that. We've seen that be an issue with a number of teams. I won't call out specific names, but I think that's what you have to do right now if you're Barcode.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely going to be rough for them, but they just gotta do it. Gotta power through and see if they can pull this back. If they can win here, they'll push it to the 3rd match, and then they'll have an opportunity to take that as well and secure their place in the grand final. If they drop now, then that is it. They will exit, but they will take 3rd place in Alliance Tournament 19, which is pretty cool. I mean, they're going to get lots of ships, they're going to get lots of skins, so they're certainly going to be pleased with their run, I'm sure, getting to top 3 when they return from Alliance Tournament 16. Now, one of the ships we saw used there by a couple of pilots was the Navy Executor. Let's take a quick look at the profile of that ship. This is one of the ships this year that is point discounted, so it means that it costs less points than normal. The Galente Federation, the sponsor of this year's Alliance Tournament, so a number of the Navy ships are reduced, and you can see the meteoric rise in the Executor Navy issue, which came along last year in Alliance Tournament 18. CCP Kestrel, what caused the sudden rise in this ship here?
Yeah, so the Navy X-Crow is one of the Navy ships that we actually did a balance pass in Uprising, and it got significantly better than it was before. We took away one of the guns, but we merged the 2 damage bonuses it had into one bigger damage bonus, so it now has more damage than it has before, with way better fittings because it only has to fit 4 guns instead of 5, has a utility high. We also gave it a mass reduction bonus as well as a fall-off bonus, so it has better projection than it did. It moves a lot faster than it did, especially in the plated setup, so it has just got so much stronger since Uprising, and that's why we're seeing so many teams pick it. It was very popular in AT18 when it was the 7 points, and now that it's discounted to 6 points, it's way more popular because of that reason.
Yeah, it got banned a lot as well this year. It's one of those ships that's sort of a ban it or bring it. Moderator, when we talk about ban it or bring it, like what's that really mean?
Yeah, so it basically means that at least in these max threat comps we've been seeing, because like Satonia, CCP Kestrel now was saying, the ship in fact is harder, better, faster, stronger, just like Daft Punk said. So what ends up happening is that when you're building compositions, you're saying, okay, I have 100 points to build everything from the ground up. You have a max threat comp and you say, this ship is 6 points, but it really feels like it's doing 7, maybe 8 points of utility. And because it has so much projection, it's very fast. Even if it doesn't have a lot of HP, it has the mobility to get itself out of trouble in situations, which is why we saw, VLD Nero Name in the last match just basically burn out of range of the side of Barcode. And if you can do that effectively with the changes made in Uprising, where it's become incredibly popular, that's why you'll bring it.
Yeah, well, they won't be able to bring it in the next match because, as I mentioned earlier on, these best-of series do have conquest bans, so the Tuskers are not able to bring a number of ships that they fielded last match. They are not able to bring the Mauler, the Kruger, the Absolution, the Deacon, the Brutix Navy issue, the Astarte, the Executor Navy issue, and the Prophecy Navy issue. CCP Kestrel, it feels like there's still a lot of variations of that comp that the Tuskers would still be able to bring here.
Yeah, we spoke about this. Like, there's still a few good battle cruisers that you can bring. You can still bring the Harbinger Navy issue. You still have Vexor Navy issue that we've seen people sub in. The Augurer Navy issue. We've seen some teams run Omen Navy issue. There's also like the Shield version that we've seen too, with like Feroxes, Vultures, Tengus, that kind of stuff. So they could still bring it. I think it would be weaker because you're limited to bringing the Thalia. And if Barcode really doesn't want to see it, they could just, take away just one more ship in the banning phase, and they can guarantee that Tuskers can't bring it, and they could also maybe keep it open for themselves too.
Yeah, moderator, what do you think we might see from these two teams here? This is going to be the final attempt from Barcode. They can't lose this now.
So I feel if you're on the side of Tuskers, you still have a couple key things that are somewhat open. You can still bring a drone comp. Critically, that's what happens when you still have things like Vexor open. You still have things like Ishtar open. We've seen them use that to varying levels of success throughout the event. You've got that open. You still have your flagship Armageddon Navy issue, which will dodge a ban, of course. Barcode doesn't have theirs, so if I'm Tuskers, if I have the availability with bans, I probably bring that flagship because it's worth it at this point. Just get yourself into the grand final. Even if you have to sack it to get the win, it's 100% worth it just because of the massive amount of ships that you're going to get going from third to second, and then you can, deal with that come as may in the grand final.
Okay, so before we go to that, that match is scheduled about 12 minutes from now. You sat down with some members of Barcode and had a little discussion. So let's hear from you now, moderator.
I'm feeling amazing. My name is Moderator. I am snuffed out. Way back in the day, I used to be part of Camel Empire and X because that's how I got into the tournament scene and then casting for these lovely people. Chicken? Pretty good, a little spicy. I'm sure the heat's going to turn up a little bit, but so far so good. A good friend of mine who I played RuneScape with at the time convinced me to play EVE Online. He gave me some ISK at the time so I could plex my account, and then kind of eventually paid him back when I learned the game and learned what to do. But this was in, I think, March of 2012, so I've been here for a little over 11 years now, and I've been loving it. Chicken's pretty good. It's getting a little bit spicier, a little bit hotter, but I think we can keep up so far. Probably coming in as an Alliance tournament winner. I actually do have a gold medal with my time in Tuskers. I've actually won some prize money way back in the day when the New Eden Open was a thing, and I used to lead X as the captain and have a medal, bronze, from way back in the day. So, but probably my proudest accomplishment is being able to cast the tournament and being able to be here with the EVE crew and make sure that the EVE player base can enjoy the tournament as much as we all do. Chicken's excellent. You know what? Honestly, I think it'll probably be Mystical Might or BBP. Probably BBP because he likes to play like really hard and tough. But secretly, I think he's going to get hit with the fire of the sauce, and he's going to crumble. Chicken's excellent. Got to get the spice and seasoning all around my mouth, get the full flavor of it. Ooh, spiciest prediction, even spicier than this chicken. I think that so far, Barcode is upsetting people pretty hard. I don't think we'd see, Darkside and Truth.Honor.Light both being in the lower bracket, and one of them going out this early. We've seen people get run over pretty hard, but high key, I think that Barcode, maybe White Flag, are the dark horses of this tournament, and anyone underestimating them, do so at your own peril. Love the chicken, love the spice. I'm gonna take another bite, that's how good it is.
Production crew there with the 10,000 IQ playing moderator, eating some chicken, and talking about Barcode as we're about to talk about Barcode. Gigabrain move. Mod, how was the spice for you there?
Oh, it was pretty good. I want to say that Thai sauce, I'm going to get it as soon as I get home. It was excellent. Got to put that on tacos, whatever I can, because it's absolutely amazing. But not as spicy as the interview and matches we'll have coming up next.
Exactly. So let's talk about Barcode with moderator as we go to the interview with Barcode. Let's go to that now.
I'm Sid the Kid 100, or Sid. I've been playing the game since I was a teen in 2009, off and on, but I got introduced to Small Gang outside of Faction Warfare space around AT14 and 15 with groups like Redfire, better known as Mouth Trumpet Cavalry, Sudden Buggery, Hotline K162, Full Broadside, or Big Ab when Big Ab was a small C2 nullsec static alliance, Fight the Blob, which is like the Ghost of Podla's Pass, and then Gorin Clade, and then eventually I ended up in Wilderness, you know, big names like Chesser, Wild Things, and Vordak Caligar for AT16, and the first iteration of our alliance, which is Barcode Alliance, or IIIIIIIII. Our alliance, like many others, is one made almost exclusively for AT, but somehow we've ended up taking Sov and Scalding Pass as a result of us looking for opportunistic TQ content as a summer vacation type deal, kind of like a bit of team bonding down in Scalding Pass while we get to know each other in piloting styles. This is my first year being Alliance Tournament captain. I've had basically no experience captaining any kind of EVE tournament. I recently came back to EVE after a long hiatus right before Captain's Cup, where I kind of hijacked the Curse Local Fauna theory crafting, but now I'm captaining Barcode with a good friend of mine, Necroc, who I met during the last Gorin Clade TQ deployment and on the Curse Local Fauna team. Definitely been a deep learning curve as a first-time captain, trying to set up our guys for the best tourney run that we can make. I'm always learning stuff from other captains or ex-captains and ex-Barcode members, but fresh captain here.
This year, in order to qualify for the main tournament, you had to first beat Test Alliance Please Ignore. How did it feel? People might think Test is a little bit dead, but that core of tournament players has been around for some time.
It was, you know, something that we definitely had in mind when we were preparing for that match. Thankfully, the way the feeders were set up this year, if we won against them, we were into the main tournament. We knew that they had some AT experience. We were pretty confident going into that match, and I think we executed pretty well. It was a good way to kickstart the season officially after a month or two of practicing, and a quick one and done win to get through the main tournament.
Your first matchup will be against the Ancients. How do you feel about that particular spot in the bracket?
That first match is going to be our first live match in the actual AT, so obviously there's a little bit of pressure there, but you know, everyone's looking at round 2, where we'll play the winner of Laserhawks and Truth.Honor.Light, reigning champs, back-to-back champs. We've definitely got our work cut out for us very early in the bracket.
What do you feel are going to be some of the keys to your success?
Playing to our strengths, just doing what we've been practicing. Same as it is for any other team, I would say. Not get too far ahead of ourselves, not get too caught up in our own thoughts, and get on grid and perform.
On the grapevine, it seems like you were one of the teams that is practicing a lot more intensely than some others.
I'll preface this by saying the team is chock full of a lot of rookies who have little to no AT experience. Getting a team of basically rookies up to speed for Tournament Eve, which is very different from TQ Eve, had to put in a lot of time and a lot of effort to get ready. But sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. It's been a journey. It's been a lot of fun.
What do you feel some of the strengths are of your tournament roster?
I would say one of the main strengths of our team is we're a bit of a wild card going to the tournament. Teams, especially outside of the quote-unquote NATZ bubble, don't really know who we are or what we fly, and I think you can't understate how big of a boon that can be for a team. We could be an NATZ dark horse team of Zoomers that power to a podium finish, or we could just be some bozos that are way out of our league. I know we're the former, but other teams will have to find out the fun way.
Do you have any rivals?
I wouldn't presume to say that our rookie team has any rivals, like a team versus team rival per se, but personally, I'm calling out Casper. I'm here to knock his ass out, just like in AT16 when we beat them. An absolute banger of a match in the lower bracket. So yeah, that's me publicly throwing down the gauntlet to him. He said he wanted beef and drama and rivalries in the Bringing Solo Back Discord. Well, it's here and it's on like Donkey Kong.
Casper 24 being put on notice by Sid the Kid.
Awesome interview there, Sid the Kid and moderator. I really wanted to make sure we got that one in because it's so relevant. They talk early on about, you know, they're going to face the winner of Laserhawks and Truth.Honor.Light. That was, of course, Truth.Honor.Light, and a bit of an upset. I believe it was like 90% channel points were all put on Truth.Honor.Light, and Barcode directly calling out Casper 24, one of the members of Truth.Honor.Light, who then got knocked down because of them, where they eventually exited the tournament. Barcode reaching deeper in than their declared rivals. So you'll love to hear it, you'll love to see it, and I think they're going to be super happy regardless of how this next match goes, of their performance this year. You know, they beat the team that they set out to beat, and they got further as well. That's got to be feeling good for the moderator.
Yeah, I mean, like he was saying, you know, either we're going to be like a bunch of bozos that don't make it, or we're going to be a bunch of zoomers that, you know, zoom our way to a podium. And they've already done that. They're going to get top 3. They're going to get, you know, trillions and trillions of ships, and probably enough to give out 1 to each member of their team. You get to this point and you can do that. The question is, are they going to get more ships? Are they going to come back against Fraternity, or are they just going to get dunked here by Tuskers, and is Tuskers going to, you know, try to run it back and make it the 2-time champions?
Let's find out, but let's look at the bans now for this match between Barcode and Truth, the Tuskers Co. Barcode banning out the Talia, the Guardian, the Oneros, and the Curse. Tuskers banning out Guardian, Oneros, Zarmazd, and Blackbird. So all Tech 2 logistics cruisers for armor banned out. Then in our trickle bans, we have a Pilgrim and an Arbitrator for Barcode, and the Tuskers going for Sentinel and Arbitrator. CCB Kestrel, what are you thinking here?
Yeah, so the Thalia ban seems really interesting from Barcode because, of course, Tuskers can't bring the Deacon because they won it before, so they can't bring an Armorlogy setup. And then also Guardian and Neros also takes away a lot of other armor options from the Tuskers, so it's almost pushing them into Shield. The only armor options, of course, are the Rediva and the Zarmad, and the Tuskers ban Zarmad, so their only option really is Rediva, and they also can't bring like the major threat comp, so... But the Tuskers do have the Armageddon Navy issue, but bringing that with just a Rediva might be, you know, a bit of a spicy gambit. We also see just a lot of E-War bans from both sides, but all of those bans seem pretty reasonable. So,
yeah, the Curse, Pilgrim, Arbitrator bans coming in from Barcode. I mean, they know the Tuskers are a team that really enjoys using weapon disruption and E-War against their opponents. So they got that Curse out, and then they took the advantage of those trickle bans to hit a few more that Tuskers have brought. Moderator, do you think that we might see a shield comp here from the Tuskers, or are they going to try and squeeze that Rediva in?
I think we could either see a shield comp, or we could see them do some sort of like a drone setup, like a Logilus drone setup. They've done it before. It was a decent enough-ish comp. You're in that place where you've got so many bans that it's difficult to work anything in, especially with that mini trickle. But we'll see what they do. We're getting close to the match here.
Yeah, we're very close. We can actually hand over to the arena with the casters for this match, the Basilisk and Fraternity.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fraternity, joined by the Basilisk, and on the red side, it is Barcode bringing out the Shield Pseudodad we've been seeing a couple times throughout the tournament, with the Vulture, Sleipnir, various other medium gun spam, but of the Shield variety. And what have Tuskers brought?
Tuskers, as predicted on the desk, have brought a shield comp themselves. They've brought 2 Scorpion Navies, 2 Claymores, and normally we see Tinker setups or pseudo-Tinker setups with 3 battleships and like a Claymore or a Nighthawk or something. With 2 and 2, I'm not sure if that's what this is going to be, if they're going to just cluster up and try and tank and whittle through things with heavy missiles and cruise missiles from the Scorp Navies, or if it's going to be something slightly different. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I mean, good prediction from the desk to say that shield comps are on the table. I mean, obviously so many armor bans, disruption bans. Yeah, that's sort of forced both these teams. And I mean, these 2 comps we haven't really seen a huge amount of so far. So how this is going to go is, you know, quite difficult to predict, in my opinion.
Yeah, and best of 3s are where we see these kinds of creative or maybe more off the wall comps. Now you might be saying, well, Fear, we've seen cruise comps before in the AT. Yes, but also Jaeger Montes gets absolutely deleted.
Bantam is gone.
No, but cruise setups typically do very bad into armor kite setups, like the Pseudodad. But if you predict your team is going, the other team is going to bring some sort of shield kite, cruise becomes a whole lot better, and we're seeing that from Tuskers. They lose both their Logifrags off the start, but they are going through Dr. Liberal Dumbass in the Osprey and potentially this Exec Navy of Steel Reddick. Shield Exec Navies, not very tanky ships, but they do a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, given how quickly those 2 Logifrigates rammed forward, I wonder if they actually had tackle on them as well, and if they were using them as just like 1-point tackle frigates, because, I mean, there wasn't really any intention there to sort of keep anyone up. They just rammed forward with the Skybreaker, and of course, when you've got Jaguar, Skybreaker, and 2 Logifrigates, I mean, okay, they're Tech 1 Logifrigates, they die, but if you get a web on the target, you know, job done for 1 point. And they did manage to take down the Osprey of Liberal Dumbass, so it could be some very interesting theory crafting from Tuskers there if they have indeed used those Burst and Bantam as tackle frigate 1-point options. We'll have to look at the kill mails afterwards. But now, still Redek in the Shield Exec Navy, obviously going to be a very fragile ship. He's going down into Hull here.
Yeah, they've got webs on the Flycatcher and Jaguar, and they've been doing quite a bit of work. Again, then they get the Oxuk down, as well as this Naga, Coconut Water. He was in an Oracle. Now he's in the Shield version of that ship in the Naga. Of course, those large rail guns can be very effective, but still a paper tank ship because he is an assault battlecruiser, and he goes down. And it looks like Tuskers are running away with this one once again, bringing the exact setup they need to into these high SIG battleships or battlecruisers. As I say that though, Mirashiv in his Scorpion Navy issue is down to 30% shield remaining. He's around the natural shield regen point, so if he can pop a couple more ships, he might be able to actually stabilize here if he's got an active rep.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this target calling from Barcode, but I'm not sure what else they would go for. Obviously, Scorp Navy is super tanky, Claymore super tanky, and the rest of their comp is basically Flotsam and Jetsam. I mean, we saw the Burst and Bantam die. Jaguar's going to have ADC, Skybreaker's going to be very tanky, Flycatcher's going to have a lot of EHP, Stormbringer's going to be very tanky. There's not really any appealing targets there, and I quite like that sort of philosophy of building a comp where you say, you know, either we're going to have lots of targets that are really attractive, and it puts the enemy team to say, well, what do we want to shoot? You know, if you have like a Curse and you know, something else, you know, a bunch of Logi, you want to shoot it all at the same time, right? Or you've got what Tuskers have done here, and they say, we've just got a bunch of brick tanks, and you don't really want to shoot any of them, but you got to choose something, right? And they have chosen Mirror Chief. He is going into armor now, but it's going to cost them so much by the time they kill him. Obviously, Scorp Navy, 8 mids, resist bonus, extremely tanky, and even after he dies, there's still going to be another whole Scorp Navy and 2 Claymores themselves, no pushovers to deal with.
Yeah, and it's just going to be 4 medium gunships versus the world as Jiang Zwine goes down in the Raptor. Mirashiv will fall. Sid the Kid 100 hasn't actually been repping up at all with his XLASB. He, of course, has one because he's a Sleipnir, and not having an XLASB on
Well, you would hope he does, but he's still not boosting. He's still not boosting.
I mean, please tell me this isn't a buffer Sleipnir.
It looks like it may be a buffer Sleipnir because he's still not boosting.
Why would you do that? No!
I imagine it has to be artilleries because he's in this medium gun spam comp, in which case I imagine he's quite short on power grid, maybe for an XLASB, and it's forced him into a buffer fit. So,
but like on TQ, you can fly an already XLASB Sleipnir just fine. Like I think Barcode are just sort of, they've just run out of gas here a little bit at the end of the tournament. Obviously Tuskers have been in this position so many years before. You know, they're a perennial top 4, top 6 kind of team, and the stress of playing matches after matches. You know, at the business end of the tournament can really take a mental toll on you. And for Barcode, as they were talking about on the desk, losing 3 on the trot, you start to maybe think, what else have we got in the tank? You know, Tuskers, unpredictable team as we're seeing. You know, we thought maybe they might bring drones with a flagship. Instead, they've gone something totally different and brought 2 Scorp Navies and 2 Claymores. And Barcode have sort of relied quite heavily on gun spam across this tournament. So to come out in the last match, bring gun spam, lose in an almost mirror, they might be left thinking, you know, what actually have we got left? Can we really beat Tuskers? Can we predict Tuskers? I mean, that itself is a very difficult task. I think Tuskers is one of the teams that's very well known for predicting their opponents and out-metaing them, and I think that's what we saw here, right? As I mentioned at the start of the match, cruise setups you typically don't see in armor metas or in armor metas that don't involve armor battleships like we've been having this year, just because cruises don't really apply to the small sig of Navy armor Navy battlecruisers. But here, Shield Navy battlecruisers and even Shield Navy cruisers have sig bloom because they are shield ships and do end up taking a lot of damage from these cruise missiles, especially if you're able to get paints, which we do have quite a bit of on the side of the Tuskers. GFs are already being thrown in local. Tuskers are going to face Fraternity in the grand finals in a pig versus panda matchup. I stole that one, and you can't use it now, Wingnut. Sorry.
But, I mean, while this match does wind down, and this is going to be a 2-0 win for Tuskers as they wrap this up, just to give credit to Barcode, obviously we are going to see Tuskers again now have their moment in the limelight when they either win or lose against Frat. But to come this far for Barcode, to come back from a couple years off and bring themselves to a top 3 finish, 3rd place finish for Barcode is no... It can't be overstated. It's a wonderful achievement for them.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, this is the end for them. So we are going to throw it back to the desk for another break before the grand final between Fraternity and Tuskers.
Scrammed! Help!
Where are you?
Kill the rats! Kill the rats! Kill the rats! Kill the rats!
What are you doing?
They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill them!
Which one's Grammy?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw. Kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this. Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw.
Relax.
Falling claw.
Relax.
I'm gonna die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
Alright. It's dead. Me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then they just got all angry, dude. What the bullshit.
Oh my god.
And with that, the Tuskers move themselves into the grand final of Alliance Tournament 19, where they will face Fraternity after just going 2-0 against Barcode. Barcode will go third overall in Alliance Tournament 19. They have got to be happy with that. They've got to be super proud with that run as well, especially after that interview that we heard from them. It just looks though like Tuskers were on another level compared to Barcode there. We just saw excellent execution. We saw excellent screening. You pointing out, moderator, that the Skybreaker from the Tuskers just dove straight in on top of that Osprey. Talk to me about how that went down for them.
Yeah, so one of the things that Ospreys don't really have a lot of is kind of tank. You sacrifice that going from, you know, the Tech 2 version, the Basilisk, also an excellent commentator. But unfortunately, that Osprey lasted probably less than 12 seconds, also like the Basilisk. That happens because all this heavy missile and cruise damage just gets on top of it. It doesn't have a good way to mitigate that when it's being held down. And once you lose your Logi, you've lost 10 points there. Sure, you kill kind of the Bantam, and I can't even quite remember the name of the other Tech 1 frigate because it did get bursted. We almost never see it, but it's 2 points lost versus, 10. And we saw that the side of Barcode, once that Naga got screened out, had an extreme amount of difficulty really kind of closing and applying damage. And kind of these kiting Sleipnirs, they're just not very good against kind of the Navy Scorpion, which is known for having an extremely powerful tank. It's got 8 mid slots, and then it's got the Kaldari resist bonus per level. You really want kind of a rush setup to be able to break through that. I think a rush setup could have won against that, but unfortunately, they got kited out of the arena by Tuskers.
Yeah, I mean, it's just simply excellent performance by the Tuskers in both of those matches there. I said it when we came back, just kind of on another level. Tuskers looking like they could be really strong contenders. Fraternity as well really performed super well in the matches that they had against Barcode. So now seeing these two teams reach the grand final, Fraternity versus Tuskers, I personally think this one actually could go to all 5. It's going to be really, really hard to tell. CCP Kestrel, back to Barcode briefly, they're going to get a whole bunch of prize ships. Tell me a little bit about those prize ships.
Yeah, so they're going to be getting 16 of the frigates and 16 of the cruisers. The cruiser this year is the Cybele, which is kind of like if you combine a Deimos and an extra Navy issue, and also give it the Lachesis Scram bonus on top of it. So it's super strong. It has Tech 2 resist, it's faster than an extra Navy issue, it has the 100% plate mass bonus, so it's really fast. It's going to have a huge defensive scram or a point, so it's going to be great for rail kiting, or it has a huge armor repair bonus too, if you're more inclined to brawl and make it like a super Deimos with a super scram. So really exciting. And I believe the Cybele has is kind of like a super Utu, has a bit more damage, and it has a bit more range this year than before. It has the kind of like a weaker version of the Interceptor overheating bonus, so you can kind of use it like a Tyrannus, except it also has has like the Tech 2 resistances, assault damage control, and a ton of drones. So really excited for both of these ships.
Yeah, and as CCP Kestrel mentions, Barcode are going to get 16 of each of these, which is great because, I mean, these ships, the cruisers, are going to be worth somewhere like 250 to 320 billion each. So the frigate's probably around like 180 or so. So certainly a nice prize pool for them. They have a relatively small roster, so they're quite likely able to give out at least one to most of their members, maybe sell off a couple and give out ISK as well. So like I mentioned, they're going to be super happy with that. Of course, all top 16 teams actually get prize ships since Alliance Tournament 17. The number of ships has been increased and the distribution goes all the way down to top 16. So just super cool to see more of these ships getting out and about into New Eden. We see some of them flying around doing cool things, and I expect these ones, as CCP Kestrel says, to be seen around. They look like they're going to be pretty strong. Of course, they also get a bunch of really nice skins. They did secure a number of wins on their way to this point, despite dropping the last 4 matches. They went through the winners bracket, so maybe not as many skins as some teams who suffered through the lower bracket. You can see the skins now, but they're certainly going to get a good few of these really sexy skins where they can apply to a number of the Navy ships. And honestly, I just think they look amazing. I think they're some of my favorite victory skins we've put out for some time. And these are going to be somewhere like 3 to 5 billion ISK each as well. So certainly an awesome. And Moderator's doing the thumbs up. I think they might be going for more. He's nodding vigorously now. So these are certainly very nice little prize pots that Barcode have secured. Of course, the Tuskers and Fraternity are going to get more by virtue of being second and first place. Who will actually take that? We don't know just yet, but we will find out in a little while. We're going to go for a break. We will be back for the grand finals of Alliance Tournament 19 at 18:20, so make sure you stay tuned for that. Overload, once again joined by Blackbird Pirate and Mystical Knight for this upcoming best of 5 between the Tuskers Co. and Fraternity. The Battle of the Beasts, the Boars versus the Pandas. This 2 teams remain. 52 teams started at the beginning of the feeders. 32 made it into the main tournament, 4 with direct invites, the Tuskers being one of them. And now we have just 2 teams. Mystical Knight, did you see this final coming?
Yeah, when we did our fantasy picks or tier list or whatever the hell we want to call it, I picked Frat first. I was laughed at. Who's laughing now?
Everyone with their Twitch channel points in the gutter, I think, is laughing right now. And Blackbird Pirate, what about you? Did you see this final coming here?
No, not at all. I was... Unfortunately, I was kind of on the three-peat bandwagon for Truth.Honor.Light. I did see, I think it was like the second or the third match that Tuskers did. I was like, oh, they're back. Like, they're doing weird things and they're winning with it, and they're doing weird things that nobody else is doing. And if somebody's winning with things no one else is doing, that is like an insanely good sign that they're going to win. Fraternity, again, after the feeders, they actually did such a good job in the feeders. I was like, oh, they're a real team this year. They're here to play. I didn't expect them to make it this far. I was kind of thinking top 6 probably, but here we are.
Yeah, here we are indeed. This is the grand final. Fraternity coming in via the winners bracket. They haven't dropped a single match. Let's see if we can look at the teams that they've played to get here in this tournament. So this is Fraternity's last few matches that they have played. So at the very start of the tournament, they went up against Brightside of Death, a very solid team with some really experienced members, and they won that. No Vacancies, perhaps maybe their easiest in this particular run, but No Vacancies very much improved from previous years, definitely gave them a bit of a push. Odin's Call, last year's second place team, something I think that was where we expected. A lot of people expected Fraternity maybe to get knocked into the lower bracket, but they didn't. They then went up against Hidden Leaf, Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports, who were on a very good run at this point, also in the winners bracket, and they won that as well. And finally they came into the winners bracket final against Barcode, also undefeated then, had knocked defending champions Truth.Honor.Light down. Everyone was like, this is going to be a good one, and then Fraternity comes in and very strongly 2-0 against them. So really solid run from Fraternity. Let's take a look at the Tuskers one now. So the Tuskers had to go through more matches to get there. We can see that they beat Paper Numbers on day 1, but then they dropped to White Flag. Some people refer to White Flag this year as the Truth.Honor.Light B team. They were exclusive partners. They gave Truth.Honor.Light a good run for their money when they faced off against THL, but the Tuskers got beat there and knocked into the lower bracket. At that point, they had to go through a number of experienced teams. Platinum Sensitivity, a very exciting match where the Tuskers pulled it out. Boundary Experts as well, a top team. Hidden Leaf, again, appearing in these brackets. Tuskers go through them. Then Truth.Honor.Light, earlier on today, a bit of an upset. Everyone was kind of still banking Truth.Honor.Light defending champions to come back. They'd ground their way through the lower bracket against some really experienced teams. But then the Tuskers come in and they win with that Proteus comp that we saw earlier on. A heavy drone Proteus taking them into the lower bracket final, where they go up against Barcode, and again they handily go 2-0. So that's it. Both teams now here in the grand final, ready to compete. This is going to be a best of 5. The conquest bands will really start to stack now. It can be really hard. There's potential by the time you get to like the third match that you have upwards of, I think, 32 possible bans against you. That could be mind-blowing. Mystical Knight, tell me about these conquest bans.
Pain and suffering for a winning team. It's very much a case of, I think we mentioned it a little bit earlier, you just need to be prepared to have multiple comps available to you, multiple variations of those comps. So not only do you have different things that you can fly, but different things that you can fly with different ships slotted in to counter out any conquest bans that you've got to face off with, but also any targeted bans that may come your way. You also need to think about how you want to be approaching the match. We mentioned point efficiency in a match versus series efficiency, which is bringing perhaps 2 deacons instead of a Thalia and a deacon, so that when you do win, you're losing fewer ships from your selection pool than you would if you're bringing a full mix of ships. That may be better in that match, but it may not be better for you in the long run. So there's a lot that needs to go into it. I think that conquest bans, as they ramp up, that's when it becomes more complicated. To begin with, I think everyone's pretty cool, pretty chill, not having too much of a bad time.
All right, let's take a look at the regular bans for this first match between Tuskers and Fraternity, the first match of our best of 5 grand final. The Tuskers banning out as much ECM as they could get their hands on here. Blackbird, Widow, Rook, and Falcon. Fraternity going for the Hugin, the Rapier, the Osprey, and the Barghest. Blackbird Pirates, what do you think about this?
Yeah, these are really, really smart bans. The Tuskers basically have been watching Fraternity probably this entire tournament. And they've noticed that Fraternity has actually been incredibly good with this Flag Vindicator, Redeemer, Blackbird setup that they've actually, they've used that to kill tons and tons of really strong teams here. So we've seen some Widows do really well in this tournament. In fact, I think the Widows have won almost every match they've been in this tournament, which is extremely rare. That is not what usually happens. So, yeah, Tuskers are being smart. They know that, they're getting rid of the Blackbird. They've seen the Rooks come out. They've seen the Rook Falcon come out. Like, they know what Fraternity is good at, and they're saying, all right, we're just going to start off. We don't want to see that right off the bat. Fraternity kind of doing the same thing here. We've seen Tuskers be, like, the only team to do some just insane things. We saw, like, a 4-web Hugin that completely shut down a laser rush and was just like, yeah, you're not moving any of your DPS ships this entire time. This is perfectly, like, this is the perfect example of targeted ban strategy where both teams know what the other team's good at and are saying, we don't want to fight this comp. The other team says, we don't want to fight this comp. And they probably won't have to do it. Getting rid of a Blackbird, Rook, and Falcon kind of does get rid of ECM. Like, Griffins and Carries are okay, but they're so easy to kill that you can't really just do it. I mean, we'll see what happens. I'm about to get proven wrong. Like, Fraternity's like, yeah, we'll bring like 3 Griffins and we win. But generally, like, logic says Tuskers has banned ECM.
Yeah, I think the other thing that I find interesting about this grand final as we go into it, it's the first final since Alliance Tournament 16 that doesn't feature 2 flagship Barghests. Alliance Tournament 17, Volta versus Hydra Reloaded, both sides with flagship Barghests. Alliance Tournament 18, Truth.Honor.Light versus Odin's Call, both flagship Barghests. And now we have Fraternity with the flagship Vindicator and the Tuskers with that flagship Armageddon Navy issue. Misty, this is going to give us a bit of a different vibe, I think.
Yeah, it means that we are unlikely to see Barghests in like a decent portion of the matches that we're going to be watching. They are strong ships, which is why people pick them as flagships. They are flexible, but I'm thinking Wingnut Cross is looking forward to seeing some Vindicator action in the finals because he's been the Vindicator's biggest fan.
He is indeed the Vindicator's biggest fan. Our pocket Australian we like to deploy and whenever a Vindicator appears on field, especially a flagship Vindicator, I can hear just excited Australian noises echoing all the way around the globe from him.
Unlike the upset Australian noises.
Yes, upset Australian noises, very much a different thing. Wingnut Cross, purely excited Australian noises. So I'm looking forward to this first match. Blackbird Pirate, any predictions? You kind of went through the bans fairly well, but what do you think we might see from these teams?
So the EOS isn't banned. I think that Tuskers has been absolutely demolishing people with this EOS-based drone comp that they seem to be able to kind of be extremely flexible around and use different setups, but it's all based on this EOS. So I'm kind of feeling that Tuskers might open up with an EOS-based drone comp. Fraternity's like main comp that they've been running is also open too. So they could actually bring basically the same thing they've been running every single time. Like, this could be their 2 like apex comps just right into each other. We could see some dead flagships here. I don't know if we are going to. I haven't heard anything about it, but
I haven't heard any flagships being declared thus far, but we can head over to the arena for the first match in this best of 5 grand final of Alliance Tournament 19 with our casters Alec and Wingnut.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the arena. Welcome to the finals. Here's where it's all played for. The Pigs versus the Pandas, and we have what's going to be a hype series of matches. I am, of course, Wingnut, joined by the brains in the booth, Mr. Alexiev Kart. And
hello.
What are we looking at?
Well, both teams seem to have a similar idea here. We have drone versus drone, Galenti drone versus Amar drone. Get a Navy with a pair of arbitrators being the core for the Fraternity team, while Tuskers has invested double EOS, double Ishtar, double Vexor Navy, double Thalia, trying to conserve their bans maybe as we get into more of the marathon phase of this tournament.
Exactly that, and this get Navy, they're full nuke fit as last time, so this is, they're trying to nuke out guns and whatnot, but it's not going to matter because this is going to be a full drone kite comp. Look at that, many bouncers, I believe, being placed. No, curators, my apologies.
Yeah, we've got a curator drop from the Tuskers. They're trying to volley ships at range here, going after the Vexor of Casimir X Squeeze Eye, taking him into pretty deep armor. Those sentry drones will track extremely well at that long range. Meanwhile, you see the front line of Fraternity consisting of those battleships and the EOS attempting to close range, probably get some tackle, get some newts on. But if you're Tuskers, you got to be feeling really good about the drones countering these arbitrators here.
And the arbitrators, I believe, are actually attempting to tracking disrupt the drones. If I'm looking at that correctly, I could be imagining that. I believe they're tracking disrupting those drones, trying their best to reduce DPS. Sentries are really good for these drone comps. They just don't have to chase things. They're always applying. We've actually seen comps like this win in previous tournaments. I believe the AEG had a very heavy sentry meta for a little while. And you can see the damage was coming in initially, and it's now died off rather aggressively as the drones aren't doing as well.
That is a pro gamer move from the Trinity team, making the best out of a bad situation, applying their tracking disruptors to the drones, and it seems to be successful. Obviously, they're not going to get all of the drones down, but they're putting down enough that their Logi is able to handle it. The Arbitrator, it's under fire, but looking healthy. The Vexor is almost fully recovered, and now it seems like Tuskers has given up on that plan entirely, and now they're going after the EOS, which, along with the battleships, has closed range, is now right on top of their fleet.
Now, they're not doing it at the moment. One strategy the Frat team could do in this situation with this giant blob of sentries is they could burn one of their battleships over there if it's got a smart bomb and just smart bomb all these drones off in a few cycles. Now, at the moment, those battleships are playing more aggressive and chasing the opposing teams and attempting to hold stuff down. But with these, that's a problem with these sentries. That is an option.
Oh, that EOS is looking real bad. It's not tackled at all. It's still in deep armor. It's having trouble recovering that armor hit points with its local tank. It's trying to mitigate, but it seems like the Hyena is going to be the sacrificial lamb for Tuskers to try to get a pretty sizable chunk out of the Fraternity team. That said, the EOS has just pulled back a huge chunk of armor, and now we're seeing damage switch back onto the Vexors. Tuskers trying to keep Fraternity on its toes here, switching the damage around, but their Hyena pays the price.
The Hyena goes down, and that Hyena was honestly provided quite a lot of support for these sentries. They do not track the best, so they do like a bit of help. With that gone, the damage is going to be a little bit more awkward to try and apply, especially with these RBs bringing tracking disruptors. And it looks like the Vexor Navy of Sauron getting a little low, but it looks like they're going to catch him in a moment. This is just, it started tipping one way, but if they get rid of this Deacon, maybe they can bring it back.
Yeah, they've applied everything they've got onto the Deacon. It is painted, webbed, nuded, and scrammed, but also getting repped. The sentry drones, they're essentially battleship guys' guns. They're not going to track it great, but it's good enough.
And that there could be the turning point that Tuskers were needing there. The start was not looking that good, but it potentially can start swinging back very quickly as the Logi will drop soon. There's not going to be no Logi drones. It's going to be full DPS drones. And I think next target will be Sarian in his Vexor Navy if this Deacon goes down.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to completely eliminate the Logi wing for Fraternity. They want to take the other Deacon out. They want to try to end this match as quickly as possible and give them no way back into it. The drones are going to chip away at this Fraternity team now. They have no way to pull those armor hit points back unless they have a local tank on some of their ships. The EOS probably has a repper on it. Does get a nice bonus for that. So does the Vexor Navy issue. But it's more common in the tournament meta to see them plated up as now both the Vexor and the Ishtar from their respective teams really taking a pounding in deep structure, and they go down simultaneously.
It's good to see here. This is kind of why Alliance Tournament pedigree teams do so well. That they've been able to adjust the start of this match. Didn't quite work initially, and they immediately react and start taking down targets correctly and find that winning path.
Oh, that
Logi's
armor
down
stork
now,
just got
low end's
deleted,
going.
Wingnut.
No. No, stop.
But absolutely shredded. The armor stork. That's something you'll only see in the Alliance tournament, and you're seeing why exactly right there. As soon as it got even looked at, it was just immediately volleyed by these drones. Now you see Fraternity going after Katarina Illuminato's Ishtar. They're putting it into deep armor. At the same time, Tuskers is trying to trade back the EOS. And this is a key test here. Both ships have extremely strong Tech 2 tanks. You're actually seeing the EOS go down faster, which is a terrifying sign for Fraternity. They're watching their Alliance tournament odds dwindle greatly, as it looks like Tuskers is trying to secure the first victory in this best of 5.
Yeah, losing a match or two in this best of 5 can potentially get you a win later on, but unfortunately, Tuskers have played this one incredibly well, doubling up as many ships as they can, even under the increased points that costs, to give them the best position to continue on. And that's not like, Frat kind of went all in with a good comp here, trying to, win regardless of the potential negatives of the conquest bans. But Tuskers playing to those bans and potentially just winning outright, that is a brutal win.
Yeah, it was quite the gamble from Tuskers to come in with that, because every additional version of the ship that they bring, 2 Thalias, it costs extra points, 2 Vector Navy, extra points, double EOS, extra points. But they're playing the long game here, and they're even coming away with this early victory. This is now down to a DPS race, and I got to tell you, 2 EOS and 2 Vector Navy issues have 2 Arbitrators and 2 Geddons beat hands down.
Yeah, the Geddon Navy, of course, they brought all the newts in the world, but unfortunately, this is an armor comp. They don't really care, and they can just shoot you with your drones as well. So they kind of got almost, I wouldn't say hard counter, because this is still a very good comp against this comp they're versing, but definitely played extremely well.
Yeah, Fraternity, they had a great comp against other comps. The neutralizers for the Geddons, not as effective or necessary against this Tuskers fleet as you'd think. And the Arbitrators, we praise them making a good adaptation, tracking, disrupting the drones. But it's really trying to make lemonade out of lemons here, because those Arbitrators, you have to believe, are expecting some kind of pseudodad setup, or perhaps a shield missile rush that they could properly weapon disrupt. And now they're just sort of chipping in where they could instead of being the potentially match-defining choice. Fraternity put a lot of points in things that didn't wind up helping them that much against this Tuskers drone comp.
Yeah, and of course, there's still a bunch of those sentries still being shot. But that being said, the Vex Navy, I believe, are running just regular DPS groups, because I'm seeing a bunch of mediums and a few heavy drones chasing down stuff like the Arbitrators. So very good use of this mixed drone setup as well.
Yeah, there's just a slash of drones across the field, a bunch of Fraternity drones now abandoned, a bunch of Tusker drones now abandoned, just clusters of them all over the place as these teams try to rapidly adjust to the changing conditions on the battlefield by putting out the appropriate drone type. We're now seeing Tuskers unleash Federation Navy ogres onto these battleships, which will, of course, track them for full damage and put out a scary amount of DPS.
There is like a hidden level of skill to drone flying. Using the right drones right time, knowing when to abandon your drones and putting out the next set. There's honestly a lot of play, even knowing when to recall them. There's a lot of beautiful play to drone comps when done correctly. Unfortunately, people just, put out drones, press F, pay respects, and move on with their lives. You can do a lot more.
Yeah, there's a high skill ceiling there. And we're seeing Remelian about to hit the floor, unfortunately, as his structure goes down. It's now in very deep structure. Armageddon, not a Galenti ship, so that structure will evaporate fairly quickly. You are seeing Tuskers having to slow down their output a little bit as they're trying to grind through these very tanky battleships. We're just about under 2 minutes here, and they have to grind through an Armageddon Navy to get that clean sweep that they're looking for. The Geddon is doing its best with its drones to try to take out Skylar Hawk's Thalia. That is the correct play for him, but unfortunately, the Thalia is quite tanky when it's SIG tanks.
They're playing that very as smart as they can too. They're actually neuting out the Jaeger in the other Thalia and then trying to kill the Thalia of Skylar. That is, that is the way to try and do it. Unfortunately, it is a very tough thing to attempt to do, but that is the way you do it. You knew that one Logi frigate, shoot the other one.
Absolutely, and being a full neut fit Navy Armageddon, all those low slots should be going toward tank. Unfortunately, it's not counting for much as he's already into half armor. The drone's now applying very well to Fubuki Waifu. He's really got no way to go here. If he could take out Skylar in the Thalia, that would mean the other Thalia would probably go down quite quickly, but he'd still have to grind through these double command ships.
Is that an energy transfer on JJ Yakin's Vexen Navy? What am I seeing onto the Thalia? I believe that might be an energy transfer.
That is indeed a capacitor transfer.
Wow, that is
beautiful.
That is so like multi-head. Like what in the world? It's beautiful.
Effectively making a logistics frigate impossible to neut out when it gets any kind of energy transfer from a ship due to the size of its capacitor. That is a brilliant fitting choice from Tuskers. Well played.
Basically, they knew they were going into newts, and they even had backups upon backups ready for this. That is, I am in absolute love with this comp. Well done to Tuskers. This is a deserved win. The first match of best of five is going their way.
Congratulations, Tuskers, and let's send this back to the analyst desk for a breakdown.
Tuskers with the first match advantage there, taking the win over Fraternity. First team in Alliance Tournament 19 to put one over on Fraternity. They have been since up until now, they have been completely undefeated, which is a phenomenal run for Fraternity. Get to the grand final, and it's the first time you lose a match. They've got to be unbelievably pleased with that. Of course, there's still plenty more to go. Tuskers will lose access to a lot of ships now. The conquest bans for that one being the Ishkra, the Eos, the Talia, the Vexor Navy issue, the Hyena, and the Ishtar. We can see them there on the screen now. Bart, we were talking about this during the match. This kind of bans Tuskers out of what we're calling good drones. They can still bring some sort of weird drones. There's alternates like we saw the Proteus. They could bring things like a Stratios, a Myrmidon Navy issue. Talk to me about what might be going on here.
Yeah, so you can bring drones still. There is a lot of ships that have drones. In fact, most ships, I think, have drones. But ones that are bonused for drones that are actually good at the game are... The big one is the EOS. The EOS is absolutely disgusting compared to any of these other ships. Like, it has a really good drone optical range bonus, really good drone damage bonus. It has a whole bunch of other crazy, awesome statistics on it, lots of drone bay, and it provides links, and it does a ton of damage, and it has infinite tank. And, you know, we're kind of seeing, like, this is actually, not only is it an extremely picked ship, it's actually a very winning ship. Like, this is one of the more winning ships we've seen kind of all time. Usually it's a pretty even from what I've noticed, but this one is, like, statistically, the EOS is very, very good. And Tuskers is actually now number 2 on the EOS usage list, which most of that is actually just from this AT. You know, you got to kind of look at it in, like, a long time ago, AT-12, like, Nali Secunda used a ton of drones, so it gets a little funky. But, like, if you look at AT-19, which is the one we're in right now, Tuskers has been using this ship a ton, and I think that it's kind of like the key linchpin of their drone setup, and now they cannot use it unless this goes to match 5. So good drones is banned. Okay, drones is still here.
I think one of the cool things as well is if you really look back to the historical data, the earlier tournaments, the big spike there of the EOS, I'm pretty sure that's back when it was still 12 versus 12 as well. The points for the EOS were completely different, and you could bring 3 or even 4 of them. So teams like Nali Secunda back then being able to pull a lot more of them into the matches at any one time. The Tuskers still being able to pull a bunch of them in this year, and as you say, they've used it really heavily. They really have relied on the EOS. It's been a common ban sometimes as well, so teams definitely recognizing the threat of the EOS. And Mystical Mike, what do you think about the fact that they're now losing access to this?
Yeah, I think for any other team, it would be, like, heartbreaking to lose access to the EOS and just drones in general, like good drones, we call it. For Tuskers, because they like to try wacky stuff all the time, I know Mirror is very into, like, the whole theory crafting thing. That's really how he became well known in the tournament scene, was he brought Tuskers to a few of the tournaments previously, and he would just try out random things like RT Maelstroms and all that kind of stuff, like stuff that no one else was really bringing, and they would actually find success with it. So really, I think that they're going to have a bunch of other comps up their sleeve, some weird wacky ones that we haven't actually seen so far, perhaps. Fingers crossed they bring the double Pilgrim Hugin one, because that one seemed garbage, and I think Frat could beat it, so that's fantastic. I would definitely recommend bring that one. But yeah, no, I think they'll be okay. I think they'll be okay.
Awesome. Well, just to go into a little bit of detail about how these conquest bans work, we've seen them already in the best of threes. Both of them, of course, going 2-0, so they weren't really as impactful. The teams only lost 1 set of ships. Because when they won the second match, that was it. But now, with a best of 5, the chances of teams losing access to more ships significantly increases. The Tuskers right now, if they want to win, they're going to at least lose access to another 10 set of ships if they win the next match. So they'd go into match 3 with a whole bunch of ships banned out. The way it will go is if the team that just won, the Tuskers, wins the next match as well, they cannot bring any of those ships again. In match 3, if Fraternity were to win, match 4 would mean the Tuskers can't bring anything from matches 1 and 2, and Fraternity wouldn't be able to bring anything from match 3. And then if it goes to the final 5th match, everything is unbanned again. So it's going to make it more difficult for a team that wins more early on. Bart, how do you think this is going to be affecting these teams at this point?
I think that, so the Tusker setup we saw, and I even kind of, like, when I saw the conquest bands pop up, I was like, oh, that's not actually that many ships. We saw a lot of doubling up of ships, which generally people don't do because of the point inflation rule. And Tuskers actually did a very, very good job of really only getting, I would say, maybe 3 to 4 actual good like ships that you kind of need banned. So losing the EOS is rough. Losing the Ishtar is rough, but you're not going to use an Ishtar without an EOS anyways, most of the time. And then losing the Hyena is probably the only other one that I'm like, that's actually a key ban. Hyenas are very, very useful for a lot of stuff. Other than that, I mean, Ishkars, like, no one flies those. That was kind of just a weird niche pick. And, you know, Vector Navies are pretty good, but they also picked a Thalia. So Thalias are generally considered to be a little bit worse than a Deacon. So Tuskers actually had, like, they planned this setup to bring to the grand finals because they only got a couple ships banned instead of seeing these ones where people will get like 8 or 9 or 10 ships conquest banned. And the ones that they got banned, there's really only like maybe 2 to 3 of them that are actually key for other comps.
Yeah, so Tuskers, they're bringing a number of duplicate ships, as you point out. They lost 8 extra points to point inflation, so essentially that was almost like a 92-point comp that they brought there. And you rightly point out there's still plenty of ships available. They have to start thinking about, you know, do we bring 2 of this, eat those extra points and keep stuff open later. You could go all in, bring 10 different ships, but you're going to get them all banned out if you win with it, which is never going to be good. Of course, Fraternity, they can bring everything they just brought. So they can't, they're not banned out of those. The regular bans for the next match will still apply as normal, but for only the Tuskers have the conquest bans upon them. I was going to mention the Hyena as well. It is a super versatile ship. We see it in a lot of comps, long-range webs, paints. Misty, like, do you think that's going to be a really important one?
I think so. I think a lot of teams kind of lean on the low point cost for the Hyena and the strength that it brings with the long-range web and also the target painter bonus. Not everyone fits target painter, depending on if you're going shield tanked or armor tanked. You don't actually have that many mid slots to spare if you're going shield tanked. So you usually dedicate that towards webs because it's going to be something that's lacking on your team. And you can fit target painters on any other hull. It's one of the only E-War types that isn't restricted to bonus tools. And you can bring T2 target painters, I believe, not just meta ones, unlike the other E-War types that we have in the game. So I do think it's going to be important and maybe difficult for Tuskers to play around, but we've also seen them bring things like Hugins before. There's still the Vigil fleet, kind of garbage compared to the Hyena, but still an option. You have the Vigil for target painters if they really want that. So there's still ways that they can play around it.
Bart, what do you think about the fact that both of these teams decided to bring twin Logi frigates in this match? I believe all the armor cruisers were available. I think we've seen in general Tech 2 logistics cruisers being more powerful than a pair of logistics frigates. Not only do you lose 2 pilots instead of 1, although you are saving in points, they don't have the same amount of range. They have to move around the arena a lot better. What do you think led to this decision?
I would say that in general, logistics frigates, you know, despite us kind of saying that they suck for like the first 3 days, Tuskers and, you know, Frat to a lesser degree, but Tuskers has actually been doing a really good job with them. And if you can get them up to speed fast enough, they kind of are extremely difficult to take down, especially by these like max threat setups. And what we've been seeing, especially for these last couple, probably the last like half of yesterday and today, is that when teams bring this max medium gun range setup, your logistics cruiser is going to die really, really fast. And when they try and do that to the logistics frigates, they survive. So you kind of almost counter it, because a lot of times they're tenement afterburner fit, so it's a little teeny tiny signature ship just flying around and you're missing it even though it's painted and sometimes webbed. So maybe we're kind of seeing at the very end, the meta is finally saying, okay, actually maybe you should have been flying logistics frigates the entire time. Also, at the end of the day, again, running 2 Thalias, you still got 2 Deacons left. And you also still have the Oneros, and the Zarmzad, and the Guardian, and the Augur. Don't pick the Executor. Like, you still have so many different ships that you can fly here. So it was, like I said, they're here to win the best of 5s. They're playing for the best of 5s. They're playing under the rules. They read the rules, which is hard. Some teams don't do it.
Many teams don't do it.
A lot of teams don't do it.
A lot of teams DMing people like myself and CCP Zealous asking questions that are in fact in the rules. So reading the rules is certainly something that we encourage here at the Alliance Tournament. Speaking of here at the Alliance Tournament in Nottingham, we can go check out CCP Kestrel and see how he fares eating the hot chicken wings.
All right. Yeah, I'm pretty confident answering questions. I'm not very confident eating the wings, so we'll see how it goes. Perfect. My name is CCP Kestrel, and I'm a QA analyst at CCP Games.
So I started playing EVE in 2007. I actually joined with a friend of mine in college, and we were going to be miners. And then I just started solo PvPing. I joined like a war deck corp called Interimo, and I was kind of there for like 3 to 4 years. Sorry, I did a lot of solo interceptor PvP. I love flying the Tyrannus. That's almost all I flew for like 2 years. And I was for a very long time like the #1 person on Z kill for the Tyrannus, like all-time kills. I think I probably still am for just pure solo. This one doesn't look good, like the color. Alright, so I've only been at CCP for a year and 4 months so far. But some of the things that I've enjoyed working on the most have been like the new ships, so like Uprising, the Lancer Dreadnoughts, and like I love just being able to just fix like small bugs in the game and get them fixed. What I really love doing is seeing what people on Reddit complain about. Whenever like people are upset at CCP, like they complain about, oh, this Sisters of Eve jacket for a female is in like the male section of the store, and I just fix that just to move them on to the next thing. So I can't really say completely what I'm working on currently, but we have a new narrative event going out. We already have like kind of a teaser for the narrative event. From next week on, there'll be more stuff happening, and then at FanFest we'll have. So yeah, that's what I'm mostly working on. That's coming up.
We looked this up, and Zkill says that you only have 603 Kestrel kills. The all-time leader is 2,931. So do you feel in any way a pretender to the name CCP Kestrel?
No, I don't, because #1, you can't search for solo kills. You can't, unfortunately on Zkill, you can't search for like just solo for like the top. And also, my Kestrel kills are spread out across like 5 different characters. Like, I believe my character is Shark Prince 2001, which is my ult. I know it has a terrible Xbox gamer name, that's the point. He's #3, I think. And I think I also have like another character called Mailing Lee, and I have some other characters that I probably don't want to mention because they have even worse names than Shark Prince 2001. And yeah, that one was like actually hot. And then that one was actually really fucking hot.
CCP Kestrel there, eating some spicy hot wings and answering some questions about what he is working on and some other things. I'm excited for what he's working on. I know about it. It's pretty cool. I guess you'll find out at FanFest. Yeah, like those wings were hot. They're deceptively hot. You think it starts off easy? It does just sneak up on you. We saw Mystical Might rivers of sweat earlier on.
Just as me normally. Anyone watching back last year will also notice rivers of sweat because it was really warm in this room. So
we turned the aircon down a bit for you this time.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on and look at our next matchup between the Tuskers and Fraternity in this grand final of Alliance Tournament 19. The Tuskers banging out the Magus, the Pontifex, the Blackbird, and the Eos. So they can't bring one. They say, nope, you can't bring one either. Fraternity going for the Hugin, the Deacon, the Osprey, and the Barghest. Mystical Might, what do you think about these bans here?
Well, we see a Deacon ban, as Bart mentioned. You know, we were going to see the Thalia removed due to the Conquest bans, and the Deacon was the only other T2 logistics for armor frigates that was available. So it makes sense that Fraternity wants to remove the Deacon there. The Hugin as well, just again being something that is quite niche to Tuskers alone. So again, just one of those targeted bans. Neither team has the Barghest as a flagship, so we won't be seeing that in this match. I do like the fact that Tuskers have banned out the Magus, the Pontifex, and the Eos. I think these are decent targeted bans against the Fraternity team. Magus and Pontifex because I think it removes an element of their Vindicator Redeemer setups that we've been seeing. But also the Eos because if Tuskers don't fly it, nobody can.
I think that's fair enough. Any further comments from you, Blackbird Pirate?
Not particularly. I think really going in and just hammering the fact that Tuskers has gotten rid of pretty much every really good Lynx boat here for armor setups, because like you can bring in a Starday instead of an Eos, and it's like, well, it's okay, but the fitting gets kind of like messy with them, so you don't get as much like versatility as you do as an Eos. You can do an Absolution, but people really like to just like pump massive damage out of them. So Tuskers is really
I was going to say, what happens if they just bring all the battle cruisers?
Well,
maybe,
they could.
Maybe Max Threat or whatever we call it now. Pseudo Dad.
No, we don't call it that.
Giga Daddy.
No. No. Yeah, we gotta. I'm gonna deal with this one later. Yes, you could do that, but you don't get these super bonus links. That's the big thing. They can fit links, but they're not like the really nice bonus. EOSs are just like such a good ship. But yes, they could bring Max Threat. Not the other two, which we could see. I don't think we've really seen. I don't think Tuskers has really flown it besides that one versus Barcode, and theirs kind of looked a little messy almost.
Yeah, I don't recall seeing them fly one, but I guess, like you say, it is kind of mostly available. The Executor Navy issue is unbanned, so they could certainly go for the medium gun spam with that. They could go for something like a Draugr or maybe the Navy Myrmidon if they wanted to kind of cheese their way into another drone setup. We mentioned that before. Sometimes we see ships like a Stratios appearing into drone comps in Alliance tournament. I don't believe we've seen any this year. People have got a little bit wise. Maybe in the feeders, I don't think we saw any.
We saw one die once, I think,
I think we did see one. I don't think it did well.
No.
I think that was to be expected.
Sure. I'm not sure. Maybe we're wrong.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Misty, do you think in this instance, is it worth trying to bring a underpowered drone comp because maybe you think your opponents just don't expect you to do so? Like, you could bring something else. Maybe they're going to try and counter it like a shield kite comp, so you bring this slightly less powerful drone spam with things like Navy Myrmidons.
I think leaving it available is probably the better bet, because then it becomes increasingly more unpredictable just overall in this series as the matches go on. I think that they've shown us different technology, such as armor kiting claymores that they could bring. Or they could just do a more conventional shield kite without the whole armor element, and that would also probably do fairly well. I don't think they need to lean on the weaker drone setups just yet, because they have other things available to them that they've already shown in the tournament that they could bring.
One of the other things that I've noticed is whenever Fraternity have been bringing this Navy Armageddon setup, they rely on full newts. They don't bother with any weapon systems in the high slots. They're just relying on the drone damage. Obviously, they do a decent amount of damage with those drones, somewhere around 600 or so. But if you bring in the slightly lower damage newt comp, it's kind of vulnerable to maybe like a Nighthawk Ham Rush. Bart, what do you think?
So I would say yes, but we did see actually a very similar setup to what Fraternity has been bringing with this sort of drone-based full newt setup that actually Truth.Honor.Light brought. And, you know, as much fun as we like to sometimes be like, let's not talk about them, they're out now. They actually fought a Nighthawk Ham Rush with a very similar setup to what Fraternity did, and they basically completely out-executed. It was one of those matches where, like, if you covered the team names and you looked at the comps, you'd be like, oh, they're about to get rushed in and die. All right, that's fine. So we've seen that these newts, if you survive the first 2 to 3 minutes, and this is kind of true with any time you're going up against newts, but if you survive the first 2 to 3 minutes as a newt setup, their cap's gone. Like, it becomes so hard to keep up unless you're in 3,200 cap booster battleships. So if you can survive the first 2 to 3 minutes of the ham rush, you actually get to this point where none of the ham ships can move anymore, because a lot of times these shield medium-sized ship hulls cannot survive versus even 1 to 2 heavy newts, since you can't just chug cat booster 3200s like a battleship could. So can Fraternity execute that? I mean, I would have said no 2 weeks ago, but now it's actually, yeah, they probably could. I don't think that's the play here, but Tuskers is also really good. I mean, at the end of the day, I think anything that Tuskers brings out, they could execute extremely well. They've been flying insanely good. This is like the Tuskers that people used to be terrified of after they won in
1814.
Oh, okay, good. I didn't say the word I was going to say. 1814.
Yes, the one. I wonder if we could throw the bands for this match back up on the screen for just a second. I want to take another quick look at them. Okay, so this is the bands for this match about to happen. We see the Blackbird here, but we have seen some of these teams have success with things like the Rook and the Falcon. Mystical Might, do you think the fact that there's a lot of ECM available here maybe is something that we'll see?
Entirely possible. I think that we've only really seen the Blackbirds from Fraternity in some of their comps when they had the Flagship, Vindicator, and the Redeemer. So I wouldn't expect too much in the way of ECM at the moment.
Yeah, we'll see. Certainly, there's lots still on the table. Those conquest bands you see on the screen on top of the bands. We can head over to the arena now. I'm being told the Tuskers are bringing their flagship Armageddon Navy issue, so they're starting to put they're going to try and win it and go 2-0. So let's head over to the arena with Alec and Wingnut and see if they can do it.
Hello and welcome to this match 2. We see Tuskers trying to counterpunch against all the bans that they've been receiving, but still committing to the drone setup. We've got a Myrmidon Navy, Prophecy, Double Sentinel, all headed up by their flagship Armageddon Navy issue. Wingnut, what is Fraternity bringing?
Well, they've brought the, as I like to now call it, the newly termed Giga Daddy or just Max Threat Comp. It's going to be a lot of DPS coming in, but the Geddon Navy, VLD Marone, the flag Geddon Navy, his Max Newt fit. So that's going to be a lot of sucking power, as well as the Sentinels and crew are backing it up. That's going to be a lot of neuting power on this comp against a lot of hybrid and laser guns.
And not just power, but also reach. The what I'm sure are extremely expensive neutralizers on this battleship are going to give it an incredible range. It's going to be able to reach out and snag something, hopefully, allowing the drones to get on top of it and break that tank. We see tracking disrupting going out from Tuskers onto Fraternity, absolutely carpeting their team as the Astarte, Absolution, Navy Brutix, and both Avian execs are presumably range disrupted, so they cannot effectively land damage. We're seeing the Zarmazad be the primary target.
Weirdly enough, the Zarmazad is the closest thing to them. I just didn't move fast enough. It was actually the closest thing to the entire Tuskers team for a while there. He's now gone to the middle of his comp, and he's now in the middle of the ball somewhere. But that was a weird moment there where their expensive T2 Logi was right next to the opponents, basically.
Yeah, quite a zippy Zarm. That is a micro warp drive Zarmazad. He's going to be able to keep range pretty well. The Triglavian reps, we talk about them a lot for their scaling repair power, but what's not often talked about is their range. They don't have any fall off, but they have an extremely long optimal range. It's going to be his best bet to try to stay outside of the range of that Navy Geddon. But if you're Tuskers, you're going to try to bully him.
Here we go, MJD, Exec Navy MJD. They're all going to try an MJD. Let's see where they try and land.
There's not much for them to land on. That Vexor could be in the back line there.
Nope, just far away, I guess, is the answer. Getting away from the corner of the arena.
Anywhere but here.
Honestly, I can understand that sentiment. Away from the Armageddon Navy as far as you can get. It's like a few of them took a little while to jump, but they're doing it. So the question is, what next? The Zarmazad's still getting absolutely pounded.
Yeah, the Zarmazad's angle was a bit off. He's micro-jumped far away from his team. He's now trying to scramble over to the other side of the arena with his micro-warp drive to catch up. And you see this absolute cloud of Tuskers drones try to catch up to him now.
He was very close to another MJD beacon. He could have played the old trick where you jump from beacon to beacon to beacon, keeping these heavy drones just chasing you. Unfortunately, he is not deciding to do that, which that means all the drones will catch him soon and start applying a lot of painful damage.
That seems to be the tactic, though. They're now going to yet another micro-jump beacon, currently playing Keep Away. At some point, that Zarm is going to have to turn to get to it, though, which is when all those Federation hammerheads and infiltrators will catch up to him and do a pretty sizable amount of damage, but he may have the tank to survive.
There is a danger when all those drones hit at once when you do a turn that you can almost get volleyed in some ships when all the drones are suddenly it's like an old cavalry raven. They all hit at once. But he's turning at a rather comfortable pace, so he's not going to have that issue, luckily. As they are lining for the MJD again, and here they are. They now jump to the other side again, trying to find the weak side of this team, and just constantly just not quite being there.
And Tuskers doing a really good job keeping their backline away from them, anticipating these micro jumps and repositioning themselves, so there's no obvious target for Fraternity to go for once they land. The Zarm has elected not to micro jump at this time, and he's going toward possibly another beacon or just going around the long way, it seems. He is finally in new range, though. The Geddon Navy has caught up to him. He's still going quite fast, but if that micro-warp drive turns off, he is in real trouble.
I suspect he's going the long way because if he tried to do an MJD, he would then bloom a SIG for all these heavy drones to hit him with an absurd amount of damage. So going the long way is probably the safer thing, even if it involves being risked by these nukes. Now, that being said, look at the Astarte of Remeline. I think he's been stuck and caught down now.
Yeah, the Astarte's been left behind. The Macaulay Culkin syndrome. He's been abandoned by the rest of his team as they went on vacation to the other side of the arena. I'm not sure why that Astarte didn't take the jump, but he is now pinned down. He is neuted, tracking disrupted, just being swarmed by drones here. and they have picked their target. They see blood in the water for this Astarte. It is quite a tanky ship, though. It's still pretty high in the armor, and that Zarm is motoring over to try to support him.
And it kind of looks like everyone's almost going in now. You're seeing a bunch of other ships coming into DPS range. The Absolution's doing the same thing. Augur and Navy, everything's kind of going in now. They recognize this is the time they have to go in. They can't just let the Astarte die. So they're all sending it. They're going for the Guardian of Jaeger Mortitz as just hard as they can. He's actually being tackled down, I believe, by a Nurgle and a Punisher. So this is their chance. Kill the Logi, and maybe, just maybe, they can weather the storm.
The positioning for this match is all over the place now. There's no sense of battle lines. You see the Tuskers group surrounded and intermixed with the Fraternity group as they're all trying to just get on top of the target that they can. Jaeger Mortis' Guardian is in half armor. The Astarte, it's now getting fully ramped Zarm reps. And you can see it kind of hanging in there, but it's bouncing perilously close. If you're Fraternity, you are not comfortable with the status of that Astarte's armor bar.
Maybe not with the Astarte, but you'll definitely be comfortable with removing the Logi of this Guardian, leaving this incredibly tanky and very controlling comp without its long-term support. That Guardian goes down, and the Astarte is still alive. And at this point, it starts ticking against Tuskers now. They've got no Logi support, and they have trouble killing these targets.
Yeah, not looking great. The Astarte does go down, but that is a very powerful Tech 2 logistic ship on Fraternity side to no logistic ship from Tuskers. They have no way to bring back any chip damage here.
And the first target,
flagship's got to be feeling very nervous.
First target, Sentinels. Very, very agreed. They remove the track disruptor and let this comp roam free, get rid of the nuding power. And this comp for Tuskers is going to start falling apart very quickly. They got to go for the Zarm or start removing DPS ASAP. And you see them going for an exec Navy and the Zarm at the same time. This is going to start swinging bad.
Yeah, they're going to lose both their Sentinels here. They're absolutely swarmed by light drones. There's no chance that they're going to be able to tank that without logistic support. They may get this Executor Navy back in trade, but it's going to get slower and slower for Tuskers here as their DPS and nuding power begins to dwindle. And that Zarm, he's getting a little bit of pressure from the Get a Navy, but crucially, he's still putting reps out.
Yeah, every once in a while he comes in, tries to rep. Unfortunately, this Zarm will not be able to do what Zarms do best, which is ramp up their reps. The newts will not allow that, but he can still buy time. As one of his exec navies does go down, but the comp for Tuskers, again, starting to fall apart. Crew are being damaged. FX are being damaged. Slowly but surely, the control is falling away.
Yeah, it's all about the timing for this Armageddon Navy's newts. If he can cycle them correctly, he can take the Zarm out of the equation here. Now you see Jason Orzran in the Vexer trying to prove just how tight and girthy he is, chasing down the Zarmazet all by himself as the Zarm has positioned itself on a micro jump beacon to give itself maximum escapability.
And look at that, he's jumping from one beacon to the next this time. I wonder if he's going to land directly on it or too far. No, he gets pretty close to it. Actually, almost perfectly lined up for it, to be honest. But exec Navy going down. I was honestly thinking Tuskers was in a bad spot, but honestly, they're still killing DPS as this Zarm is now too far away to really do anything. At this point, as much as you want to play it safe and protect your Zarm, it needs to be there now. It needs to be able to provide the support your DPS core needs to keep this race going your way.
Yeah, and Fraternity seems to have primaried the flagship of the Get a Navy. It is, of course, going to have pretty expensive blingy reps on it. Meanwhile, they're bleeding more and more of their DPS. I don't know if this is a case of they're afraid they might not be able to take it down if they lost more ships, so they put it first. But they're going to pay for it here as those Myrmidons are still alive, spitting out massive drone damage onto the Brutix Navy issue, Alternative Muv-Love, and you can see it going down into half armor here. It's getting Zarm reps, but that is a Tech 1 ship, not the tankiest. Doesn't have terribly high resists, and you can see the massive drone damage from Tuskers beginning to grind through it.
And no newts on the Zarm anymore. He's basically getting left free. He's trying to keep that Brutish Navy alive as long as he can, but that Get Navy is just really tanky. They might not have the damage to do anymore. As the British Navy is going into hull, he's starting to lose. This could still go Tuskers' way.
That Zarm probably has a little room to ramp, but he's still bleeding structure. He's going to go down very slowly. Unfortunately, the Get-In is going down even slower.
I'm not a big fan of going for the blingiest and tankiest ship on grid here. Like, you got Myrmidon, Vexer, you even got the Crucifier still providing an annoying amount of support. They're going to lose the last big chunk of DPS except for the Absol and the Org. Oh no, that's just not good for Frat.
That's a big chunk of damage too. The Brutix Navy, it's a damage dealer. It's a big-time damage dealer. They're still blazing through this prophecy of JJ Yakin. Again, no logistics on the side of Tuskers, no way to bring these hit points back. Fraternity does have the Zarm, and it's now applying its reps to that Mauler, and you can see it pulling back huge amounts of the Mauler's armor bar, but that might be a DPS Mauler, not a tank Mauler. He is going down quite rapidly.
Yeah, quick little note as well on the side while I've been watching this. The Zarm actually, the Zymax already went over to a cruiser hull and picked up some cap boosts, I believe. So he was definitely struggling on cap this entire match. So he's got some cap boosters to try to get back in, but I think it might have been too late. The prophecy goes down in seconds. What in the world?
Yeah, that prof went down real fast. I think these teams are leaning into damage, and that's why you're seeing ships just go so quick. They each have damage mods in their lows instead of tank mods, so this match is going very quickly, brawling back and forth. The Augur Navy, which is one of the tankier Navy cruisers in existence, is going down really rapidly, almost as fast as this Vexor here. The damage output from these teams and the fitting choices to be super aggressive here, really coming to the forefront. This is going to be a good trade for Fraternity, though. I would take a Vexor over an Aug Navy in this scenario, and you can actually see the Aug Navy beginning to recover a little bit. That Zarm has found some cap boosters, and he's applying his reps once again. He is getting a little bit of not even new pressure anymore. The Geta Navy is out of range, and it's actually flying away from the Zarm.
Oh, the match just ended there. I was so excited by this, I didn't realize the timer just ran out. The match is over. That is just crazy. I think Tuskers came ahead with that one. What in the world? Go back to the studio, please. That was crazy.
We're going to walk through the planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way. What do you think it would feel like if a ship walked through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine,
Maybe
they
just
get like
sneezing.
Like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like the sneezing more.
Yeah.
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh no!
Guys, what the? Hey,
Whoosh.
you started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
Who's our secondary target?
The Simi broadcasted.
If they're jumping now, then we kill them.
I want bubbles all over this fleet, guys.
On dock now. Do it now.
The Tuskers code there, winning on points, just barely over Fraternity to take it to 2-0 on the series. The Tuskers now with that championship point in hand. They win the next match. They are Alliance Tournament 19 champions. Fraternity now in a deep hole they have to climb out of. Importantly, though, that's kind of what we predicted Tuskers might actually bring. We were saying, hey, Navy Myrmidon's kind of a weakish drone comp. They augmented it with that flagship Navy Armageddon. Moderator joins us on the desk. Mod, talk me through how that match went for those teams.
Yeah, it seemed like the Zarm had a great deal of difficulty initially, having to reposition itself after micro jump driving. We did see some active tank there, and that was just a lot of teams really understanding how to use the beacon. That's one of the reasons that drone setups are as viable as they are this late in the tournament, is because if you don't have a scram to deal with that, these drone ships can just bounce and bounce around in between. And if they have the drone link augmenters, you can control drones for essentially the entirety of the arena's radius, and then they're able to apply damage to, maybe less than some of like the other comps we've seen like Max Threat, but this is what we see out of these teams that are, you know, in grand finalist calibers. They're able to be perfect with their positioning and able to execute.
Yeah, I think Fraternity in that match really pushed Tuskers. It was not a clean win for them, not an easy win. We saw that Guardian going down early on, and then Fraternity, I think, made the right call to swap onto those two Sentinels, which got themselves caught. Sentinel, super important ship. We saw all the tracking disruption come out, so Tuskers probably, likely guessing correctly that, you know, medium gun spam was coming and fitting full tracking disruption. Let's see if we can take a look at the Sentinel's ship profile and usage across the tournaments. I think it should be ready imminently. here we are. So the Sentinel, electronic attack frigate, and you can see the usage in tournaments. It dropped off a while back, but it has been on the rise pretty much ever since. It's always going to be a priority target if your opponents field one, but because of its small size, its speed, it's able to get away and try and survive as long as possible. So somehow these ones got caught by Fraternity. They both got removed, and at that point we started to think, hey, the medium gun spam here from Fraternity might start to really make a difference. But that Blackbird Pirate is where I think they made a mistake. They went for the flagship Navy Armageddon of the Tuskers rather than, for example, the Prophecy. And you saw they tried to shoot it for a long time. It's an incredibly tanky ship in its own right. It's likely extremely expensive in terms of its tank mods. It has looked like it had a local tank as well. Was that maybe the moment it went wrong?
I think it was, and Wingnut called it out too during the match, where he said something to the effect of like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't have spent 2 minutes shooting the most blingy tanky ship on the field. I want to say that I think Fraternity got greedy. I think they were like, okay, we're kind of up. We have a lot of DPS ships alive. We still got our Logi ship. Let's go for this Flaggeddon. We think we can break it still. And the problem is that you can never really tell if something's going to break or not until you actually shoot it, obviously. But because they're running these like drone setups, and instead of like we've like a drone full Navigeddon, as opposed to we've seen a lot of like ones where they're trying to be heavy DPS ships, the low slots on that conceivably, which because we don't know, it hasn't died yet, it could be full tank with like an officer, the highest tier officer self rep. It could have the highest tier officer damage control. For all we know, the mid slots are like lots of cap boosters, so it can literally just permanently run that thing. Since they hadn't shot it yet, it probably had all of its heat still. It is possible that it wasn't necessarily Fraternity saying, hey, let's go for the flagship kill. Like, we got this, guys. Let's get that blingy kill. That Newtgeddon was just destroying the Zarmzad. There was a couple times you'd see it being neuted like 40 or 50 kilometers away, and it's because officer newts are very, very powerful. Part of the reason why the Newtgeddon lived so long is because it was able to, there's like this point when it started taking damage and you watched all of the newts like swap onto like the Absolution and the remaining DPS ships. One of the weaknesses of an Absolution is that once you cap it out, it's, they're a laser boat without a cap, laser cap usage reduction. They cap out really easily. They do a ton of damage, and then it was doing no damage. So I'm kind of like right on this board. It's like, do I want to say Fraternity was greedy, or were they like, this is the only way we can win this? I'm not sure, but what happened was they didn't kill it, and they lost.
Yeah, we saw some excellent piloting by the Zarmaz pilot, to be honest, from Fraternity. As you mentioned, those likely officer neutralizers from the Navy Armageddon slapped onto the reps dropped off of his buddies, but then he managed to extract himself, get away, get his cap back up, and then you saw him propping back into range and start the reps again. At that point, it looked like they were really starting to hold on. Maybe they were going to drag it out, especially when they started catching a couple more ships. But then, as we just said, they maybe spent if they didn't spend that 2 minutes and swapped onto the Prophecy earlier, the Prophecy dies, and then they can start going through other ships, and maybe they don't lose that Navy Brutix.
Yeah, and it's really easy for us to say this in hindsight, right? Like, we're sitting here like, oh, look at that. Like, look at all this cool stuff that's going on. And we can say, like, well, if you had just swapped, you swapped, and look how much faster it's getting killed. But in the moment, things are going crazy. And that Zarmzad pilot did insane. I've actually, we were kind of talking about it. So he or she MJD'd their ship back into position to get away from like the MJD usage in this entire tournament has been absolutely insane. But like watching the logistics kind of fly out and be like, I'm out of range, but I'm right next to a beacon, so I'll just bounce to the opposite side of the arena, so I'm still out of range but now in the right spot, was crazy. Like, it almost worked too. I think if it would have been maybe again, not saying the Zarmzad was the wrong choice, I think that if it had been a Guardian, maybe not having to spool up, it could have saved it, but also those ships probably would have died without a Zarmzad. So it was just a wild match. Like, that's one to go rewatch.
Yeah. Of course, this means because Tuskers are now 2-0 up, they have a number of extra conquest bans going into this third match in the series. So this could make it a bit more interesting for this next match. The Tuskers here, we can see all the ships banned out now for them and them alone. Ishkar, Eos, Talia, Vexor Navy issue, Hyena, Ishtar, the Cruer, the Myrmidon Navy issue, the Guardian, the Vexor, the Prophecy, the Myrmidon, the Crucifier, the Armageddon Navy issue, although they can bypass that with a flagship, and the Sentinel. I think, moderator, we might be safer now to say that Tuskers can't bring drones anymore. What do you think?
I think it's safe to say when basically every single viable ship in the game with a drone bonus is, essentially on that list of nearly 20 ships, that you're probably not going to be able to do it. And then, of course, you have to contend with the fact that you're about to deal with 8 more bans on top of that and then trickles. That's kind of almost a catch-up for Fraternity, who's only going to have to deal with their own bans and not this wall of bans that Tuskers is going to have to try to work around.
I think having their flagship Armageddon Navy issue still in their back pocket as well, Frat have their flagship Vindicator. It really could go either way, this last one, but Frat need a win now. This is the point where Tuskers have it in hand. 1 10-minute match, and they are the champions. Fraternity have to win 3 on the trot now with their conquest bans stacking up as well. So it's going to be, I think they're going to have to go for it. Before they have to go for it, shall we see CSP Zealous going for it as he eats some spicy chicken?
I can give it a solid 6 at the moment. Yeah, we're just slightly above okay, but not overconfident. This is pretty good. Okay, so my name is CSP Zealous. I'm a community developer for the EVE Online team. Confidence level. After the last one, I feel pretty confident. Let's get going. So I started off actually migrating across from another game that was super popular at the time called Earth and Beyond. There was a bunch of us playing it, and then unfortunately, as these things go, the server was going to be closed down, and a lot of us kind of migrated over from Earth and Beyond over to EVE Online. Yeah, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Woo! My confidence rating now after that last one, though, is kind of dipping a little bit. I'm now feeling more like a 4 after that last one. But yeah, let's give this a go. We'll do the old split. I've been super happy about the fact that I've been able to keep the Alliance tournament alive and going year on year so far for the last few years. Being able to keep that successful, everybody have a great time, hearing the fantastic feedback from it each time. Really, really one of my proudest achievements so far at CCP. Team's been fantastic for helping out. This is gorgeous. So honestly, proudest thing is the fact that it's still going today and everybody is enjoying it. Seatbelt on. Oh boy, look at this thing. This is coated in it. Look, it's dripping off onto the bowl. My face is going to be on fire. Oh no. Whew. Currently working on a couple of bits for FanFest. Next up is also expansion towards the end of the year as well. It's another project I'm working on. We've just recently announced the Anger Game 6 is also going to be happening. Oh, that's a bit warm. So working on helping out South Brazil with making sure that happens as well. Is going to be my next big project. I feel like I need to finish it out of principle at this point. Wow, that's a very, very good question. And that's a very big question that you're going to have to find out later on, I think. There's when we announced the rebirth of the Alliance tournament, we said that we were going to reuse some of the ships and we're going to reuse some of the previous sponsors. Doesn't mean we're always going to do that. So I think wait and see. Wait and see is going to be the answer to that one. But there's a big range of possibilities for sure. Oh boy, yep.
Are you confident? No?
My name is Nash Cadaver. fly with the Bastards, and currently also with Purple Helmets and Barks. Starting EVNT with RJ and doing the Alliance tournament with you guys is always good fun.
CCP Zealous there, showing Nash Cadaver how it's done with the spicy wings. All right, speaking of spicy, we've got about 3 or 4 minutes until match 3 in this best-of-5 grand finals between the Tuskers Co. and Fraternity. Tuskers currently 2-0 up. They could win it right here, right now. Let's see what they choose to ban in this particular match. All right, Tuskers, classic bans from them: Arbitrator, Pilgrim, Curse, and Sentinel. Fraternity, Scalpel, Scimitar, Osprey, Barghest. Moderator, your thoughts?
Yeah, so Tuskers has gotten a lot of their armor ships banned out via trickle, and so Fraternity's saying, so what if we also tried to hit you on the shield side? That's why we see Scalpel, double Scalpel would be kind of the way you would tend there. Scimitar, typically preferred over Basilisk. Sorry to the Basilisk, but Scimitar is just generally better due to the kind of the mobility it has. It's harder to pin down, and Osprey has been a ban we've seen a fair amount of. Barghest also hits at this kind of more mid-range kind of ship that can project and have a lot of threats from the newts. Ban we've seen basically the entire tournament for good reason.
Bart, what do you think? Are we going to see the Tuskers forced into a shield comp here? I mean, there's still some things available to them. I believe the Zarmaz is actually available to them, for example.
I think Tuskers has really two choices here. So earlier today, they brought this kind of strange Scorpion Navy setup with cruise missile Scorpion Navies, which would actually be really, really good with you not having the ability to bring Arbitrators, Pilgrims, Curses, or Sentinels, in theory. Obviously, it was kind of weird, and I feel like it maybe almost shouldn't have won, but it did. So that is still open. None of the ships that were required for that setup are banned whatsoever. Now, if that's the case, Fraternity might be setting this up so that they could maybe do some shenanigans. Maybe they're hoping that they bring that and they have a plan against it. I also noticed that the Blackbirds are open, which means Fraternity, who have been using Blackbirds a lot, might be able to bring their final Apex, their final form comp. But we'll see.
Yeah, I'm being told Fraternity have brought their flagship Vindicator in this matchup. I'm just taking a quick look at Twitch. 3.2 million channel points on the Tuskers, 1.5 million on Fraternity. Someone's going to lose a lot of points in just over 2 minutes when the match starts. Moderator, you had 1 or 2 little comments as well on those bans.
Yeah, it seems like there is still kind of this outside threat of maybe like a pseudo Tinker possibly still available, a reason that you would possibly want to ban out a Light of Guidance Disruption. That would keep that open. Not something we see a lot of, but like on the final match of a tournament, it's something you could definitely hit with a curveball.
Yeah, of course, the flagship Vindicator is going to make it really hard to screen things if the Tuskers are choosing to go down the route of kiting. Famously, anything that tries to screen off a flagship Vindicator is inevitably killed by said flagship Vindicator thanks to those bonus webs and high DPS. It just slows them right down, blap, and then on it moves. So anything that's going to slow that down is just going to be a speed bump on the way to wherever that Vindicator desires most to be. So we can head over to the arena right now to see that flagship Vindicator, to see, can the Tuskers go 3-0 and win Alliance Tournament 19? Can Fraternity pull it back right now and take it to the next match? Let's head to our casters, Alec and Wingnut.
Welcome back to the arena, guys. And it is, I think Frap decided we are done playing around. We are bringing the Vindicator. Now, bringing a Balgorn to go with it, which is something we don't see particularly often this year. And Tuskers decided, you know what? We're just going to bring Giga Daddy again. And we're just not going to stop all the DPS in the world. Alec, what are you thinking about this?
Fairly traditional comp from the Tuskers. We've seen this successful in many, many tournament matches this year. They're going with something they feel they have practiced with a ton. They've seen how it works. They know what to do. They're not taking any risks here. Meanwhile, I see Fraternity taking a ton of risk, bringing this Vindicator and a gun Valgorn, a pair of Blackbirds, sort of putting everything in the basket of this Vindicator and the RNGesus Blackbirds to carry this match. And here we go.
And Tuskers have played the Conquest bans so well that a comp like this is still viable for them after all of the bans. They can still bring an incredibly dangerous Giga Daddy comp. Going for the Blackbirds first because, of course, you always got to go for Blackbirds first.
Yep, absolutely the right target call here. And you do see a lot of damage spread out all over the place. It looks like the Augur is going to be the primary target for Fraternity. Meanwhile, the Blackbirds finding themselves very elusive here. They are burning away. Drones have just caught up with them, but you're seeing them tank not too bad here. This Guardian for Fraternity is going to be doing a lot of work here to try to keep their low end and the Blackbirds alive against this multiple damage source setup from Tuskers. They can threaten a lot of ships at the same time.
I'm just so many things to tackle. The Vindicator is on an exec Navy. The Balgorn, I believe, was actually webbing out someone else. Confessor's got the Absolution. This is a brawl now. This is absolute chaos. The Vindicator is going to be ripping apart Katarina in the exec Navy. This is going crazy. This is my favorite kind of match.
Yeah, this is looking great for them right now, but once that Exeter Navy goes down, which it looks like it definitely will, the rest of the Tuskers team has left the Vindicator behind. They have absolutely stormed across the field and dove into the back line. They're trying to get on top of these Blackbirds, and they've done so successfully for one of them. The Vindy will have a ways to go to catch up with the next viable target here.
Just keep an eye on a few ships as well. Some ships have been left alone. Some ships have been absolutely a primary. The Confessor of Flak Inquisitor, I believe, is currently shooting the Crucifier and Carries himself. He actually has been tackled down by the Carries. So, yeah, he's definitely annoying that Carries. But it's just, this is an incredible amount of DPS as the Vindicator is being let free, basically.
Yeah, the Exeter Navy issue has basically sacrificed itself to the Vindicator to draw it away from the rest of its team, pulling it very far to the other side of the arena here. The Absolution tackled down by the Confessor, probably the next target, as it's fairly close to it, actually, looking at the position in the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Guardian is going to probably go down here for Tuskers, excuse me, for Fraternity. It's at half armor here. The Tuskers team very on top of it at the moment.
I also love the gun barrel going with this Vindicator. He provides a lot of control and nukes to really hold down multiple targets. When the Vindicator gets to something, the Balgorn ignores it and goes for the next thing. You see, the Balgorn actually has the Prophecy Navy completely locked down. Meanwhile, the Absolution has been locked down by a Confessor. So many ships are ready, basically in position for the Vindicator to kill. Meanwhile, in the back end, Copper Sien and the Guardian is being absolutely pounded upon as well. So this is just an incredible race.
The Vindicator has bypassed the Absolution. He's now charging toward the Brutix Navy issue of JJ Yakin. And that Brutix Navy is tackling down the Harbinger. Excuse me. No, never mind. Sorry. The Harbinger is on the Tuskers team. It'll probably be next. It's scarily close, actually. The Vindicator definitely going for the Brutix Navy. The Guardian goes down. That is pretty massive here. The Brutix Navy of JJ Yakin likely to be in trade, but now this Blackbird has no way to pull its hit points back. This could be the snowballing effect Tuskers has been looking for.
I think it's definitely a race at this point. They're trying to kill off as much damage as they can before these Blackbirds go down. If the British Navy goes and the Harp Navy and Absolution stay neutered out, this Vindicator basically has free reign to murder as much of this comp as he wants. This is a Vindicator's favorite environment, murdering everything. This is crazy.
It is a wild, wild fight. This Confessor from Fraternity holding down their Augur. He's in deep armor, but currently not under a lot of threat. He's doing what he can to neutralize the logistics from Tuskers, which is going to be key now that the Fraternity Guardian is down.
If he goes down, they can still damp out the Logi with the carries, but after that, they're pretty much running out of tools in the shed. All they've got is DPS and tank, and they've got a lot of DPS.
All right, the Absolution has killed the Confessor, which frees up their AUG. Unfortunately, he is looking perilously close to the Vindicator, who's streaking across toward him very close right now. And there it goes.
With malicious intent. Oh, mate, Vindicator gets on the AUG, dies in seconds. This is how the world is meant to be. The Vindicator is running around killing everything. This is the T-Rex running around in the yard.
This is a bloody match indeed. We've got the Blackbird down. It's in trade for the Tuskers Augur. Tusker is now sitting 6 pilots to 4. A lot of their damage still alive, but the core of the Fraternity team is the Vindicator and the Balgorn. Even if they lose the entire rest of their team, that is a force to be reckoned with, and Tuskers will have to reckon with it as we hit the halfway mark in this match.
Quick note as well, the Balgon is neuting out the Prophecy Navy trying to pull away. Meanwhile, they're actually engaging the Harb Navy instead. So this Balgon is playing double duty here, trying to control multiple targets for his Vindicator. This is, I love this when the gun barrel is used correctly, and this is exactly how you use it. It is a beast when used right.
The Fraternity team has to play ahead like this. They can't afford to have both the Vindicator and the Balgorn paired up together on the same target for too long and allow the rest of the Tuskers team to spread out. This Balgorn has to act as sort of a forward scout to pin down a target for the Vindicator to get on top of and put the absolute final nail in the coffin on it. But the Vindicator itself can get kited out. The Balgorn needs to help his teammate here and line up the kills.
Exactly. He's playing multiple roles here, controlling one ship, neuting out another, shooting the target, the Vindicator shooting to really get it to die quickly. This is a perfect pairing. Meanwhile, look at the Tusker ships. They have scattered to the 4 winds. Absolution is at maximum distance he can get away from. The Confessor at the moment is also at the distance as well. Everyone is staying as far away from the Vindicator and Balgon as they can get while still applying damage.
But it's not far enough. The Vindicator is now on top of the Absolution, and you can see its armor bar evaporating under the fire of these blasters. The Vindicator itself taking a substantial amount of damage, but that is a flag Vindy. It is going to have reps, and it's pulling back some of its armor here. This Absolution is very much going to go down here. And like we've said, they've already have another target lined up. That Prophecy Navy issue is neuted dry. It's dead in the water, waiting for that Vindicator to come devour it.
Frat was staring down the barrel of the 3-0 loss to Tuskers here, but the Vindicator pulling off the upset as now they have pushed back with their flag Vindy Balgon, controlling the arena, fighting this fight from scratch, and just destroying all these DPS ships. So many laser boats, and this is why lasers suck, because, you know, newts exist.
Oh no, disaster, the Aug Navy, Jason Orzon. Not using his reach advantage. He's been tackled down.
Excuse me,
the
sir,
Mauler
what are you
also
doing
closing
there?
range.
They're going for close range DPS, I believe. I think they're going to try and kill it as quickly as they can. You can see the Confessor is actually in sharpshooter, firing close range ammo, trying to rip through this guy as fast as they can. The Orc Navy doing the same thing. They're going to try and kill this flag Vindy as fast as they can.
Oh, this strategy might be working here. That Vindicator's already in structure. It's going to trade for this Aug Navy, but it's not repping nearly as much as it used to. I wonder if he's having capacitor problems or what is happening there. He's not pulling back any armor.
No, don't die. No, we can't lose the flag, Vindy. Not now. The Mauler now being primary as well. Damage is still falling off, but that Confessor can put out a surprising amount with pulse and close range ammo. And he basically can't be hit at the moment. This Confessor might get a technical solo kill on a flag Vindicator.
This is a really bold strategy from Tuskers. They're not playing it safe. They know they're behind on points, that they have to do something crazy here, and they're absolutely trying it here. Fubuki Waifu down into 25% structure and dropping fast. This Confessor, he's trackable with the Vindicator webs. He's now about to hit structure himself.
Oh,
he goes down.
Oh
the Prop Navy still alive. So putting the damage in this Vindicator is going to drop.
2% structure.
That is the flagship down.
Oh my god, they got it in the end, but it was a 2% structure. The Confessor almost getting it. Prophecy steals a final shot, even under nuke pressure. Oh my god, what in the world is this match? This is incredible.
Oh my god, we're ticking down with just over a minute remaining. This Prophecy Navy issue likely to stay alive. The Balrog likely to stay alive. Tuskers knew they'd lose this match, but again, playing the long game, as we've seen so much from them in this championship series, they want to take the flagship away from Fraternity so they can't bring it in any of the future matches they might have.
I am stuck between being both incredibly sad that a flag Vindy went down and incredibly happy that a Confessor did it, because that is also my favorite ship. So I'm sitting on cloud 9 and in the 9th circle of hell at the same time. This was an amazing DPS race of a match. There was a lot to unpack here for sure. It's going to be, unfortunately, the Prop Navy is going to tank, I think, till Doomsday, so we have to wait next minute for the match to end. But bravo, this is a beautiful third round.
Basically seeing the strategic metagame in real time as Tuskers realized they were behind on points, realized they couldn't catch up before the end of the match, realized they had a ship caught, That was going to be the end when it went down and said, you know what? We're going to make the most of its DPS while it's still alive. Everybody dogpile this Vindicator. I don't know if he burned out his rep, if he ran out of capacitor, or what happened there, but his reps absolutely fell off and he withered under the laser fire from the Tuskers.
I'm hearing people say that he was Oh, there you go, match on the way. Sorry. So thank you so much, guys. Go back to the studio, see what they think.
Kasich, you are one of two people that couldn't listen and couldn't check bookmarks and find your own way out. The route, the entire route was literally bookmarked out to Losec. I bookmarked it 10 minutes in advance!
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a ball game Fraternity. Not out. They are now up to 2-1 down against the Tuskers. The Tuskers, of course, managing to kill that flagship, though. So they are the last remaining team in Alliance Tournament 19 with a flagship and still in the tournament. They have that flagship Armageddon Navy issue, which we saw brought to great effect in match 2 of this series. Worth noting, we noticed on some of the kill mails from match 2, it looked like that Armageddon Navy issue features a Tobias web, one of the most expensive single modules in the game EVE Online. That's probably 50 to 60 billion is alone just for that web, but it is the best web in the game. Mod, let's talk about the flagship for Fraternity here, the Vindicator. It died, it was about 31 billion. Not the most good fit we were kind of discussing. So we see Tech 2 neutron blasters. That's cool, it's definitely a decision. And then we saw 0 active tank whatsoever in the low slots, and I believe we were talking if he has any form of rep there, he probably survives. And Bart was also commenting that one of these mag stabs, one's a core max at 4.5 billion, the other is a Fed Navy mag stab. He's saying if they have that little extra DPS, he probably survives as well. What do you think about this mod?
Yeah, my thoughts on this are you're playing for a difference of, I believe, like 40 of each ship versus 20 of each ship. Like, it's time for you to spend all of the money you have on your Vindicator, and this kind of wasn't it. There's no reason that any of these mods that are faction should be. You're in the grand finals of an Alliance tournament. Like, go purple or just don't even bother. We're talking a little bit earlier about kind of the difference between an active rep and deciding to go with a passive fit, like it's got that single plate. One of the benefits of being a flagship is that you're allowed to have 2 armor reppers of either the officer type or just an X type, and you probably want 1 or 2 of those to be there. And the reason being is that it gives you that amount of self-sustain under a combination of being guardian repped, like Fraternity had, and then also self-rep is part of the reason people don't even primary you. But it also gives you a lot of more self-sustain when you go longer into the match, and if you do eventually get primaried, if you have some sort of active tank, you don't die here. And critically, congratulations, you won the match. You're going to make it 2-1, but Tuskers now still has their flagship, which, like we said, has a Tobias web. You don't have your flagship anymore, and I feel like the comp that Fraternity had that was just now able to beat Tuskers relied on the fact that it was able to use those webs from the Balgorn to hold things down, and then you drive the Vindicator into there, and then you're doing, well over 2,000 damage. So I kind of have to question that decision from Fraternity. Just don't be poor.
Well, the good thing is, just by virtue of getting another win, they do secure themselves 10 more of the Alliance Tournament prize skins, and those alone probably are enough to cover the cost of this Vindicator. It's about 30 bill, 10 skins, somewhere between 4 to 6 billion is the estimates I'm hearing. So they've just got another 40 to 60 billion potentially. So it's not the end of the world. They lost a pretty nice Vindicator, but they will be suitably reimbursed. Bart, do you think that there was a way that the Tuskers could have pulled that out there into a win?
I don't really think so. I think so that was the we were talking about it right before the match. I was kind of saying that this Blackbird Vindy, like Blackbird Flag Vindy, is like, this is the Fraternity Apex comp, which obviously they won't be using anymore, as now they can't use Blackbirds, and Flag Vindy is poof.
Where's the Flag Vindy?
Poof. Yes, it is explodified somewhere. Maybe they got some of the mods. Maybe the wreck got blown up. We don't know. They could be gone forever. But this is the setup that Fraternity ran pretty much exclusively through part of the feeders all the way up to here. Like, this is the one that they... I guess they looked at last year and they saw this setup that was actually run a lot by Truth.Honor.Light. They were like, oh, that's a really good one. What if we play this really, really well, practice it, and then bring a Flag Vindy? They use it to roll all the way up to the spot, and it is now gone. Conquest bands plus no Flag Vindy. I don't think this comp works without a Flag Vindy. So...
It might be that's the last time we see a Balgorn in Alliance Tournament 19 then. A ship that some of us on the desk had questioned throughout the tournament. In this case, it was a Gunbal. I think the fact that they chose to go Gunbal here probably is what helped them secure the victory if they don't have that additional DPS. I mean, that's two ships, 23 points each. That's 46 points in the Balgorn and the Vindicator. A huge point investment. So if sometimes you see these teams choosing to go full Newt Bal, and while it gives you a lot of utility, the lack of DPS can sometimes be what kills the teams. Here we can see usage of the Balgorn over the years in the tournament. Of course, it peaked some while ago, back when Balgorn was the flagship of choice. These days, it is not allowed to be picked as a flagship. Everyone kind of generally agreed that the pimp factor of a Balgorn was just so excessively good compared to almost anything else, with the exception of maybe the Leshak, back when Abyssal mods were allowed as well. If you stuck one of those Toby webs on it, like the Tuskers have on their Armageddon Navy issue, the bonus to the range that Balgorn gives to webs meant that if you warped it in at 0, you could hit somebody with a web no matter where they warped in the arena. You had a range of somewhere like 54 to 56 kilometers with heat and links, and that alone was powerful. And if you added in like a Vindicator as well, like you say, Bart, it could able to use those long-range webs, hold something down, just to truck that slowboat Vindicator in. Mod, what do you think we might see going into our next match, though? Now they've lost this. This is, as Bart points out, their Apex comp. Where else do you think that Fraternity could pivot to?
Well, one of the things that we've seen is that for Fraternity, you still have kind of drones open. That's still really only banned on the side of Tuskers from the trickle ban, but Fraternity could also do some kind of shield rushy things. But the problem that they're running into is that Tuskers, because they won this match and they ran the max threat comp and just narrowly lost against a flagship Vindicator Balgorn, Tuskers has shown that like you don't really beat them if they bring max threat. And Tuskers has been very targetedly banning out all the tracking disruption ships. So I don't know what Fraternity has still left in the tank that can beat that max threat comp that Tuskers has so far.
Yeah, I wanted to take a moment also to call out the Kerry's pilot on the Fraternity side there, Sarion. I believe we called him out at one point in an earlier match. He flew super well. We were watching the Augurer sit at range, and then all of a sudden they snapped the damp straight onto it, caused him to have to come rushing in to rep his buddies, and that allowed that Augurer to get caught by probably the Bala, then the Geddon, and then just slowly chewed down. We saw the flagship Vindicator just trundling up towards the Augurer, and then when it dropped down to almost no meters per second. It was very, very apparent what was about to happen to that augurer. It got vindicated. Here's the carries as we talk about it, in fact. A super powerful ship, electronic attack frigate, gets those bonuses to damps as well as scram point range. And you can see the usage just increasing in recent times as people choosing to bring it, especially now this year when you have to put electric warfare on ships with a bonus on the hull. So previous years, it was super common to put damps on things like an armored jackdaw. You just fill the mids straight up with as many damps as you like, and it flies around at maximum range, doing very little except damping everybody it can possibly reach out to. The Kerries, though, is one of those ships this year. You have to bring it if you want to bring damps. You can bring obviously things like the Celestis as well, but the Kerries in the right hands, and this pilot Sarion in Fraternity clearly showing he's an excellent small ship pilot here in these instances. But these small ships, how important are they?
I mean, they're incredibly important. That match was won because of small ships. Like, everything but the the Crucifier, I believe, was banned out in that last one. They bring a Crucifier, and that's the thing that was actually preventing Tuskers from doing damage to them for so long. And Tuskers knew that they had to take the Crucifier down to do damage, and it wasn't until that Crucifier dropped that things kind of got into that, oh, wait, Tuskers might win this, and then they ended up not. Spoiler alert, in case you didn't watch 6 minutes ago. But they're massive, and especially with the amount of bans that we have, we're really starting to see these, even the Tech 1 and the Tech 2 electronic attack frigates, appear a lot more. We saw on the graph that we have, double the amount of carriers picks as we did last year. It's crazy. We're getting new metas. New metas are great. And hopefully, at some point in the future, there will be more new metas.
Who knows? I certainly do not. I'm just looking at Twitch. So in the previous match, 5.2 million channel points were gambled on that one. The majority on the Tuskers. Of course, at that point, they're 2-0 up. It's looking good for them. It was funny watching in the first match. It was kind of almost 50-50 on channel points. It was like 1.4 to 1.8. And then after match one, it switched hard to everyone betting for the Tuskers. Match 3, everyone betting on the Tuskers again. And suddenly all those points that people maybe won, yeah, they're gone again. So this time we're back to a more even split at the moment. It's still very much favouring the Tuskers, 1.9 to 1 million. But compared to the previous match, people maybe lost a few channel points there. Not so happy about that. Let's take a look at the conquest bans now, because now we have even more, and this time they're spread across 2 teams. So the Tuskers have everything on the left banned out. So the Ishkur, the Eos, the Talia, the Vexen Navy issue, the Hyena, the Ishtar, Kruer, Myrmidon Navy issue, Guardian, Vexer, Prophecy, Myrmidon, Crucifier, Armageddon Navy issue. Of course, they can bring their flagship and get around that, and the Sentinel. Fraternity, meanwhile, they cannot bring the Balgorn, the Confessor, the Guardian, the Blackbird, the Crucifier, the Vindicator. They can't bypass that because their flagship is dead. The Magus, the Pontifex, and the Kerries. Mod, I think we've been talking about this a little bit, but this is the entirety of the Fraternity. Apex Comp banned out. They've lost their flagship. I feel like this is going to be a bit of an uphill struggle for the Fraternity team. Tuskers have a lot of stuff still open here.
Yeah, Fraternity definitely, it felt like they found a practice partner, and they took comps that they've seen from Truth.Honor.Light from other teams of the last couple of years. They've implemented a lot of what worked in those competitions. They've executed them to an extremely high level beyond what any of us really thought they could. But the problem that they're running into is, even though the Tuskers has a lot more ships banned on their side, they're all very specific, like a drone comp. There's still a lot of shield that's open. There's still a lot of kind of max threat that's open. You could target Oniros, you can target the Zarm as well, and try to maybe target a Deacon, but you're really running into the situation where you're trying to scramble at the last minute, being like, okay, there's like 20 ships that are going to be banned. What do we have that's still even open? And it's very difficult to make anything work. You're just kind of throwing things hodgepodge together and, trying to have some sort of semblance of coherence there.
Yeah, so we're going to have 1 or 2 minutes delay on our match, which is scheduled for 5 minutes from now. At the moment, I'm looking at the timer, it's saying more like 7. So some teams just still working on things in the background here. Let's take a look at the bans for this match here. And again, the Tuskers do have the championship point in hand. If they win this, they win Alliance Tournament 19. So the Tuskers banning out the Oneros, the Zarmaz, the Talia, and the Curse. Fraternity banning out the Executor Navy issue, the Oneros, the Deacon, the Ogre Navy issue, and then with the trickle bans, we see the Arbitrator and the Absolution. Blackbart Pirate, what do you think about these bans here from these teams?
I think that Fraternity's basically said that they don't want to see another max threat come out. Executor Navy, Absolution, and Augur Navy doesn't completely get rid of it. I mean, we've seen a bunch of variations, but it does significantly weaken it. I think it's kind of interesting that Fraternity chose to ban the Oneros here because Fraternity has basically, due to conquest bans, they cannot bring the Guardian, which means there's like sort of, you start doing this like mind game thing where it's like, well, if I can't bring the Guardian, they might ban the Oneros because now I can't bring either Tech 2 Logi cruiser, or maybe Fraternity could have banned the Guardian here, and then the Tuskers couldn't bring the Guardian. And
both teams actually have the Guardian.
They both
on
have
their
a band.
conquest
Yeah, see,
bans.
it's getting wild. I need to see like, we need like 3 more monitors, like a super gamer cave with like 65 monitors. Okay, so then both teams banned out both the Tech 2. Deacon ban means the Tuskers can't bring it. So basically all the Tech 2 armor logi is gone.
Yes.
And the Zarmzad's gone.
Yes.
So
the Rediva's still open. There's the Augur, I think, is banned for one side, perhaps? No, it's not. So, I mean, this is just chaos at this point. If anyone who's just joined us is wondering what the heck is a conquest ban, quite simply, this is a best of 5 series. So, you know, the first team to get to 3 wins essentially will take the series and the Alliance Tournament 19 Gold Cup. If you win one of the matches, one of these potential 5 matches, every single ship that you used to win that match is banned for you until match 5, and only used, I should be specific. So the Tuskers here, they can't bring an Ishkar, but Fraternity could. It's only a conquest ban for the team that wins with those ships. And as I mentioned, if this goes to the 5th match, which means we are 2 and 2, every ban resets. The only bans that will happen in a 5th match would be our regular, normal 4 blind bans for each team. And the way those work is both teams submit them blind to the referees. If there's any duplicates, they get extra trickle bans to compensate. Bart, you look like you had something.
So yeah, so going off the bans and then looking at the Congo's bans again and having it fresh in my mind for the next like 5 seconds before I brain dump it. Basically what's happened is Tuskers just show that they're quite capable of fielding max threat. Max threat is partially banned out, but it could still be brought. All of the armor logistic ships that do good against it cannot be brought because you can't bring Thalias and Deacons. You can't bring any of the Tech 2 armor logistics, and we've seen time and time again that max threat will just run down your Tech 1 armor and just destroy it in like, I mean, we've seen people last between like 12 to like 30 seconds here, right? So I'm actually like really concerned for Fraternity here because Tuskers actually has the ability to literally just run it back, and Fraternity's best comp barely won. And everything in that Fraternity comp is gone. Like,
yeah, I feel like there you get into the proper like roll the dice and see how it goes, because I think you're right. I expect maybe to see the comp that Tuskers just be brought again. It clearly did really well against the Apex comp that Fraternity so far has shown. It does have weaknesses. You could stack heavily ECM, for example, against it. You could just roll the dice, go all in, and assume that's what Tuskers are going to bring. But if you're wrong about that and they bring something off the wall, then you're going to lose. On the flip side, if Tuskers decide to bring something off the wall expecting to be countered, and Fraternity doesn't, and they bring that, then Tuskers could throw it. So this is where we've talked about this a little bit, like the idea of just like sitting in the corner and spiraling into a pit of theory crafting hell. Moderator, like, what are you going to say to these two teams here in these situations?
Well, one of the difficulties that Tuskers faces now is because of the kind of the targeted bans from Fraternity is that they don't have any Tech 2 logistics to keep up their Flag Armageddon Navy issue. So, like, yes, you can bring it, but do you really want to if, like, the strongest Logi reps you could bring would be, like, a Rodiva or maybe an Augur? That's sketchy at best, frankly. And what that kind of does is say, listen, at least you can't bring your flagship. Yeah, there's still max threat that's kind of still open, but Fraternity is doing kind of the best that they can in the situation they've been put into, where I don't think in their heads they probably at this point don't feel like, having watched the Tuskers earlier today and what they've seen in, Tuskers beating Hydra, Truth.Honor.Light now, and then beating Barcode, like they're going to beat, a kind of a max threat comp in that sort of situation.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Fraternity need to be giga proud of how far they've got at this point. I don't think any of us really expected them to get here. And I'm especially excited because the last 2 Alliance tournaments have been 3-0 victories. Alliance Tournament 17, we Form Volta lost 0-3 to Hydra Reloaded. Last year, Truth.Honor.Light, aka Hydra Reloaded, beat Odin's Call 3-0. Here we have 2-1. So if Frat can pull this out, we might have a proper nail-biter of a finale. I'm told we can head over to the arena now, maybe for the final time. Fraternity need to win this. If the Tuskers win it, they are Alliance Tournament 19 champions. It is down to this right now. So let's head over to the arena with Alec and Wingnut.
Hello, Alexia Card and Wingnut here for a potential match point as Fraternity tries to claw their way back from a 2-match deficit. We see the team starting to get a little bit creative here as the ship bans and conquest bans start to take their toll. Tuskers electing to go with a shield setup, double Scorp Navy issue, double Claymore. Wingnut, what do we have on the Fraternity side?
Fraternity brought the old triple battleship, Dima, Geddon Navy, and Abaddon, full Amarian battleship spam. Having a quick double check, and yeah, those are cruisers, definitely on the Scorp Navy. The Geddon Navy is guns, not missiles, so everyone's gone battleship heavy on this one. All the Logi is Tech 1 frigates. That's all everyone's got left. This is going to be a DPS war. And the interesting note is going to be what happens to stuff like the Oracle, the Vexen Navies, and the Cyclones under this kind of damage.
Well, they're going to have a hard time with it because that is a lot of EM damage coming out against these shield tanks. The Claymores are Tech 2 Mimitar, so they'll be a little more resistant than you might otherwise think. The Scorps are relatively tanky, but it's still somewhat of an uphill climb here. And now you see chess player's Oracle, the primary target. He's already got his shield stripped away, and now the armor is soon to come next. Oracle's not the tankiest thing in the world.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a few bait tanked Oracles, but I don't know if he's going to be particularly doing that when this comp needs DPS. We see damage also going to Navitas as well, and I'm not seeing much damage coming back. A little bit onto the Scorp Navy of Mirror, but that's really about it.
Well, it looks like a little bit, but that is probably just because of the massive, massive shield bar that the Scorpion Navy has. It's actually a fairly significant chunk of damage, and there's still more to come. The battleships are still closing range, so they'll be upping that damage rate soon. The Oracle's pretty much been, I mean, he's staying alive, but he's taken out of the match a little bit as he has to pull away to try to survive. You can really see him struggling now, though.
Quick shout out to the Vexen Navy of Casimir. Rushed forward, hard tackled Mirror. Mirror cannot leave. These battleships will get up close and start firing the correct ammo type. And that's going to be one of the 2 big DPS and EHP balls potentially removed remarkably quickly. Chess player is still being hurt, and they'll see damage finally coming on to Casimir now. They realize that he's holding down one of their core ships. But they're still trying to kill chess player.
We've basically got 2 matches happening right now. There's 3 balls of players. There's all the battleships brawling with each other on one end. Then there's a pile of drones in the middle. We got some sentry drones. And then there's the support war on the other side of that sentry blob as the Fraternity logistics frigates are the primary target here. The Navitas looking scarily like it might go down, but they're going to get the Scorp Navy for it. They've got to love that trade for Fraternity. They're going to be really happy with this.
Yeah, if they can get rid of the Scorp Navy and the other one as well, that's a lot of the core DPS and tank. They are crews. Those Scorp Navies would struggle to kill anything else, but unfortunately, they are a triple battleship core. Those cruisers will apply perfectly fine. And meanwhile, Navitas is about to go down, so they will finally get one of these Logi frigates down.
It hung on for a long while, though, buying his team a lot of time, which is exactly what they needed. That's a massive, massive chunk of Tuskers' potential offensive output, and you can see the damage onto the Redeemer slowing considerably now that the Scorpion's down. It's still dropping, and they will lose this other Inquisitor as he no longer has a partner to rep him. He will drop shortly, which will enable the support from Tuskers to go a little bit wild on the Frat side, maybe clean up some of those ships. But it's still going to be an uphill battle for them as they're down down 1 damage dealer here, one of their biggest. They're going to trade it for the Redeemer eventually, but much, much slower than they'd like as that Scorp Navy's now down to half shields already.
It's interesting to see that the Burst and Bantam, they were prioritizing the support war in the back. They were nowhere near the Scorp Navy, and they're nowhere near the other Scorp Navy. They're still in the back with their small ships, destroying the backline as much as they can. So Demo will go down. They are basically ignoring the Scorp Navy at the moment. They'll probably come in soon. It's interesting to see the prioritization. They're trying to keep other ships alive rather than the ones you'd expect.
It's a little strange, and the Scorp Navies, they've got a resistance bonus, a tremendous tank. They'd get a lot of value out of from repping them as Glasty Vuka goes down. But yeah, maybe they're just concerned about getting themselves tackled, so they're playing it safe and trying to stick with their support, win that support war, and then come around. They're trying to go after the Vexor Navy issue of Sarian here. He's dropping relatively quickly. That'll, help with taking out some of the tackle for these battleships. But now you've got 2 Claymores basically for your heavy damage up against an Abaddon and an Armageddon Navy. That is a really, really bad matchup.
I think the end game they're going for here, they've removed the Logi, and they're removing the smaller ships. If they can get it down to the Geddon Navy and the Abaddon, they can keep it range and just plink at it with the Cyclones with pretty much near impunity. But it is going to be a hard ask. The Vexor Navy, Omen Navies are very good at killing small ships and are reasonably tanky. There's still a Bifrost also just kind of existing. So this is an interesting goal they're trying to aim for, I think, but it's not really working as a Flycatcher just gets deleted.
Yeah, these are still logistics frigates. They're Tech 1 logistics frigates. They're not providing a ton of value. They're only ranked at 1 point apiece for a reason. They weren't able to keep that Flycatcher up. I think they're going to struggle to keep anything else up. You see the Omen Navy issue of Kalik Astroth on the Fraternity side. He's now taking a lot of fire, as well as the Vexor of Casimir. Damage kind of being spread out all over the Fraternity team right now as Tuskers is looking to find a hole in the armor.
But Tuskers trying to get up close. Of course, the Abaddon has a pretty good range of application. So does the Armageddon Navy. But I think they're expecting them to rely upon the Vexor Navy and Omen Navy as their tackle. And that's why the Vexor Navy is still being the primary as well. You can also kill him. You can't really kill these Baddons.
And that Vexor, he's untackled. He's made his way over to a micro jump unit. So he is going to be relatively safe. He's paired up with the Omen Navy issue. They've streaked away from the Tuskers team, likely outside of their main damage range, and they're at one of the micro jumps, which means they can get further to safety if they need it, which leaves Tuskers searching for a new primary target.
At the moment, they're kind of just taking their time. This is kind of it's good to see Tuskers almost like return to form. I swear Shield Kite was their thing, and like, you know what? We're just going to go back to the old days. And honestly, it's doing okay at the moment. It's not the best. They still have to try and kill a few more ships, but it could do a lot worse than this. That is for damn sure.
It looks like Fraternity is trying to take out the logistics frigates now. They've settled on Jaeger Moritz's Bantam as the primary target, taking him into half shields already.
Yeah, these not particularly tanky frigates. They've got a Jaguar as well, but I'm curious if it's the Omen Navy attempting to do that, or is maybe the Bifrost providing the application requirement. I believe the Bifrost actually is target painting the Bantam.
Yep, just a painter, not webbed, but it's going to be enough here. The Bantam is struggling to stay alive. The Burst is not going to be able to keep him up, as now an additional set of light drones is heading over to him. That'll probably be the DPS to put him into armor here.
Just keeping an eye on this as well. The Omen Navy was running away. Casimir, the V and Knight, just MJD from one beacon to the next, so maybe he's trying to find a good positioning here. Oh, look at that Bantam. No, the Tuskers do not want this. When the Lodge Frigates goes down, the other one will go down soon as well. That could honestly start hurting this kiting team.
Yeah, the Burst is trying to keep him alive. It was too little too late. Again, Tech 1 logistics frigates, they don't have the SIG, they don't have the resists of their Tech 2 counterparts. They're quite fragile. And the Bantam goes down. This Burst is going to try to speed tank a little bit, but the drones are going to catch up to him eventually and just slowly grind him down. There's no reps on him. He's neutered and painted. He's now tried to make a turn, which resulted in a big chunk of damage going into him. He's now at about a third shield and dropping quickly. In the meantime, Tuskers is going after the Abaddon, it seems, taking him down to about 2/3 armor.
It's actually surprising how fast that went
grind their
down.
way through the team here.
Quick note as well is that the Stormbringer of Jason Osborne was trying to help his frigate boys. He's now shooting the battleship. Seeing MJD from the Claymore of JJ at the moment, so they're trying to reposition as well. The game begins. Just bounce from beacon to beacon and try and do what you can. The Vexor Navy is he trying to get the Vexor Navy? No, never mind. He went the other side of the arena. My apologies.
So we've got a Vexor Navy and a Claymore, or excuse me, a Jaguar and a Claymore attempting to chase down the Vexor Navy issue. The Jaguar should be able to catch up to it eventually, which will mean Casimir going down once they catch him. But it could take a while as he's pulling very far away from the Claymore. Claymore obviously does have quite a bit of range.
the Jaguar didn't just click approach. He actually tried to burn inside of him relative to the center of the arena and then try and get in front of him rather than just directly chasing him. So that is some potentially really good flying from Flack. It looks like he's also a rocket fit, which is nice. I love rocket Jaguars, sorry. And that Vexen Navy will go down. There's nothing he can really do at this point. He's being absolutely pounded upon. They're probably going to go for the Omen Navy next, but they might just try and go for the Abaddon. They've been damaging it quite a bit.
And the Burst has managed to keep himself alive. He's burned away and went to a micro jump beacon, and now he is burning toward yet more micro jump beacons. There was a cloud of Fraternity drones chasing him, but I think they've been reassigned to the Stormbringer now.
Tuskers got to hurry, man. They've only got a minute and a half left to kill the Vexen Navy, and then hopefully go after something else. I believe they're still behind.
No, that Stormbringer's going to drop. That is not a great trade for them.
Oh, no. I don't think they can make this. They have to just rush, basically. They have to just try and DPS down the Abaddon or something else as quickly as they can.
We've got about a minute remaining.
Gotta go.
A minute remaining with Fraternity up 10 points. They're going after the Omen, which is in deep armor, and they're going after an Abaddon, which is in deep armor. They also have an option of a Geddon, which is in not deep armor, but could be vulnerable. Instead, they're going after the Bifrost, which has been fresh.
If they can get the Bifrost and Omen Navy, I think they'll actually be ahead. But they have to get both in 40 seconds. This is now the final race for them. Otherwise, Frat will manage to make it to the final round here. This is absolutely a prayer rush from Tuskers.
Well, the Bifrost has been tackled. He's been webbed down by the Jaguar. He's being painted. They're applying fairly well to him. They're just running out of time.
30 seconds left. Oh, my God. This is such a close one. There is a route for a Tusker victor here, but it is an incredibly thin route walking on glass.
So this Bifrost is definitely going to go down within time. It's can they catch the Omen Navy, which is fairly far away?
I think the answer is no.
That's their only route.
5 seconds left. Frat manages to eke it out on points. Bravo. We are going to a final match. Let's go to the studio and see what they think.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Rain, are you in an armor vagabond or something?
No, I've got XLSP.
And polarized guns or what?
Fraternity digging their way out of the hole. They have taken the series to 2 each. There is now literally only one single match left in Alliance Tournament 19. Someone will win it in about 20 minutes or so when the match begins. We will know probably from the get-go what team is going to have the advantage, what team is going to be able to just start chewing on the other one. I'm almost out of words at this point because I think both of those previous matches, it looked like it was going to go the way of the Tuskers. It looked like they were going to win their second Alliance tournament, and then Fraternity just kind of clawed it back by a couple points here or there. Moderator, break that match down for me. What an exciting one.
Yeah, so we saw that Tuskers brought this double Navy Scorpion and then the Claymore comp that they've chosen along with a pair of Tech 1 Frigg Logi. Kind of what you have to bring because you've used up so many points, and they had a smattering of kind of this like 5 to 6 point destroyer core to back that up. The idea basically being, you know, we're going to like kind of throw all these small ships on you, and then we're going to get hit by, you know, cruise missiles, heavy missiles, and that's what you need in that comp in order to kill a Tech 2 logistics. Fraternity, to their credit, did something that my colleague here, Bart, has been saying should be done for a hot minute, and I like it as well. They brought a gun Navy Armageddon, which was crucial because without the added damage you would get from that compared to, say, rapid heavies, which do a lot, but they eventually have to clip and reload, you do not break through the Navy Scorpions fast enough. And because they had that Abaddon and that double battleship core still at the very end, they were able to push through and have enough points to basically beat Tuskers out. Throughout the entire match, though, we saw that Tuskers was desperately chasing after these Fraternity ships in these fast claymores that have the ability to go very zoom and have good projection. And decent active tank, trying to catch these also fast Fraternity ships, but it became an insane game of cat and mouse as people are just ping-ponging left, right, center, up, down, and every which way in three-dimensional space to get away from their pursuers, and that was actually just a masterclass of positional play on both sides.
Yeah, I want to call out Casimir on the Fraternity side in that Vexa Navy issue. He was in Hull for basically 5 minutes. He had no reps. There was no rep bots left. If you watched the match back, which I encourage you to do so, there was some great camera shots that really showed the team positioning. You saw him in the arena just bouncing from one micro jump beacon to the other. The Tuskers having to chase him around. Then we started to see like the Tuskers position pilots on different beacons trying to force them into a corner and catch him. They eventually managed to get the damage onto him and take him down. But that 5 minutes he managed to survive was probably crucial. Like that's 7 points, and we saw the match went almost down to points at the end. And if they kill that earlier, they have much more time to start running down that Navy Omen and start hitting like maybe into the Abaddon. You can see here in the arena layout those MJD beacons. There's 8 of them in a cube and 1 in the center of the arena. The cube, each one is 100 kilometers away from its neighbors, and the one in the center 87 kilometers from everything. So when you activate those, it just blooms your sig for a little bit, but then it pings you 100 kilometers forward. So if you line up your jumps correctly, you can just jump from one beacon to another. You land on top of it, you turn, you line yourself up, you jump to the next one. So you can just move yourself around the arena. And as Maud says, we saw some excellent positional piloting from both teams, a real masterclass. Again, I highly recommend you watch that match back and just look, especially those wide out shots when we saw all the positioning, the communication, the situational awareness in this 3D space. Bart, phenomenal piloting.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It is something that's like really crazy to look at this and see that a team that last year and the previous years, Fraternity, have not done particularly good. They've not been done bad. Actually, like they've been steadily improving over the last couple of years. And after like a match like that, I don't care what Twitch chat says because I'm sure they're being twitchy, but it is absolutely like they 100% deserve to be here. That flying was amazing. Like they are seeing these setups that are being brought and figuring out how to counter them. And this Tusker setup, the first time we saw it was today. So in the last couple hours, they were like, we should figure out how to beat that just in case. And they just did. And they did a fantastic job. They did everything perfectly. Like, it's wild. We have a 2-2 for the first time in, I don't know how long, probably at least a decade. It's great. Like, this is the one to go back and rewatch.
Yeah, someone can fact check me, probably CCP Swift or maybe even CCP Zealous, but I actually think the last time we went to the 5th match might have been Alliance Tournament 14, which was the Tuskers versus Pandemic Legion, when the Tuskers have pulled out in the 5th match. They pulled out the win and they took the gold. I think that actually might be the last time we've had the full 5th match. So maybe we can get someone in the back fact-checking that one, because that would be pretty cool if it is. Tuskers get to the finals again. Can't do it 3-0, can't do it 3-1. Maybe they do it 3-2. Who knows? I think, moderator, one of the crucial things going into this final match, all those conquest bans that we saw from the previous 4 matches, they're all gone. Every single conquest ban has been reset. So now we have a best of 1 between these two teams to decide the Alliance tournament. The Tuskers versus Fraternity, 1 single match. The regular bans, no other special nonsense with conquest bans. The only thing that's going to separate these two teams now is piloting skill, theory crafting, and the fact that Tuskers still have that, as we know, very pimp flagship Armageddon Navy issue. How much do you think that is going to weigh into this?
I think it weighs massively into it. you have seen that the Armageddon Navy issue can be flown a variety of different ways, and that's why it's been such the threat it is. You can turn it into basically a giant Giga Curse, where you just say, hey, I don't even need to fit weapons on this really if I don't want to. I can just put full officer newts that are going to hit, just as far as its kind of, colleague, the Tech 1 Armageddon, but also be just, that much more survivable, that much more effective, because it does get, more HP being a faction ship. That definitely weighs on you. You have to understand, if you're Fraternity and you really want to take it and run it back from 0-2 to, 3-2, how to deal with that. Credit to the Tuskers too. I mean, I was practicing with them back when they did get their Alliance tournament victory way back when against PL. That's how I have my gold medal. And you really have to have that kind of mental vigilance and kind of preparation for, okay, Conquest Band's reset. Everything's open. You've kind of been, in the last 4 matches, you've been thinking 5-dimensional chess about, okay, there's 20 ships I have that I want to bring, but they're all banned. And now it's just all back to square zero, just the purest form of Alliance tournament here and now.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the schedule we had today. The Tuskers, they came in first and they beat Truth.Honor.Light in a best-of-1. They then went into the lower bracket final against Barcode, where they went 2-0. At this point, they've played 3 games. Now they're coming into their 5th game against Fraternity. So this is game 8 today that they've had to play. So it's been a heck of a slog for them to get here. And they're going to be getting tired. It is mentally draining. It is mentally exhausting to do this. Unless you've flown in an Alliance tournament, you can be cool as a cucumber. And then when the countdown starts in local, you feel that heart rate going up. You get the shaky hands. The spaghetti starts to come flowing out the pockets. It is really, really difficult. And Bart, what I want to ask you is, you have your Tuskers, right? You have this flagship available. Surely it's going to be super easy to just go with it because of the extra power, but is that going to telegraph to Fraternity?
I feel that Tuskers they've shown that they don't need a flagship at all. In fact, some of their strongest wins have been without a flagship. I don't think it telegraphs anything. I feel like they've almost flown a different setup every single time we've seen them here. So they've we talk about it sometimes where when you're doing the Alliance tournament, sometimes you want to hide your good comp until the end of the day. You want to hide your good comp until the last weekend. The other strategy is to just constantly throw random stuff. Well, it's obviously not random. They're here in the finals. You constantly throw different setups so nobody knows what you're doing. I don't know what Tuskers is going to bring. Could they bring their flagship? Yeah. But they could have also sat there and said, you know what, this isn't the path. We saved that for one specific setup. I don't think Fraternity can really do anything besides maybe say, all right, well, I guess let's hope that they don't bring that drone setup that's been just rolling us, because they proved that with good drones they can win, and with okay drones they can win. And now they're back to being able to do great drones. They can do whatever they want. The Conquest Bands are gone. Tuskers is terrifying. I would hate to be on Fraternity's side right now, where they're just it's like the meme of the person looking at all the math stuff in the air. It's the numbers, what do they mean? And trying to figure out what's going on here. It's just rough. I don't think you can prepare for this.
Yeah, I'm being told the last time we did have a Grand Finals going to the 5th match was indeed Alliance Tournament 14, Pandemic Legion versus Tuskers. Tuskers pulling it out in that final match, which I remember it being an absolute nail-biter, and I remember the recording of the TeamSpeak of the Tuskers when they won, and the sheer elation from the pilots. I'm sure these pilots, some of them hold over from them, but a lot of new pilots. Meter Chief, the captain, has taken over from Sully in the last little while, and he's been building this team up, using a little bit of off-meta stuff, and really, I mean, they've done excellent. They've always been bringing different stuff. We always call Mira out for his kind of off-the-wall meta fittings and things, but a lot of this core Tuskers team, not super experienced. They're not members of the Alliance Tournament 14 winning team. Some of them certainly are, but not that many of them. I'm also told we have another graph we can pop up that's some hard-hitting analysis here at Alliance Tournament 19. Let's check out that. Yes, the CCP Zealous heart rate monitor. Yes, so as the matches go, he gets more and more ready, and then it looks like, okay, we're probably going to go 3-0. I believe that's where the little dip is here. We're going 3-0. Okay, we can relax. And then suddenly, Frat started to pull it back, and here we go. So the heart rate is rising. He is getting excited through there. So yeah, CCP Zealous certainly. I mean, he's coming through because he comes through to. He'll be joining us on the desk at the end, and then both of the previous 2 matches, he's come on through, and then be like, oh, I guess I need to leave again, and then just walked back through. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing him at the end of this match, because one way or another, someone is winning at this point. There is no other options. I think the bans are available for our final match, so perhaps we can take a look at those and see what the team's choosing to ban in the final match of Alliance Tournament 19. The Tuskers Co. banning the Blackbird, the Zarmzad, the Guardian, and the Oneros. So they're hitting the Blackbird. We know Fraternity likes that. We know they really enjoy that ECM core. They're also hitting all those Tech 2 logistics armor cruisers. Fraternity, they're going for the Barghest, the Osprey, the Scimitar, and the Eos. Trying to get rid of that powerful ship in that drone comp. Moderator, what do you think about these bans?
I think they make a great deal of sense. Getting rid of the Blackbird hits at Fraternity being able to bring any sort of, kind of a control there. Fraternity's shown that they can do that. That's how they got one of their wins against Tuskers earlier. Tuskers choosing to ban all 3 of the Tech 2 Logi really hits again at Fraternity being able to bring like kind of an armor battleship core, which is something that Fraternity has been typically excelling throughout. Again, how they've beaten Tuskers in these last couple matches. Fraternity choosing to ban out the EO says it's the best basically ship you can bring in any of the drone comps that Tuskers has wanted to bring. Scimitar hits very well along with the Osprey at a lot of, either a shield rush or a shield kite. Tuskers this year, last year, year before has demonstrated they can do that. Barghest, again, the ship has basically been nearly permabanned the entire tournament at this point. Kind of big shout out to Fraternity. I know it's getting very, very late in China where a lot of their members, some of them are playing from the US, but it's getting late for them, and to be able to have the endurance to go this long says a lot.
Yeah, for sure. We just spoke about that a little bit, but these matches are, so intense. You've flown in a bunch of matches, Bart, you have as well. I've flown in tournaments. It really is hard to explain just how high effort these continuous matches are, especially when you're in a grand final situation, having to deal with all these conquest bans. You're the Tuskers. You had the opportunity to win Alliance Tournament in your grasp twice now, and both times you have kind of fumbled the ball a little bit, and we end up back here. All those conquest bans are gone. You can bring probably what you most want to bring. Very targeted bans from both sides. This is extremely targeted. We have only seen one comp Blackbird Pirate brought, I think, from White Flag, which was an all-in drone comp with 0 logi. Is that maybe something we could expect from a team like the Tuskers here? Did they just go all in on top of Fraternity?
Not with an all-in drone comp. I think Tuskers is like a lot smarter than that. That was the story with that specific one, and I remember like reading it in some Discord somewhere, is that they were like, we don't know what to bring against these guys, so we're going to bring something we've practiced once, because if we don't know what we're doing, then they won't know what we're doing. Tuskers is like the opposite of that. They're like, they don't know what they're doing, but we know exactly what we're doing. And Mira Chief's picking and banning and then comp bringing has been like near perfect this entire time. Like, I don't think there's been a single time where you looked at it, and we were actually joking about it when CCP Zealous came in. We're like, yeah, we can't really call this because it's too even, or it's like, oh, Tuskers probably has this. Like, every single match, it's either been Tuskers has this from the get-go, or this could go either way. There hasn't been a single one where you're like, oh, Tuskers, what are you doing? So they're not, I don't think they're bringing a shield, all-in shield armor, mixed tank, no logi drone setup. I do think that this could be a repeat of their second match where they brought the Armageddon Navy flag, because most of that comp is still set up, which gets kind of weird, because why would you leave most of that open?
From Fraternity side?
From Fraternity side, because
yeah.
they clearly understand, Fraternity clearly understands ban meta. They left that open, so maybe Fraternity's the one that's going to do something crazy here.
Oh no, we're into the spiral.
Yep,
Here we
we're
go.
into the spiral. Yeah,
there's probably 20 people or more. Some of these teams have way more than 10 in each side, of course. In 2 separate TeamSpeak servers, just frantically spiraling and refitting ships. I don't know. Like, I was seeing some chatter in our production thing. Some people expecting to see the Navy Geddon with drones and Deacons coming from the Tuskers. Fraternity, if they've left that open, as you say, moderator, do they think they know how to beat it? Are they letting it be brought because they think they can kill it?
I think it's less a case of that being something that they know they can kill, so much as you have a limited number of bans, period, and you have to deal with that. And I feel like they don't want to deal with the Navy Armageddon, but there are things they want to deal with even less, which is why we saw the EOS ban, which is why we saw the Scimitar ban. I believe also part of why we saw the Blackbird ban. I believe, though, that was for Tuskers. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I'd love to just ban out everything that my opponent could do, but you're limited. You have to pick and choose what you think you might be personally weakest against. And to give credit to Tuskers, Mirachiv, for the longest time, used to kind of get clowned on because he would do these wacky off-the-wall things, and for a while, Tuskers would get basically dunked or lose matches that they really shouldn't have if they just played a more standard comp. Here, we're seeing a much more mature, more developed, kind of grown-out theory crafting, and it's gotten Tuskers in an excellent position thus far.
Okay, well, I am told it is time. The final match of Alliance Tournament 19, the Tuskers Co. versus Fraternity for the gold medal, for all the prize ships, for Alliance Tournament 19. Let's head into the arena one more time with our casters, Alec and Wingnut.
And welcome back to the arena for the final of the best of 5. This is the big one, the final we've been waiting for. Tuskers versus Frat with the new blood versus the old dogs. And this is going to be amazing because we have a drone card comp with that crazy Proteus versus what looks to be a Nighthawk Hamrush coming back from the previous AT. What do you think, Alec? This is going to be wild or what?
It has all come down to this. This is each team's culmination of their Alliance Tournament journey. Dozens of matches. Incredible amounts of theory crafting. We've seen flagships live and die, and everything comes down to this. Will Fraternity make history? Will Tuskers redeem themselves and reclaim the glory of nearly a decade ago when they were Alliance Tournament champions? The links are popped, and we're about to find out right now.
As you said, this is going to be the match of the decade because it's been so long. And yet we've seen some incredible matches. They rush in with his ham rush and the drone ball has immediately been popped. Look at that wave of drones coming at them.
Oh, that is a huge cloud of hammerheads, Valkyries, and they're streaking across the field right now. Kind of
still on the
ships
Raptor
tonight, actually.
All those drones are still on the Raptor rather than on the Osprey Navy right in front. Those drones are still chasing a Raptor who's left them in the dust. They need to reassign these drones now. His damage is already coming down on them.
Some of the Fraternity pilots seem to have gotten the menu, and they've now reassigned them to the Proteus. That is the tankiest target on the Tuskers Co. team, so they're trying to make the most of the damage while they've got it. In the meantime, the Navy Osprey has been scrammed and painted, and it's starting to take some serious damage, going into low shields here.
They are all inning this Proteus. They're going for damage to the Osprey Navy now. That's probably one of the best targets they can go for. This Proteus is incredibly tanky, but they are still chipping him rather aggressively. The Osprey Navy is actually tanking almost perfectly, like 20% shield. Meanwhile, a Thalia in the back is also being primary. This is an absolute race.
The Thalia of Jagger Moretz has a cloud of Fraternity light drones on it. Every Fraternity drone has been released and assigned to this Thalia. They're trying to pressure him and make his logistics partner, Skylar Hawk, forced to make a decision, keep the Proteus alive or keep his partner alive. And right now, he is deciding to keep the Proteus alive with one and then keep his friend alive with the other. It's not enough. The Proteus goes down. The burst goes down. The Thalia may join shortly now that all the DPS is freed up. He's low armor here.
I'm surprised by the call putting all the drones on that burst in the back. They had medium drones on them. They've had a bunch of hammerheads, all of them on a burst, rather than on the Osprey Navy that's being hurt, rather than on the ships attacking their Proteus. They went for a T1 logistics frigate. And in
the
turn,
Osprey's managed to shake his web. He's just painted now, and you can kind of see him. That a lot of the damage there has stopped. He's pretty much in show shield, and he's been there for about a minute now. Meantime, the Bantam has coasted to the other side of the arena, taking himself out of the fight. Meanwhile, Mirachiv's Myrmidon taken out of the fight permanently as Fraternity claims another kill.
I worry that these drone targets they've picked have cost them way too much too quickly. The Osprey Navy is still alive, dragging all the drones with them. Meanwhile, they've lost 2 of their DPS ships. Tuskers are not looking good. Frat might be coming back from the come-from-behind victory from 2 losses earlier on.
The Fraternity pilots are dragging these drones all over the arena, and it's costing the Tuskers precious time. This is going to be the third match in a row where the clock is going to be the worst opponent for Tuskers, their most challenging foe, as now, finally, they're starting to bring some of the drones back to the other side, but it's not going to be enough. Another Myrmidon drops. They're down to just 4 damage dealers out of this drone comp. Nearly half of their DPS is gone. The Thalia is still struggling to stay alive, getting consistently pressured by that drone cloud, and they haven't traded back for anything. They've claimed 1 burst, and then their kills have absolutely stopped, as Fraternity has been making these Tuskers look like fools running around with these drones.
And the biggest respect from S to Efru as well. He's been targeted by drone blobs at least twice, and both times has dragged him to the other side of the arena and left him for dust. Efru might be carrying his entire team with that just incredibly quick and smart calling. There are already GGs in local. The team's already know this is not going Tuskers' way, but there is still a chance for the return if they can just get some damage down.
And to make matters worse, the Bantam now has Micro Warp Drive back into the mix, and he's now providing reps to Efru, getting his shield bar, which was so hard worked on by Tuskers. It's all for naught as it's pulled back to 2/3 shield. Meanwhile, the Raptor of Kashmir taking a lot of damage, possibly in trade for the Thalia, if they get it at all. The Thalia is looking very unhealthy right now. Its armor bar is dropping rapidly.
Okay, we've finally seen some DPS drones onto the Loki instead. That's honestly pretty cool. That being said, he's a mile away from the actual fight at the moment. The Vexen Navies have actually burned away. They're going to the next MJD beacon. They might actually bounce around and try and avoid these rather damaging ships that are chasing them down. But it's still continuing slowly to fall for Tuskers. The road is just not looking good.
That's one of the Thalias down. Skylar Hawk falls, followed by Flak Inquisitor's Ishkar, followed by the other Thalia of Jaeger Barrettes. That's the 3 frigates on Tuskers Co. all died within the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, and look at the cycling fleet as well of chess play, just absolutely screaming into these cruisers, stopping him from basically being able to even MJD safely. They have to keep burning away because he gets there too fast. He does tackle down the Myrmidon, and I think at that point, with the last Myrmidon tackled down, this is over. Frat have come back from a 2-0 loss to come back to potentially win the Alliance tournament.
Absolutely incredible performance by Fraternity. Amazing piloting by Efru. Basically won the match on his own with his sheer piloting skill alone. The quick decisions to pull those drones away from his team on multiple occasions, keeping himself alive and preventing Tuskers from swapping targets effectively. You see the Tuskers, Vexers, and Ishtar trying to make a beeline for the other side of the arena, just buy themselves some time. But the Ishtar has already been webbed down, and the Myrmidon is in half armor. He is swarmed right now with the Fraternity team.
This is just, I did not expect to see this go this way. I think Efru, like you said, just basically carried the entire match. We've got a boundary violation for the Vexen Navy of Katarina Illuminato. I'm wondering if the others
think Mystical Knight might be the only player on Tranquility that had Fraternity in the finals, and they are coming away Alliance Tournament champions. They
are MJDing out. Yep, Tuskers have called it. They are MJDing their ships out. Vexen Navy leaving the arena. I think Jason Osrin, the legend himself, is also attempting to. Oh, he's just getting killed. The biggest respect to Fraternity. Bravo! Amazingly well flown here to come back and just destroy Tuskers in their final 2 matches.
An incredibly gutsy performance. They've gone through so many matches. They squeaked out on points, but this was an absolutely dominant victory. Congratulations, Fraternity. 100-1. And we send it back to the desk for a final breakdown.
Do we ever use boosters in doctrines?
Take boosters all the time, man. I'm high as a kite right now.
Oh no. Oh yes.
We're in a good headspace now.
Goons, like you say, there's such a huge group in the game that they can easily just do their own internal practices if they wanted to. They can easily get 20 pallets, I'm sure. from 2-0 down. Fraternity managed to bring it back. They lose their flagship in the process, but they go one match after another, 3 in a row. They take the series. Fraternity are the grand champions of Alliance Tournament 19, defeating the Tuskers Co. Tuskers unable to pull it out in that last match. And compared to the other matches where it looked like Fraternity just barely clawed out those victories, that last one was just dominance, 100-1. Only a single Tech 1 Logistics frigate going down on the side of Fraternity. And I just wanted to call out MVP F. Rue on the Fraternity side in that Navy Osprey. We were watching him. He got tackled. He started going down, and then he managed to break free, kite away as fast as he could. That right there probably won the Alliance Tournament for Fraternity. Fantastic piloting by the Fraternity team. They're the newest champions. They will be emblazoned upon the monument in Monarch. And of course, they get all of those incredible prize ships. I want to buy, by the way, so hit me up. Let me know. CCP Zealous, you join us on the stage for the final part of Alliance Tournament 19. How was that for you?
That was absolutely phenomenal. Those last few matches, what a grand finals. I haven't seen a grand finals like that in years. Walking down here a couple of times where I think it's over, it wasn't. And then finally, we have our new Alliance Tournament winners. Fantastic. Absolutely super happy to see 52 teams all the way down to today's winner. It was... What can I say? It's been weeks and weeks and months of preparation from everybody. It's been a heck of a time. But of course, it's not just been myself. There's been a whole crew of people behind me as well. A whole bunch of people at CCP. We have some credits to roll at the end here, just to thank everybody that's not here with us today. But we do have a bunch of people that are with us today that I would like to thank. So I'd like to invite them all on now.
Here comes the gang.
Here comes the gang.
So what's next, CCP Zealous?
What's next? Ooh, I believe FanFest is next on the agenda.
FanFest, yeah, FanFest sold out. It's coming up in just a few weeks almost.
Yeah,
really not far.
Very, very soon.
I'm really looking forward to that. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Thank you so much for all the teams who have been competing. Without you guys, the viewers and the teams, we literally can't do this. It's been a phenomenal production. This crew is basically what made it happen. So well done to them. A phenomenal bunch of people. We really hope you enjoyed it. That's been the most exciting grand finals I've seen in a long time. I've absolutely loved it. I've been CCP Overload. This has been the entire crew. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for watching, and good night.